Imagine dedicating yourself to a game, pouring in 10 years of your life, only to reach the final boss's chamber and discover it's a test, a trial to determine if you're truly worthy of stepping into that world. Now, you've become the very barbarian you chose to conquer this game. This is the story of our protagonist, a young man plagued by frailty, spending most of his days confined to a hospital bed, his escape found in gaming. Much like myself, he was disheartened by the lack of decent games being released, a yearning for the classics of the past. Then, he stumbled upon a forum buzzing about a new game. Unlike others, this indie RPG with its retro 2D graphics demanded 100% completion, every dungeon explored, every stone overturned. Initially, the protagonist wasn't thrilled. The game was only available in English. But, drawn in by its free-to-play nature, he decided to give it a shot. Character creation presented him with a choice. Human, dwarf, elf, barbarian, furry, and a mysterious class marked only by 3 question marks. He wondered if it was a random selection or a hidden character. Not expecting to invest much time, he settled on the barbarian. The game looked rough, but its grip on him was undeniable. Hours melted away unnoticed, lost in the world of dungeons and stones. It boasted unique classes, some powerful, others utterly useless. Alliances with NPCs were crucial, and death meant starting over. The permadeath mechanic was initially intriguing, but the constant respawns became a frustrating cycle. Undeterred, he played through hospital stays, into his life as a civil servant, even through university graduation and into his first job. All the while, dungeons and stones remained his constant companion, a world of persistent death and rebirth. 9 years passed. Finally, he stood before the final boss's chamber, the gates of the abyss. Overwhelmed by the monumental achievement, he celebrated wildly, even questioning if anyone else had ever reached this point. 9 years of his life had led to this moment. Now, the crucial decision: enter the boss room. Yes or no? He chose yes. Of course he did. 9 years of grinding, of dedicating his life to this game. Could he really say no now? A warning flashed across the screen. There may be no return. Are you certain? This only added to the intrigue, a touch of ominous foreboding. He clicked yes. The game began to load, his mind racing with possibilities of what the final boss might be. Finally, the loading screen vanished, replaced by a message: "You have reached the abyss. Tutorial complete." He stared dumbfounded. Tutorial. A fresh wave of frustration washed over him. And now, the game was in Korean. The protagonist truly seemed to embody the class he'd initially chosen, enraged by everything, a true barbarian. After the game ended, the user watched as light began to emanate from his monitor, enveloping him, causing him intense pain. He was completely swallowed by the monitor, his consciousness fading. Congratulations, young warriors. Today you will all leave this sacred place. Become true warriors. In that moment, he realized everything had changed. Torches replaced light bulbs. Everywhere he looked, handsome, strong barbarians filled his vision, and an old man bellowed for them to take up arms, the ones that best suited them. The protagonist immediately began to question whether this was the game's introduction. His body felt real, but his hands were rough. Hard muscles, tattoos. This act, the gamer protagonist had truly become a barbarian. Until suddenly, the old man began to speak again, declaring that those called should step forward. He first called for the third son of Van and Kara. The young man stepped before the old man, ultimately choosing a weapon, a double-headed axe. With that, he was declared a warrior. The next called was the second daughter of Fenelina, and so one by one, they chose their weapons. May the grace of Lapthonia be with you, young warriors. Only then did the protagonist understand. He truly was in Dungeons and Stones, a barbarian. The class he'd chosen, the class he'd just been playing, that was who he was now. As he wondered how this could have happened, a voice spoke. This can't be real. Tyson, utterly terrified, said, "We're in Dungeons and Stones." He just wanted to know how they got there. This made the protagonist realize that this guy was different from the other barbarians. It seemed he wasn't the only one pulled into this game. Who said that? Was that you? The protagonist shouted, utterly shocked, not by the words, but by the anger directed at the guy who'd actually yelled. As the guy looked forward, though it was his turn, Tyson quickly began to ask if they were in Dungeons and Stones. "Stop talking," the old man, standing right before him, commanded. "The son of Kajua Ohm has been possessed by an evil soul. Erase the words spoken by this soul from your memories. Let's continue the ritual." With that, the protagonist had gleaned a great deal of information. Information 1. People like him who entered the game were evil souls. Information 2. If anyone found out, you die. Information 3. His head could be rolling on the ground right now. Senec's fourth son stepped forward. The whole situation terrified the protagonist, as others, one by one, were called forth. But the problem was, the protagonist didn't know his own name. As more and more people were called, the protagonist devised a plan. He had to move 2 seconds after someone was called by name and before Jandrel's son. A second or two after the name was announced, the protagonist finally decided to step forward. And we also find out his name is Bjorn, son of Jandrel. And guys, we have to admit, this game is on hard mode. The protagonist walked forward, facing the man, and the two glared at each other. The old man instructed him to choose any weapon he desired. Man, oh man, this old guy is really starting to look like a future villain. There were all sorts of weapons for him to choose from, and the weapon he chose. Even the old man found a bit suspicious, as he saw it was, in fact, a shield. According to the protagonist, this was the best choice. Meanwhile, outside, the computer was updating itself, increasing the overall level of items by 24. This information was sent to the admin, and these are your current stats. So, according to the protagonist, when he first chose Barbarian, he chose the greatsword because it was insane. However, there was a big problem. He always died like crap. Even the monsters were confused, and he just kept dying and dying. So he tried the two-handed axe, the mace, the hammer, anything he could use, but the end result was always the same. He'd go into rage mode, whatever weapon he used, and die again. Then one day, he was walking around town and found shield. This shield was extraordinary. Barbarian is a class with high HP and strength, perfect for tanking. It was challenging at first, as he spent time learning shield skills, but then stronger monsters all fell before him, and he was unscathed. In other words, it was a completely overpowered class, which explains why he chose the shield earlier. Now the ritual was over, and the gates had opened. The barbarians had to go straight into the labyrinth. The city where the labyrinth was located was called Laphthonia, and at the leader's command, they all desperately ran inside together. However, whether they knew where they were going was another question, right? Until suddenly, the guy leading everyone abruptly turned around and said he was lost. Everyone got angry, which made the poor guy resign from his temporary leadership position. So, Fenelina, the second daughter of Naren, took over the leadership role. If you only looked at her face, she looked like a regular waifu. But if you looked at her entire body, she looked like a wardrobe. The protagonist just observed the situation until she announced that she was also lost. She looked dejected, and the protagonist started thinking, this can't go on, but he also couldn't stand out too much. Then he pulled her aside. What do you think he's going to do at this point? It wasn't until then that she understood what the protagonist meant. She hurried and told everyone that she now knew the way to the labyrinth. After a while, they did find the entrance to the labyrinth, but the protagonist began to wonder if going in now was the right decision. He seriously considered leaving the barbarian group. He'd been sick for a lifetime in another world and never picks a fight, so can he really go in there and kill the monsters inside? At least, he has to pay the game tax because Dungeons and Stones has this system. In fact, after the age of 20, those who don't pay taxes are killed outright. One way to earn money is to enter the labyrinth and fight monsters, and the other is to do a menial job at a bar, market, etc. However, there's a slight problem. He's a barbarian, and barbarians are known for being wild and destructive. This is due to the game settings, but in return, they get a weapon at the very beginning of the game. The problem is that the labyrinth only opens once a month, and it's closing in 10 minutes. He's kind of stuck until this moment. Then she pulls him over, telling him they have to go in now because the portal is shrinking. He just tells her to go first, and he'll follow. But before going, she thanks him. He says there's no need, but she says she wants to know how to be as smart as him, because she's never seen a barbarian as smart as him and wants to be just like him. Well, she'd practically have to be reborn into another race. Right, but because he doesn't want to be mean to her, he tells her to think and act normally. She happily thanks him, saying that if he comes back from the labyrinth alive, she'll reward him. Hey guys, could this be what me and you're thinking? Could there be some barbarian action going on between them? However, what's on Bjorn's mind is coming back alive. In this game, barbarians aren't afraid of death. They don't care about dying. So Bjorn asks her if she's also afraid of death. She thinks for a moment, asking isn't obvious. Of course, she's afraid, but they are natural-born warriors. Tough luck if you don't know how to fight. This makes him realize he has to enter the labyrinth. That's it. They'll meet inside the labyrinth, or they won't. But as a barbarian, He's learned to overcome fear, and now he's walking towards the inside of the labyrinth. Alright guys, you've entered the first floor, Crystal Incorporated. Oh, I'll tell you, Bjorn isn't a crybaby. Well, he's a man of few words. Now, inside the labyrinth, he can't see a thing. When we talk about dungeons and stones, Bjorn is a veteran, meaning he knows there should be crystals on the walls, at least to light up part of the path. So he realizes he's been sent straight to the dark dungeon. This is something he's never encountered in his 9 years of playing. So he starts walking, feeling the walls. He moves slowly, leaning against the wall. Just when he thinks he's going too slow, he falls into a bear trap. That must have hurt. He almost bit himself from the pain. But he has to stay quiet because enemies might be nearby. And guess what? Bjorn's guess is right. Look at that little goblin lurking there. The worst part is they're cunning. They'll only attack you when you're weak enough. Bjorn starts dismantling the trap, complaining that they should provide leather shoes. Not sandals, but he was angry at himself for complaining, all the while goading them to attack him. This is what he wanted. He stood up, even though he couldn't feel his legs from the trap's poison. He grew angrier, calling out to the goblins for a fight. In fact, he started to become desperate, insulting the goblins. Worst of all, at that moment, Bjorn heard the creature's footsteps. This made him realize that insulting the creature actually worked, so he decided to pretend to run away. He walked, the creature walked. He stopped, the creature stopped. Seeing this, Bjorn decided to change plans. He really fell, just to trick the goblin. The creature stayed there, watching from afar. Is he really dead? Bjorn wondered what the creature would do. You see, the rogue started throwing stones at Bjorn's head to see if he was still alive. Apparently this had already completely unnerved our barbarian. And I think this stone-throwing goblin was smarter than the other barbarians trying to find their way through the labyrinth until the goblin got closer. Bjorn made a big mistake. He missed his strike. Worse, he saw the goblin laughing and mocking him. Then his blood boiled. His body even started moving on its own. He hit the goblin. That must have completely blown the poor goblin away. Guys, this is the true power of a barbarian, completely insane. The goblin had been lifeless for a while now. But with bloodshot eyes, he continued to pummel the goblin. By defeating this goblin, he gained +1 XP. Slowly, the small creature's body began to disappear, just like in the game, leaving behind only a small crystal. This is used as currency in dungeons and stones. It's a level 9 magic gem. Its price is exactly the price of a loaf of bread. Now, clearer than ever. This was a real world with dungeons and monsters, a world with familiar landscapes, and different game races, all things he knew very well. This was the game he had played for 9 years. But if this was his new reality, he would only find out by dying. And with this blood trail, it didn't seem far off from happening. I have to admit, this is what Chapter 4 of this work is like. The guy crawling around, covered in ketchup. He must have dragged himself for about 10 miles. I know at one point he even saw the light at the end of the cave and started going crazy on his own, probably from the loss of ketchup. Guys, when he was about to give up, he found a group of people. Actually, they also found him. At this point, Bjorn was practically dying from blood loss. When his health dropped below 2%, he gained a permanent sanity point. So Bjorn was there trying to speak, but couldn't because he was all messed up and the other person was wondering if he was a newbie. But it didn't make sense for a newbie to get there before them. Bjorn started to get angry. He wanted to lash out, to hit those who were helping him, but Bjorn somehow maintained his composure. He even managed a weak smile, though inwardly he turned to the apparent leader and asked if someone named Urson could heal him. A priest in the party. Bjorn thought, salvation at last. But then, damn it all, Urson refused. The man who seemed to be in charge said he'd anticipated this. He turned to another member of the group, asking for a potion. This one, he explained, had plenty. The other man simply asked if he still had divine power left. He replied that they could sell the use of that power outside the labyrinth and offered Bjorn a potion instead. Here, he warned Bjorn that it would hurt since it wasn't divine power. Bjorn, desperate, just wanted the potion before he died. The man poured the potion onto Bjorn's mangled foot. The healing effect was immediate, flesh knitting itself back together at a terrifying pace. Agony ripped through Bjorn, and he screamed. The pain subsided quickly, leaving Bjorn's foot whole and healthy. He could even stand, but it was clear this wasn't charity. The man wanted to know how a newbie like Bjorn had ended up alone down here. Had he stumbled upon a secret passage? Bjorn had no idea. He'd simply appeared in the dungeon. The man, a paladin, mentioned reading about something like this in a book. It only happened once every 100 years, he said. Bjorn realized just how unlucky he was. After gathering all the information, the paladin declared that Bjorn didn't owe him anything for the potion. Time was money in the labyrinth, he explained. Bjorn found it odd that they'd spent so much time on him. Glad to be alive, Bjorn watched them head back the way he'd come. A trail of blood marked his agonizing crawl. The man with the potion remarked on Bjorn's luck. The blonde-haired man, the leader, said he'd been through this at the start of the game. Lucky, the woman agreed, adding that the red-haired man hadn't wanted to use a potion. So it was the blonde leader who had saved him. He didn't deny it, but pointed out that the female priest had agreed. Tension thickened the air. After a few barbed words, they began to question how far Bjorn's blood trail actually stretched. An archer in the group voiced doubts about Bjorn's supposed luck. They pressed on until they stopped abruptly. Before them shimmered a portal to the second floor of the labyrinth. Excitement rippled through the group. As they moved to enter, the woman stopped them. She pointed back. Weren't those the barbarian's sandals back there? The old man, brimming with a sudden, terrible understanding, cast a spell of light back along the path they had taken. The blood trail continued, stark and undeniable. Stunned silence fell over the group. The old man asked the blonde leader how far they'd traveled since finding the barbarian. 10 miles, the leader said, aghast. The horrifying realization dawned on them. If Bjorn had crawled that far alone, he was a monster. The red-haired man shuddered, imagining himself in that hellish crawl. Could he have endured it? He remembered seeing the barbarian, Bjorn, extend his right hand, revealing a magic gem. So, even while crawling for what seemed like an eternity, unsure if he would live, Bjorn never relinquished his bargaining chip. He wanted to survive. He had no other choice. The red-haired man instantly revised his opinion of the barbarian, even asking his name. Most people probably dismissed barbarians as mindless brutes obsessed with slaughter. But this one was different. Back to Bjorn, he had slaughtered the goblins. He tore through those creatures with nothing but his shield and fists. He'd learned their patterns, setting traps along his path. Even when they came from behind, Bjorn would spin, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. There was just one problem: he was starving. The chieftain had given him a bag of food, but it had been torn in his arduous journey. Dragging himself across the dungeon floor hadn't been good for its preservation. Having lost 5 of his 7 loaves, he began to consider rationing. What remained? Well, the boy had a rather robust appetite. He devoured the remaining bread, declaring it delicious. But now he was thirsty. Where in this forsaken dungeon was he going to find water? This damn game never used to require hydration. But now it was real life, and the game had just gotten harder, hadn't it? He stood, anger rising, and began to search. After a while, he reasoned that if the chieftain hadn't given him water, there must be a way to obtain it. Then he heard it, the sound of trickling water just ahead, and the sight of someone drinking from it around the corner. He approached, but the figure stood, picking up something. Then he paused, counting his crystals. Over 40. For someone left for dead out there, he was doing considerably better now, wasn't he? But a new problem presented itself: fatigue. He needed sleep. There were currently 2 ways to sleep in the dungeon. The first was to simply lie down and leave your fate to the gods. The second was more efficient. Hey guys, let's be companions. Yes, Bjorn hadn't expected everyone to refuse, which, predictably, angered him again, though anything seemed to anger the man these days. Then, suddenly, someone called out to him. A grinning fellow named Hans asked if he was truly looking for a night companion. He explained it was for mutual protection while sleeping. I accept your offer. I am Bjorn, son of Yandel. The man clasped his hand with a romantic flourish, adding that it would be better with 3, and blushing, asked if it was really just the 2 of them. Bjorn already wanted to tear him limb from limb, but he restrained himself. He needed this night companion. After a game of rock, paper, scissors, which Hans won, he was the first to sleep. Bjorn, as usual, was angry, but this time it was with his own bad luck. Here, take this. It's called a watch. Wake me up when the hand gets here. Understand? Or do you need me to explain it again? Want a drawing? Do you really think I'm that stupid? Yeah, it's normal for people to have that impression of barbarians. Yes, the guy really did sleep like a rock. Bjorn pondered whether he should ask to borrow the man's sleeping bag. He also hoped no goblins would show up. Time passed, and finally he woke Hans. He thanked him for the excellent work and said it was now his turn to sleep for 2 hours. But Bjorn couldn't sleep. How could he trust this man he'd just met? So Bjorn started to fake snores. Exhausted as he was, he wondered if the man would betray him. He even turned his back, feigning ignorance, giving the man a chance, just waiting for the lunatic to attack. But the man did nothing. It was his turn to keep watch again. Bjorn hadn't slept a wink. He was starting to lose his mind, wondering why the man hadn't done anything. Then he started to regret not sleeping, telling himself he needed to earn the man's trust, until slowly he drifted off. He was jolted awake by the man yelling. They just stared at each other. I didn't sleep a wink, you know. Well, before we talk, why don't you clean your mouth? Ah, Sully, mun. Bjorn told him he could sleep some more if he wanted. He would continue to keep watch. But the man cheerfully declined, saying he was fine to sleep and Bjorn could handle it. Bjorn thanked him. Hans maintained a sly grin. Bjorn realized it. This guy had a good image. He offered to help, didn't blame him for sleeping, and even refused to switch shifts when Bjorn messed up in the Dungeon Rock game. He knew good guys like this simply didn't exist. He opened his eyes. The man asked if he was awake, a massive hammer in his hand. He asked Bjorn if he wanted to sleep some more. If Bjorn hadn't dodged, he would have been crushed. He even jumped away. The man couldn't believe he dodged. I guess he enraged someone who wasn't quite right in the head already. Someone might die in this mess. Bjorn walked towards him, filled with rage. The man told him to wait. Then he slammed his shield into the man, cracking his head. He kept begging him to stop. He could explain, but as far as Bjorn was concerned, unlike the goblin, this guy hadn't gone down with one hit. So he hit him again. The man flew several meters and started crawling, just like Bjorn had at the beginning of the story. But let me tell you, Bjorn was a little unhinged this time. The man kept apologizing. Bjorn just wanted to know why he did it. The man said he was going to knock him unconscious and steal the magic gem. Then he started talking about taking the shield and equipment because it would fetch a good price. Is that all? Yeah, now let me go. I don't think that's possible, man. This was Bjorn's last chance to offer the man a way out, to tell the truth. Terrified, the man blurted out that he wanted Bjorn's heart. The barbarian was confused, not quite understanding, but the man explained that a barbarian's heart was worth a fortune. Apparently, they were used as a component in magical artifacts. So, to this guy, Bjorn was like a goblin. If he could hunt him down, it would be a worthwhile prize. But Bjorn wondered why he was only acting now and not while he was sleeping. The reason, the man stammered, was that he needed to sleep too. Now that I've told you everything, will you let me go? Bjorn knew there would be more like this one. Would he let them all go? The man started to plead, saying he wasn't like the others, but Bjorn simply raised his shield. This was the first person to die by his hand. He'd only been in this new world for a day, and he'd already killed someone. Achievement unlocked. First kill plus 1 permanent mentality. Following this, the character equipped the shoulder pads, increasing item level by plus 13. Then he equipped the backpack, expanding inventory space, and equipped the hammer, increasing item level by plus 30. He also put on the boots. In short, he equipped all of Hans's belongings. Our brother Hans. See, I told you that guy was a real bro. He gave our barbarian a bunch of cool items. Let's thank him. Thanks, Hans, you true friend. Thanks to him, Bjorn stepped out of the primal darkness. Now he had water, potions, and even a watch to tell the time. This was the current state of our barbarian. Now he was just going around smashing goblins. That big hammer was really useful here. Around the second day, the goblins started appearing in droves. Nothing he couldn't handle, but there was a problem, and it wasn't the goblins. He was killing them easily enough. The problem, again, was sleeping. He'd even lean against a wall to relax for a bit. But at that very moment, goblins would always appear thinking he was asleep. This was already making him angry. He hadn't even rested for 10 minutes, he grumbled. Then he'd wipe them all out. After clearing the area, he'd say he was going to take a quick nap. But out of nowhere, a system message popped up saying he was attacked by goblins while sleeping. There really was a chubby little goblin stabbing him in the chest. He jolted awake and swatted the chubby goblin away. Another goblin, seeing his friend fly, passed him at what felt like 80 kilometers per hour. Noticed Bjorn was a bit upset about being stabbed and ran away. Only a fool would stick around. Now dealing with the stab wound was a problem. Bjorn thought he would wake up before getting stabbed, but now he had to deal with the wound. The barbarian muttered that the potion hurt more than the stabbing itself. It didn't make any sense. 14 hours after killing Hans, he was looking for a night partner, just like Hans had suggested earlier. Now he knew the value of his heart, and unlike the previous days, everyone wanted him on their team. Maybe it was because he was cleaner now, he didn't know, but every passerby was extending an invitation. However, today he refused, saying he would only join his own kind. These barbarians, after traversing the dungeon for a while, he no longer considered himself human. He spotted an elf sitting in a corner, staring at him, terrified. Of course, according to the system, Bjorn, finding a wounded elf, the first thing he did was ask if she was hurt. This made her even more wary, and upon closer inspection, he noticed an arrow protruding from her abdomen. And it wasn't the goblin's doing. He automatically asked if she'd been hurt by humans, approaching the girl as he spoke. She simply knelt and began begging for forgiveness. Bjorn was utterly bewildered by this. She pleaded with him, just this once, to spare her. She had a little brother to take care of back home, she insisted. Bjorn was completely lost. Elves weren't normally like this. In the game, they were usually aloof. All of this made him try to clear up the misunderstanding. With a hint of a smile, "Don't worry, my dear elf, I have no intention of killing you." The elf was shocked. She kept saying she knew he was a barbarian, but did he really have to do this? Couldn't he just let her go this once? Now, Bjorn was starting to get annoyed. He questioned why she was so afraid. Then, he simply tossed her some healing items, saying they'd talk later. The items were the healing herbs Bjorn had taken from his old companion, Hans. "Why are you giving me this? Do you need a reason to help? I'll protect you, so take care of your wounds." Of course, he had a reason for helping her. He needed a companion for the night. Gotta say something? That's a big wound there, right? Man, I think I've never seen a wound this big. But she wasn't in good shape at all, aside from being sleep-deprived and badly wounded. Her appearance was fine. For her, finding a night companion was probably worse than it was for him. "I'm someone's barbarian son, city folk." Now Bjorn wanted to know why she was so scared of him. She said it was because she was an elf and he was a barbarian. But what does that have to do with anything? She said they were mortal enemies. This was different from the game, as it wasn't mentioned in the game. She quickly regretted saying that. The war had actually ended 10 years ago, and she didn't have anything against barbarians. In short, she just didn't want to fight him. He understood. He didn't actually know everything about this world. Hearing that he didn't want any trouble either, she became quite happy. But what he really wanted was for her to be his companion for the night. He was tired, and she must have been tired too, so why not cooperate? He thought for a moment, and remembered that barbarians valued their honor above all else. So she asked him to swear on his warrior's honor that he wouldn't do anything to her. As usual, this started to annoy him, but she said she would swear too. So he accepted, but he had to make one thing clear first. He wasn't a lord, he was just Bjorn. Of course, she had no idea this giant barbarian named Bjorn was only 20 years old. "I, Bjorn, by my warrior's honor, the son of Owen swore," though Bjorn had already forgotten his name. "By the name of my family, for Tesh's Nasi, Owen, I swear it." So, at least for tonight, a pact of non-aggression was finally formed. He said he would sleep first, so she might feel safer. She said things were different now, but this time it was all right. He gave her the watch, just telling her to be careful with it, as it was expensive. He lay down, thinking he would feign snoring and sleep for 10 minutes or so, just to be safe, but he woke with a start, drooling as usual. He asked how long he'd been asleep, and she said 2 hours. He claimed it was because of the sleeping bag and blanket left behind by their friend, Hans. Now he felt obligated to lend it to her as well. She was overjoyed at this and finally slept soundly. She must have been as tired as our barbarian. For him, it felt like weeks had passed in the game, but he had only been here for 3 days. It made him wonder what was happening to his body in the real world. Well, as far as we know, it was sucked into the monitor, but the main character didn't know that. When he checked his watch, there were only 10 minutes left to wake Sleeping Beauty, and only then did he start to worry. What was he going to do with her? Join her, share everything he had acquired on day 3. The game had started sending groups of goblins, not single ones. He figured he could handle 4 goblins easily, but the question now was safe sleep or more magic stones. The question remained sleep. Then he suddenly noticed 2 people walking towards him. They were already whispering, "Is that the elf we're looking for?" The other one said yes. "That's her." The blonde man walked up to him and asked him what his relationship was with the elf. He was a bit grumpy, but still friendly, saying they were companions for the night. However, when the blonde man asked when he would leave and leave her alone, he became completely enraged, saying he wouldn't even answer. This made the guys flinch, but he said he understood and told them to leave. Did he understand? He was about to get chopped. The barbarian understood she was being sought after and it was time to wake her up. But she was cunning, asking him to wait 5 more minutes while pulling the blanket. You know who was getting nervous? He called her again, and she just groaned. This made him realize she was faking sleep before. The blanket was loose, and now she was holding it. Suddenly, she felt a tug, and the main character pulled her up, making her sit down. Like a child, this guy really was a barbarian. He wanted to know right away why she was pretending to sleep, and she sadly said that if she got up, he would ditch her, leave her. This was strange in the main character's eyes, strange that she was worried about this. So he figured that when she opened her eyes, their deal was over. However, before that, he asked her what her relationship was with those 2 men, and she asserted that there was absolutely nothing. It didn't make sense to her how they recognized her. She figured they were from the same clan as the man who tried to hurt her. At least the symbol on their clothes was from a clan called the Crystal Alliance. Bjorn knew it was dangerous to get involved with her, considering an entire clan was hunting her down. But looking at her, he knew she was only around 20, just like him. He told her to follow him so they could talk while they walked. Go, protagonist. I want the beautiful elf to join the party. She asked him if he would help her, but he said he wanted to hear the whole story first. First, he was agitated. Now he's listening to her story. She met the man on her first day in the dungeon. They became companions for the night. However, she felt something strange and eventually opened her eyes. What she saw was the man approaching her with his hand in a strange place, telling her she should sleep some more. She later discovered that this guy was a manager for a clan that did business on the first floor. As for me, I need to start making a list of people the protagonist has to kill in this story. Currently, I only have 2 names on my list. At the top is this despicable villain who assaulted the elf. Second on the list is that wretched priest who didn't heal the protagonist. Now, let's leave the list like that for now. Back to the elf. She said she managed to escape that day, but his clan has been hunting her ever since. That's why she has an arrow wound in her abdomen. Now, Bjorn wanted to know how they were tracking her. It seems they use communication stones to continue their pursuit. Communication stones are mystical devices that allow communication after being synchronized before use. Their range is about 300 meters, like a walkie-talkie. He realized that if he left her alone, she would be caught. But she didn't seem to have done anything wrong. Why were they so insistent? Just to silence her. She said it wasn't like that. Blushing, she said that when she first ran away, she threw her knife, and it seemed to have hit a terrible place. A terrible place. If you mean there, I've heard things got pretty bad. He couldn't even put it back with a potion. Yeah, that's reason enough for them to hunt you down. She shyly apologized for it, but it was just retribution for that guy, right? Suddenly, she felt a strange sensation and told Bjorn not to look back. They were being followed. There was a group behind them 150 leader units away. Bjorn was impressed by her precision. It must be an elf's passive skill. He said they would pick up the pace and asked if she was all right. She said she was fine, but he knew her wound had reopened. However, she didn't complain. This tough little elf, I don't like it. I love it. But even though they increased their speed, the distance between them wasn't decreasing. So Bjorn started to think of a plan. She noticed he was contemplative and asked if he was all right, but he just asked her what she was good at. She proudly declared that she was good at laundry and cleaning the house, which cooled the barbarian strategic atmosphere. I'm talking about combat, crazy girl. She said she was skilled with a bow and imbued her arrows with spirit fire magic. Bjorn realized this was a rare elemental affinity, but he needed to know if she'd ever killed before. She hadn't, but claimed she could if necessary. Bjorn said he understood and asked if she would be his companion. We'll leave this labyrinth, but then I'll get the reward. And what about me? I get nothing. Fine, then I'll take 9 parts and you take 1. I won't accept any complaints. Surprisingly, she agreed to the deal. Now only 100 meters from their pursuers, Bjorn decided to change the plan. They would take a detour, and he asked Tesha to summon her fire spirit. She did, of course. Bjorn hadn't expected to return to this place. The spirit warned that the enemy was getting closer, and Bjorn told Tesha to dismiss the summon. Suddenly, their pursuers became visible. Bjorn knew these men possessed excellent tracking skills to have followed them into the darkness. So he called to Tesha, telling her to take the shot and eliminate the enemy. She drew her bow, assuming a graceful archer's stance, her eyes cold as. She loosed her arrow. It struck the lead pursuer squarely in the head. She believed she had just made her first kill. Bjorn praised her, saying that if she had hesitated, they might be in danger now. Now approaching the body, someone called out, "Serdin, can you hear me?" Serdin, Serdin, respond. Damn it, we've lost contact with Serdin. He was chasing the girl and the barbarian. All who hear this message, converge on the Goblin District now. The man Bjorn and Tesha had killed was named Serdin. After checking Serdin's belongings, Bjorn found 2 daggers, a pouch of magic crystals, and a potion vial on his belt. As for Serdin's clothes, Tesha was now wearing them. Bjorn commented that she looked much better now. She showed him how to use the stone-shaped communication device, pressing a button on its side. Repeat, repeat. Serdin is no longer bound. He was hunting the elf and has been defeated. They are in the Goblin District. She's with a barbarian carrying a large hammer. The bounty is 10,000 gold coins. The elf girl was in shock, but Bjorn told her not to worry and to summon her spirit, as they would be traveling through the darkness. Now, they were headed directly for the 2nd floor of the dungeon. After a while, she called a mister and asked if they were really going to the 2nd floor. He said yes, and she asked if he knew that the 2nd floor was much more difficult than the 1st. He assured her that he knew and that there wouldn't be any problems, as they were a good combination, which made her slightly embarrassed. Indeed, a tank and a range damage dealer had always been a good combination. However, she was still hesitant to go until the communication device crackled to life again, the voice saying that if they captured the owl, they would allow him to keep her instead of the 10,000 gold coins. Hearing this, she quickly agreed, stating that she would go to the 2nd floor with the big guy. Bjorn, of course, hadn't wanted her to hear that, but it saved him the trouble of persuading her to go. According to him, he always enjoyed helping those in need, especially if he could dish out some punishment to scumbags in the process. Nothing brought him more joy than helping someone while simultaneously crushing the trash. In other words, there was no reason not to help. They walked and talked, Tesha asking if he knew the way. Bjorn replied that he wasn't entirely sure, but if they headed north, they'd reach their destination. Of course, he knew this because he played the game countless times, right? Then, Tesha suddenly warned him to wait, as there was a goblin trap ahead. Apparently, she would take care of it. The goblins seized the opportunity to attack from behind. Tesha dodged the first one, then landed an arrow squarely in the head of another. Another goblin charged, but she was already sprinting behind him at full speed. He went down, too. Man, this woman was skilled. She asked cheerfully how she'd done for the big guy. Bjorn praised her, saying she was even better than he'd expected. Then, she handed him the magic crystals, saying that as agreed, he'd take 9 and she'd keep 1. She excitedly mentioned that if they kept making this kind of progress, she'd be able to earn enough to get her little brother a gift. Bjorn, slightly bewildered, agreed and told her to keep up the good work. Suddenly, the broadcast blared again, announcing that the bounty on Tesha had been increased to 20,000 gold coins, dead or alive. However, as usual, Bjorn reassured her, saying they wouldn't be hunted in the darkness. Another problem arose, this time ghouls. Well, not exactly. More like undead. Tesha asked if she should fight them, but Bjorn said they'd fight together this time. In Dungeons and Stones, you got more rewards the first time you defeated a particular type of monster. In other words, the more variety of monsters you killed, the faster you leveled up. This was a real opportunity for them. Bjorn charged forward, smashing the undead, and those that came from behind were easily picked off by Tesha's arrows. Having a reliable companion in the party made this child's play. They defeated the ghouls and continued north until they finally reached the 3rd day. Along the way, he discovered something. They found traces of blood, and according to Tesha, it wasn't goblin blood. Now, whose blood could it be? Someone had nearly lost a foot here, even leaving a sandal behind. This was where Bjorn, the barbarian, had initially spawned. He walked into the dungeon, and just beyond that spot was the portal to the 2nd floor. Remembering how he'd nearly died because of it, he was furious. He slammed his hammer on the ground, cursing profusely. Tesha, startled, began to apologize, thinking she had done something wrong. He, as usual, was frustrated with his bad luck. If he'd just gone the other way when he'd spawned, he'd already be on the 2nd floor. Meanwhile, the elf was tearing up, thinking it was her fault. He told her not to worry, it wasn't her fault. Only then did she understand the situation, sympathizing with what he'd been through. To his surprise, she actually grasped what had happened there. However, she said she was sure they went to heaven, his friends, meaning she didn't understand anything. But that was okay, life goes on. So, it was finally time to enter the portal to the 2nd floor. They had arrived on the 2nd floor, the Goblin Forest. They fell from the sky, crashing to the ground, now located in the northern region of the Goblin Forest. There seemed to be no creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the starlight, it was well lit. Owen asked her why she had never heard of a forest on the 2nd floor, and Bjorn explained that the 1st floor had 4 portals, one leading to the Goblin Forest in the north, one to the Beast Lair in the east, one to the land of the undead in the west, and the last portal in the south led to the dark Loki Mountains. Of all the places, where they landed was the least bad. Bjorn asked Tesha if she knew how to return to the city later, how to leave the dungeon. She said that after a certain amount of time, everyone would be automatically pulled out of the dungeon, straight back to the city, specifically to the first floor. The time was after 168 hours, and on the second floor, it was after 240 hours that they would be pulled to the city. Bjorn decided that when it got close to 168 hours on the first floor, they would return there and teleport, so the clan hunting her wouldn't see them again. Now, let's explore the area near the portal. The elf girl walked ahead, leading the way and pointing out traps. Bjorn said he didn't see anything but leaves and stones, but she threw a rock, and there was the trap. Tesha asked if she did well, and the barbarian just said she did her job. After some time scouting, they realized that even with many traps, there were no goblins nearby. They continued to explore. The problem with the second floor was that the goblins here tended to move in groups of 12, and there were also mutated goblins, warriors, and archers. So Bjorn planned to clear the traps and expand the exploration area, always staying close to the portal, because if anything happened, they could run inside. They slowly continued to do so until she sensed movement again. This time, it was a group of goblins, seemingly more than 10, and they were at least 50 meters away. Bjorn asked how close they could get without being detected, and she, without the sledgehammer, could get about 30 meters closer alone. It made sense, right? Imagine Bjorn trying to hide in the bushes. You, mate, looked like a truck, while the elf girl could walk quietly without making a sound. Finally, she spotted the group of goblins and signaled to Bjorn that she saw them. Knocking an arrow, she fired with all her might. This time, Bjorn didn't even see if she hit the target, so he rushed in front of her, telling her to stay behind him. He walked straight towards the green-skinned monsters, starting to feel that he wasn't intimidated. Even facing so many enemies, guys, on the contrary, he felt his body wanting to move on its own. The warrior's heart within him yearned for battle, and he brought his great hammer crashing down upon the goblin. The creature practically rocketed off like it was headed for Mars, reaching Elon Musk before Bjorn even registered what had happened. Suffice it to say, he was on a roll. Block, swing, but then a sudden flicker of danger. A goblin nearly grazed his face. A second later, and he would have lost his head. Of course, the goblins gave Bjorn no respite. If he were alone, he would have certainly limped away with at least a few injuries. But that was if he were alone. Tesha, their elven companion, provided support from afar. Thanks to this, Bjorn could truly unleash himself on the battlefield. You defeated a goblin warrior. Experience gained, 1. Bjorn ended up with 11 magic crystals after defeating that first group of goblins. Considering it took him an entire day on the first floor to earn 44, this was a pretty good haul. He ended up giving Tesha 2 crystals instead of 1, as he would keep the more valuable goblin warrior crystals for himself. They continued their exploration, and as they began to cover a radius of more than 3 kilometers, goblin groups began appearing every 5 minutes, now including archers with cloaking abilities. Things were about to get wild. The goblins began attacking them in full force. Of course, they all met the business end of his hammer. Bjorn was on a rampage, but he had already wandered into the sights of a goblin archer. Had Bjorn let his guard down, the arrow nearly struck him, but he dodged at the last moment. Now fully aware of the threat, he pinpointed the archer's location. You defeated a goblin archer. Experience gained, 1. After roughly 15 hours of roaming, they decided to rest. Bjorn told Tesha she could sleep first this time. She, of course, had already requested the sleeping bag and blanket. So, after stowing her weapons, she drifted off to sleep, likely feeling safer with Bjorn nearby. Now, having hunted for over 15 hours, they had amassed quite a few rewards. They had also encountered other groups so far as they expanded their exploration area. These groups always consisted of more than 3 people, and some even included species from another world. They had simply passed each other by, but Bjorn didn't particularly enjoy seeing other people. Other adventurers were more frightening than the dungeon monsters themselves, especially now that he had reason to be wary. Now, on their 4th day in the dungeon, they fought again, rested on the 5th, and encountered others on the 6th. Finally, the 7th day arrived, the day to leave this labyrinth. 2 hours and 47 minutes remained until the first floor closed. Bjorn gave the order to start heading back towards the portal so they wouldn't be late. Tesha warned of new traps along the way. likely due to the respawning goblins. She also mentioned another group of goblins 70 meters away. Bjorn immediately decided they would fight again. Bjorn was a juggernaut, a one-man army tearing through the goblins. 8 common goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors, 12 in all, were no match for his fury. He carved a path through the goblin ranks, felling the warriors as he went, shouting to Tesha to pursue the archers. He mused that his attacks felt stronger than ever, honed by the countless battles they'd faced together. The same held true for Tesha. She now possessed an uncanny instinct for when and where to loose her arrows. She seemed to have found her rhythm in the chaos. He'd been wary of the 2 goblin archers she'd mentioned, but so far, no arrows had come their way. He praised her skill, but a part of him still wondered if she'd taken them down already, just to put his mind at ease. Tesha remained silent on the matter of the archers, unsure if she'd truly eliminated the second one. Bjorn appreciated her caution. Ambiguous information could be more dangerous than none at all. It made him proud. Suddenly, Tesha noticed something different about one of the fallen goblin archers. It was in essence the very core of a goblin archer's being. Bjorn recognized its significance immediately. He'd researched essences. They were a rare and powerful component of the game's skill system. Essences granted both passive and active skills, along with mutable attributes. However, the number of essences one could absorb was limited, making the choice of which to absorb a crucial decision for any adventurer. The drop rate for an essence was practically 0. Bjorn felt a pang of frustration. He knew he'd never be lucky enough to find one himself. Tesha, ever inquisitive, wondered if absorbing a goblin essence would turn someone into a goblin. Bjorn reassured her that wasn't the case. It simply granted some of the goblins' abilities. He recalled the man who had tracked them on the first floor. He'd absorbed a null essence, granting him the ability to track them by scent. Bjorn insisted Tesha keep the essence. He already knew which one he wanted when his time came. He couldn't afford to waste his single opportunity on a random essence. Bjorn told her it was fine, but she had to promise him one thing: secrecy. It was something he'd meant to discuss back on the first floor. Before he could finish, a group of adventurers approached, ordering them to freeze. The leader immediately began to bluster, demanding to know what they were doing. Tesha started to explain about their hunting, but Bjorn, all 5 meters of him, warned her not to answer. He grabbed her by the shoulder and propelled her towards the essence, merging her with it. The other adventurers, witnessing this, erupted in a mixture of despair and rage, shouting that the essence was theirs. Once Tesha was back by his side, Bjorn challenged them, inviting them to come and fight if they thought they could take him. He roared, asking if they could hear him, his hammer itching to crush them. Then, they sprinted towards the portal. They weren't running from the other adventurers, not exactly. Bjorn was leading them on a chase. He deduced that the other adventurers also intended to use the portal to return to the city on the first floor. A confrontation was inevitable. Best to avoid it for now, if possible. Tesha warned him of another group of goblins ahead. 50 meters away, Bjorn decided to avoid them this time, but it seemed their presence had already been noticed. At the last moment, he decided they should go in the opposite direction, and she acknowledged this just as an arrow whizzed towards her face. Luckily, at the very last second, Bjorn yanked her back with all his might. It seemed this arrow hadn't come from a goblin. Bjorn said, based on his understanding, that it was likely fired by those adventurers they'd encountered earlier, the ones they'd dubbed the goblins, who must have been lying in wait. He told Tesha to use her power because they were going to have to fight. She looked confused, but he explained that all essences granted special abilities, and the one she'd absorbed earlier belonged to a goblin archer. It had actually boosted all of her stats and granted her a passive and an active skill. The passive skill was Poison Arrow, which added poison damage to her bow attacks. The active skill was Rogue's Pace, allowing the user to become invisible. This, of course, impressed Bjorn. She could activate it without even saying a word. It was simply a matter of will. He handed her the bag of crystals to hold, explaining that he would handle the goblins while she dealt with the human archers behind them. She was hesitant, but he insisted they didn't have time. He told her to stay hidden until he gave a signal to take out the human archers. Bjorn charged towards the goblins, launching into an attack, battling several at once. He defended and attacked with furious speed until finally the archers began firing again. That momentary lapse in attention was all it took for a goblin to strike Bjorn from behind. He spun around, felling the goblin with a single blow. Dealing with the goblins in front of him was now becoming complicated, and still there was no support from Tesha. Injuries accumulated, and fatigue began to set in, until he felt two arrows flying towards him simultaneously. One from a goblin archer, the other from the man with the crossbow. He knew it was impossible to block both. So at the last moment, he decided to block the crossbow bolt in a rather impressive manner, it had to be said. This left him exposed to the goblin's arrow, which struck him in the elbow. He felt the poison immediately. His arm began to go numb. He had to choose between his shield and hammer, and removing the arrow. He chose to keep his shield. With a shield, he could still defend and attack, protecting himself from the humans. He became enraged, as he always did. The goblins, terrified, began to flee. He knew he didn't need to pursue them now, especially since he had other business to attend to. The adventurers were already commenting on how impressed they were that he'd taken on all the goblins alone. Of course, when they insulted Tesha, Bjorn knew it was them. He languidly challenged them to attack. They were impressed by his remaining energy after facing all those goblins. Even so, one of them tried to bargain, saying that since the barbarian was injured, he'd let him go if he revealed the elf's location. This made Bjorn laugh, which in turn made those men call him crazy for laughing in such a situation. Then their leader ordered them not to let their guard down, to think of it as hunting a huge monster. However, now that one of his arms was useless, it was time for the signal, a signal that even the people of this world could understand. He suddenly appeared out of nowhere, charging straight at the leader of the group, slamming his shield hard against the man's sword, which quickly made the man call out to his companions. The old warrior slashed down hard, forcing the shield aside. But Bjorn went all out, the problem being that he was now surrounded. Just as he was starting to wonder if Owen had lost to that crossbowman, an arrow came flying with force. But no one there knew who had shot it. They only knew that it was coming straight for him. Since the group's tank had blocked the arrow, and it was aimed at the leader, it must have been Tesha who shot it. The tank quickly started shouting for them to attack. The barbarian, because he would be responsible for dealing with the arrows, and that guy was indeed defending, while the other two attacked Bjorn from the sides. The leader hit the shield from the front, while the warrior came from behind. Bjorn quickly made a decision, sacrificing his useless arm for a beautiful blow to the leader's head. What a beautiful blow it was for those guys, my friends. Even the gap-toothed one started complaining that he was a monster. Bjorn quickly turned around, managing to dodge the warrior's next blow. He put some distance between them until something surprised him. The old warrior's arrow. The tank ended up blocking it. However, this time it was a fire arrow as it carried a fire sprite. This forced the tank to drop his shield, and in the next scene, he already had an arrow in his shoulder. Now the shield hesitated, and another one was hit by an arrow. The leader understood that if he stayed there, things would go badly for him, so he ran away, saying he would deal with Tesha. The warriors started attacking even more fiercely, telling Bjorn to give up. Bjorn gained some momentum and blocked the view with his shield when very close. He lowered his shield to extend his attack, hitting the warrior, but the rogue managed to dodge. However, he ended up hitting the tank behind him. Finding him, the guy flew out, spitting blood. The old man got angry and came back with another slash. But Bjorn was calm. He just didn't understand why this powerful warrior had joined such a group. So they started exchanging blows again. But this time it was a fair one-on-one, folks. Bjorn threw a shield at the old man's head, grabbed him by the collar, and pulled him close. He took a light bite out of the old man's neck, completely consumed by rage. And that's how Bjorn stood tall, while the other two had already gone to heaven. We have to admit, it was a truly barbaric act. Suddenly, we see Owen running towards Bjorn. Calling him sir, she asked if he was all right and quickly told him to drink a potion, all worried about Bjorn. After drinking the potion, Bjorn said his insides felt like a churning sea, every vein a pulsing fire, his skin burning and itching. After a moment, we see Tesha encouraging him, saying he could do it, but he just wanted to know the time. She told him it was 11:20, 10 minutes since he'd taken the potion, reminding him that they had only 40 minutes until the first floor closed. So he quickly ordered her to take off her clothes, leaving her utterly flustered, already starting to undress. Thinking he must have a reason, she was stopped when Bjorn clarified he didn't mean her clothes, but the clothes from the bodies of their fallen adversaries. Bjorn then told her to forget the clothes and just grab what they needed. She quickly snatched a crossbow from one of the corpses. With 26 minutes left until the portal closed, they ran as fast as they could. 8 minutes remained. They finally saw the portal. Only 50 seconds left. They plunged through as fast as they could. Of course, Bjorn ended up face-planting on the other side, while Tesha landed gracefully. As he fumed over his undignified arrival, she exclaimed excitedly about how much fun it all had been. She thanked him for the excellent work, and he returned the sentiment. She mentioned he could now tell her about the essence he'd mentioned earlier, but there wasn't much time to discuss it now, so they'd talk once they were out. With only 8 seconds left, he struggled to recall the name of the tavern. For seconds, his head felt like it was about to explode. At the last second, he blurted out the Black Whale. "I'll meet you there, on the other side." And with that, the labyrinth closed, and the characters were transported to Rafdonia, the starting city. Bjorn was finally back. He could see others returning as well. He just hadn't expected so many people. No matter how long you spent inside the labyrinth, it was always midday the next day when you emerged. You had to adjust your clock. Suddenly, a huge fellow started calling out to him. Bjorn remembered him. It was Carrick, Vanon's son. They exchanged greetings, and then Serum, Sinik's son, arrived as well. It was only a matter of time before more barbarians showed up, prompting a reaction from Bjorn similar to his own. Where had all these barbarians come from? Suddenly, these men started heading to the shop to count their crystals, betting on who had the most. Of course, they invited Bjorn to join the wager. The woman in charge of the counting announced a total of 41,498 crystals, impressing everyone. It was Bjorn's turn. The woman quickly began to count. Bjorn watched, impressed. When she announced the result, it was a staggering 182,413 crystals. A 9-to-1 ratio against the elf, easy. All the barbarians erupted in praise. He'd broken the shop's crystal record, especially considering he also had boots, a bag, and even a weapon, in addition to the mountain of crystals. They quickly began chanting his name. He beamed, even shouting that he was the best warrior, and then they hoisted him onto their shoulders, chanting Bjorn, 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 as they carried him aloft. As time wore on, Bjorn began to mingle with the other barbarians, until, from a distance, he spotted a familiar figure, their favorite elf, Owen. She chatted animatedly with a group of elves, a sight that stirred a pang of jealousy in Bjorn, surrounded as he was by a throng of hulking barbarians. Catching his eye, Owen offered a subtle wave. He tried to keep his acknowledgement discreet, hoping for a rendezvous later that evening. She seemed to confirm his unspoken plan with a slight nod. But then, as if from nowhere, another elf appeared beside Owen and asked if she knew the barbarian. Quick as a flash, she denied any acquaintance. Over on the barbarian's side, Bjorn mirrored her denial, feigning ignorance. The inquisitive elf scoffed, declaring that the greatest warrior who ever lived couldn't possibly be friendly with those cowardly, pointy-eared folk. This, predictably, ruffled the feathers of another nearby elf. Bjorn knew this wouldn't end well. A brawl between muscle-bound barbarians and graceful elves was about to erupt right before his eyes. Some time later, after the dust had settled, he walked through the city, witnessing scenes of reunion unfolding all around him. Brothers embraced, fathers and sons were reunited, but some, he noticed, had not returned. Similar scenes played out everywhere. Witnessing it firsthand carried a weight that a 2D game could never convey. Now was the time for celebration. The barbarians guzzled beer, tankard after tankard. Even the women joined in the revelry. Some of the men even downed 2 mugs at a time. This spectacle gave Bjorn pause. He'd joined them hoping to learn something from these seasoned warriors, but they seemed intent on nothing more than mindless drinking. Disgusted, he rose abruptly, announcing his imminent departure. Every barbarian in the tavern turned to him, questioning his sudden decision. In the end, however, they simply wished their champion well. Walking away, Bjorn noted the pervasive peace of the city, a place where even different races mingled freely. He purchased some new clothes and found a small inn where he could bathe. Perhaps, he mused, settling in this peaceful city wouldn't be so bad after all. Freshly bathed, the massive barbarian stretched out on the inn's bed, clad only in his undergarments. He was a truly imposing figure, his feet dangling over the edge of the mattress. There was no denying it. The man was a giant. One could only wonder if even an elf could resist such a force. His head resting on the pillow, thoughts of home drifted through his mind. But he'd best rise soon. There were still things to be done. When he awoke, it was 9:18 p.m. He'd left the labyrinth at midday, so he estimated he must have slept for 4 or 5 hours. The next day, he inquired about the tavern, only to be told it was gone. Apparently, the Sun Tavern had been caught up in some gambling scheme 10 years prior. It had changed ownership and names since then. Bjorn asked for the new name, and the person replied, Python poop. The place Bjorn now found himself in seemed different from the one he remembered from his time playing the game. Inside the bustling tavern, all seemed lively until he spotted Owen and another, rather grumpy-looking elf beckoning him over. The woman had already identified him as the Barbarian, but he politely introduced himself as Bjorn and asked who they were. The elf revealed herself to be Owen's sister. You can call me Tersha, she said, abruptly standing. She had a question for him, she announced. Why would he arrange to meet a young girl in a tavern like this, and at this hour? And to make matters worse, he called her last night and then hadn't shown, which she found utterly shameless. He was completely bewildered. Last night? Are you playing dumb now? He asked, incredulous. You liar. She spat. He quickly asked Owen how long they'd been out of the labyrinth. About 30 hours, she replied. It was only then that Bjorn understood. He hadn't slept for 4 or 5 hours, as he'd thought, but a full 30. He wasn't the protagonist anymore. He was a sleeping bag. He'd collapsed and passed out the moment he'd lain down. Well, at least it made sense why he felt so refreshed after what he'd perceived as a day-long nap. Owen, calm and composed, simply observed the exchange. Then, with a touch of grace, he apologized for the misunderstanding, explaining that he'd been asleep until that very moment. Tersha was utterly stunned. She'd never seen a barbarian apologize before. I didn't expect much from you, she admitted, but I still want to know what you wanted with Owen. At this, Bjorn simply stated that he was under no obligation to tell her anything. Her anger flared. They began to argue fiercely, right there in front of everyone, until she abruptly slammed a pouch onto the table. It clinked with the sound of crystals. That's what Owen earned from the essence, she declared, her eyes fixed on him. Why aren't you taking it? She challenged, even going so far as to suggest he had ulterior motives. Just as she suspected, Bjorn simply turned to Owen. Does our little elf agree to her sister's deal? He asked. The deal he had in mind, he explained, was for Owen to help him until he reached a certain sum of money. Surprise flickered across Tersha's face. Is that all you want? She asked. He even offered a 50-50 split, which initially delighted her, but her excitement quickly faded. She immediately apologized, explaining that from now on, she'd have to team up with her sister. Her sister then chimed in, saying she'd never let Owen go alone again. This was just the first time, part of the ritual, the same old excuses. This, as usual, irritated Bjorn, but Tersha simply pushed the pouch towards him. Take the crystals, if you understand, she said. Bjorn clarified, these 350,000 crystals at the current rate are a 50-50 split, right? She confirmed, but Bjorn countered. If that's the case, there are 280,000 crystals missing. The promised split was 90-10. She chuckled, admitting she'd almost forgotten. She then grabbed another 280,000 crystals and placed them on the table. She'd actually intended to cheat him. Now he understood the animosity between barbarians and elves. You can leave if you're done, he said. I need to talk to Owen. This confused Tersha, but Owen suddenly took her sister's arm, thanking her for coming and asking if they could leave. She needed to thank and say goodbye to the barbarian. Tersha was touched. It seemed Owen had grown up. Then, pointing at Bjorn, she demanded he swear he wouldn't sleep with Owen. If he swore, she'd leave. Bjorn, hearing this, flushed crimson. Bjorn wondered if he wasn't allowed to sleep with Owen and if other options were permissible. She continued to jab her finger at him, insisting he swear. And he said he swore. I swear on my warrior's honor, Bjorn recounted. Tersha, on the verge of leaving, paused as a thought struck her. She remembered to thank him for saving Owen. Owen, she breathed, even using her sister's name. The elf, overcome with shyness, stumbled, but Bjorn remained bold. As Tersha regained her composure, she asked Bjorn if she had been too harsh on him, apologizing for her sister. He reassured her, telling her not to worry, that everything would be all right. She then thanked him for his earlier offer of partnership, explaining that she had long ago decided to work with Owen. Bjorn simply replied that it was no problem. Swiftly, Tersha produced a pouch containing 63,000 crystals, explaining it was from Crossbowman and Toothless Leader, and that she had already taken her share. She also mentioned leaving 2 backpacks at her house, suggesting he visit tomorrow to see the contents for himself. Bjorn realized she knew exactly what he desired without him having to utter a word. The thought of losing such a useful companion saddened him. Suddenly, Tersha asked how she could repay him. She felt a strong need to express her gratitude for his rescuing Owen in the dungeon, a concern that now made perfect sense. Bjorn considered for a moment, but nothing came to mind. Finally, he asked if she wanted something to eat. She declined, saying she wasn't hungry. So he said he would order just for himself. Suddenly, Tersha blushed, a brilliant idea striking her. She wanted a drink, her first post-dungeon drink, and she wanted it with a barbarian. Bjorn understood the significance of such a ritual for elves, having encountered similar customs in the game. He readily agreed, prompting Tersha to scold him playfully for not saying thank you. He quickly corrected himself, expressing his gratitude, and she replied cheerfully, "You're welcome." Then, she added, "Of course, this isn't your first post-dungeon drink." Bjorn interrupted, bewildered. "What are you talking about? This is my first," he insisted. "I've told you like 30 times I'm 20 years old." "What? You're not joking?" Tersha asked, incredulous. "Not only that, but it was also your first time in a dungeon." Just then, their food arrived. She complimented him on his performance in the dungeon, and he returned the praise. They made their first toast. A while later, they engaged in light-hearted banter, commenting on their attire, his shirt, her skirt. He impressed her by effortlessly spinning mug after mug. Then, Bjorn announced he had thought of a way for her to repay him, adding with a flourish, "Just like you wanted." Intrigued, she asked what he had in mind. He replied that it had to be somewhere else, lest the guard come after them. Tersha blushed, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and asked if it could be in his room. Bjorn was completely breathless, sweating. Tersha, too, was breathless, crying out that she couldn't take it anymore. I knew barbarians were too much for her, she thought, but in reality, Bjorn was giving her a back massage. Unable to fully control his strength, he nearly yanked her arm out of its socket. That's why she cried out, fearing he would rip her arm off after they were finished. But he was actually just testing her +4 flexibility stat. Annoyed, she demanded to know if he had called her over just to test her abilities. He confirmed that he had indeed done it, explaining that he just wanted to test her since using abilities in the city was forbidden. This disappointed her, and he then launched into a detailed analysis of the game. He rattled off statistics and fell into a thoughtful silence for a while, at which point she tugged on him, saying she was going to bed. And then the most unexpected thing happened. Unlike the usual tropes in anime, they actually slept together. Well, that took his barbarian honor and tossed it right out the window. The next day, the barbarian showed Owen the spoils he'd brought back from the dungeon. She asked if he was going to sell it all, as she wanted to keep the leather armor and belt. He told her she could have them, as it would be deducted from her share anyway. They went around the city's various shops, selling the items, and Bjorn managed to get a total of 1.4 million crystals. Owen was surprised that she had earned so little, only 50,000 crystals. According to Bjorn, this was the first time he had earned so much money at the beginning of the game. He said it was time for him and Owen to part ways. She was unhappy about this and demanded they at least go to the central plaza together. Stopping to look at him after they arrived, the librarian asked what he wanted. Bjorn started to say which books he wanted, but he was interrupted. The librarian cast some kind of spell, and he wondered if she had cast a charm on him, as nothing seemed to have changed. She told the barbarian to take a walk, and she would find what he was looking for. Before he could say anything, she dozed off again. Walking around the library, he understood how her magic worked. Books relevant to what he was thinking about glowed on the shelves. Bjorn picked one up and started reading. According to the book, no one could survive in that land because of a witch's curse. Raphthonia, the last bastion, prevented a catastrophe. So the royal family created a passage, a gateway to another dimension to prevent people from starving, and that passage was the labyrinth. Bjorn thought the story was very similar to the beginning of the game. The second book he picked up talked about magic crystals that could be transformed into bread, water, and other things. The third book was about the war between the elves and barbarians. And the fourth was the really important one. This book's subject was demonic spirits from another dimension that possessed people's bodies. There seemed to be no reason for this to happen, but the royal family and time itself had been trying to stop it. Bjorn figured that as long as he didn't say anything strange, he would be fine, which already categorized him as one of those spirits. In the fifth book, the death of the mortal king was discussed. It said the king had died 150 years ago, while in the game, the king had just died. The next book discussed the stability of the dimension, and Bjorn thought the blonde woman he had met before must have read this one. It also mentioned a theory that entering the portal just as it was closing might have something to do with the stability. Thinking about these things made the barbarian feel somber, and he decided to go back to where he had last been lying down. He pondered how much time was left until the labyrinth opened again and decided that the next day he would look for a companion. Bjorn, the barbarian, woke to a knock at his door. He assumed it was Owen. He opened the door, asking what she was doing there so early, only to be smacked in the face with a blast of magic. It was Tersha, not Owen. She celebrated, exclaiming that after 10 attempts with the spirit stones, she had finally formed a pact. She held a swirling vortex of energy, seemingly a wind spirit. According to Tersha, it also worked with fire. Bjorn remarked on her luck, as the spirit stones only had a 10% chance of forming a pact and were incredibly expensive. He asked her to dispel the magic. She was clearly disappointed, wanted to show off more. But Bjorn pointed out that she had already destroyed enough of his lodgings. Only then did she seem to notice the chaotic state of the room. Mortified, she began apologizing profusely and hurried out of the glittering, ravaged room. Bjorn congratulated her on the pact, but added that she needn't have wasted her time seeking him out and should have used it more wisely. Tersha agreed, but confessed her eagerness to show him, specifically, the spirit. Bjorn wondered if she thought they had some sort of connection beyond friendship. He told her he planned to stay in the city, and she could seek him out if she needed anything. The elf blushed at his words, offering a small smile. She had clearly misinterpreted his meaning. Bjorn then went to the location he had been directed to. Upon arrival, he was recognized by another barbarian. He had barely arrived before he was bombarded with shouts. One of the barbarians asked if he wanted to stay at the number 2 inn for only 300 crystals a night, likely due to the camaraderie of barbarians lodging together. Bjorn explained he was only there to speak with Aina. Before he could finish, she appeared in the corridor. Aina asked him what he was doing there. He asked her to spar with him. This seemed an odd request, as he could easily go to the training grounds where several barbarians trained and fought together. But when he asked, Aina agreed to spar with him anytime, except mornings. He wanted to fight immediately, and they both prepared for combat. Bjorn rushed towards her, determined not to lose. Aina raised her sword and attacked. With a single blow, the barbarian was defeated. She asked if he was all right. He requested another fight, recognizing her considerable strength. They fought several more times, Bjorn repeatedly ending up on his knees. He persisted until Aina grew tired. They decided to stop. Bjorn asked if she would be returning to the labyrinth alone. She confirmed she would, as she lacked the funds to form a party. He then invited her to be his companion. She looked surprised as he explained he would take 80% of the profits, but cover all expenses. She stated she needed no further explanation. Bjorn worried she might refuse. The offer was relieved when she took his hand in agreement. According to her, explanations were unnecessary as she wouldn't understand them anyway, so she would simply trust him. The next day, they went to the barbarian sanctuary. The elder asked Bjorn if he was there to learn to read and write, but Bjorn explained he sought a spirit imprint, or more accurately, an imprint of immortality necessary for traversing the labyrinth. He explained that elves could forge pacts with spirits and harness their power. Dwarves possessed the blessing of steel, which enhanced the strength of items. Half-orcs could make pacts with ancestral beasts. And finally, barbarians possessed the spirit imprint. The elder questioned how Bjorn, so young, knew of this imprint. The young barbarian simply stated he'd read about it in a book, mentioning its role in the war against the elves. The elder chuckled, clapping Bjorn on the back, saying there was no need to deny his spirituality. Just as Bjorn was about to speak, the elder named his price for the imprint, 800,000 crystals. Bjorn, anticipating this, said he would pay during the procedure. He already knew the imprint was costly. He offered 500,000 crystals and 3 coins worth 100,000 each. The elder, suspicious, asked how a barbarian had acquired such wealth. Prepared for this question too, Bjorn claimed to have found a wounded elf in the first level of the dungeon, whom he sold into slavery for crystals, also taking the elf's sister's money. Not entirely a lie, this tale amused the elder, who burst into laughter. Other barbarians present cheered Bjorn's accomplishment. The elder then presented Bjorn with a gift, which Bjorn saw were 2 coins worth 100,000 each. Thrilled with his easy profit, he even boisterously declared he would continue to exploit elves. He explained that the imprint was an enhancement technique, allowing the body to absorb the essence of magical components, creating a unique power. Barbarians received the tattoo as infants, due to their pure souls, ensuring the soul's path remained clear even in adulthood. Before bestowing the imprint, the shaman warned Bjorn that it was irreversible. From what Bjorn understood, the imprint was the essence of a tank. The shaman appeared with a needle, announcing the commencement of the procedure. He pierced Bjorn's back repeatedly with the needle, causing, judging by Bjorn's expression, considerable pain. He successfully activated the first level of the imprint, significantly boosting Bjorn's natural regeneration and increasing his vitality by 13 points. Bjorn thanked him, then, his back aching, departed the hut. The shaman smiled, surprised. It was the first time a barbarian had expressed gratitude. Bjorn hurried away, slightly embarrassed by his uncharacteristic politeness. Dawn broke, and Bjorn headed into the city to purchase equipment. He'd realized his aptitude lay more with shields than swords. Entering a shop, the shopkeeper displayed various weapons, none of which caught Bjorn's eye until he spotted a mace that seemed perfectly suited to him. With the new weapon, his item level increased by 85. He also purchased a custom helmet and a set of half-plate armor. The helmet added 47 item levels, and the armor 57. Bjorn established a new routine outside the labyrinth. He ate breakfast with Owen and spent his afternoons at the library, and always dined in different places to gather information, even if the food wasn't always palatable. In the evenings, he always trained with the other barbarians. There, relying entirely on his instincts, he honed many of his skills through rigorous practice. He even managed to defeat Aina several times, offering her pointers on her fighting technique. After training, Bjorn would return to his lodgings, where Owen would invariably appear, asking to join him for dinner. After their meal, she would bid him farewell and wish the barbarian luck in the labyrinth the following day. Bjorn's stats were much improved now. In the morning, Bjorn and Aina requested the Unity magic. The attendant explained that they simply needed to place their hands on the crystal. As nothing in this world was free, it cost 15,000 crystals, but it allowed them to start the labyrinth together. The guild attendant explained that the higher the level, the more expensive the magic, and that it only lasted for 24 hours. At a tavern, Aina sat speechless before a lavishly laid table. Bjorn had ordered the finest dishes before entering the labyrinth, and she was nearly moved to tears by the delicious food. She was invigorated and eager to put in the work. Minutes before the portal opened, the two were already waiting. The barbarian heard loud voices and turned around. Several barbarians who had just passed their coming-of-age ceremony were arriving. Aina watched them with a nostalgic air, as if it had been a lifetime since she had experienced that herself. The portal finally opened, and Bjorn asked Aina to wait a moment as he wanted to test a theory. She didn't bother to ask why, simply agreeing and following him. But with a minute left before it closed, she was starting to get desperate. Bjorn studied the size of the portal until, with shouts that it was closing, they both ran towards it. Just as Bjorn had planned, they entered a dark area and he lit a torch. Aina directed his attention to something, a monument, which, as he had anticipated, could take them directly to the second floor. Touching the monument, light began to emanate from it, and a portal to the second floor opened before them. Before Aina could even comprehend what had happened, the barbarian was already poised to enter the portal. For being the first to open the portal, Bjorn received 2 bonus experience points, leveled up, and increased his essence capacity by 1. Aina was curious how Bjorn had managed to get them to the second floor so quickly, to which he replied that he had simply read about it in a book. By the looks of it, they may have arrived in the land of the undead. Bjorn asked his companion if she also felt something strange, a sensation of something filling his body from within, and she explained that it must be his spirit rank increasing. The barbarian explained that, just like in the game, there were ranks, and as the rank increased, MP and the amount of absorbable essence both increased. Aina found it strange that her level had risen without killing any monsters. The barbarian explained to her that while you only gained 1 experience point per monster slain, you also gained experience each time you opened a portal for the first time, making leveling up considerably easier. And he didn't intend to share this easier method with anyone. He even asked Aina not to tell anyone they had reached the second floor. Experienced explorers would soon arrive, and if they saw them, they would question how they got there, so it was best to stay away from the portal. Bjorn strapped his torch to his helmet. It was more practical, and since the flame was magical, it wouldn't extinguish and wouldn't give off heat. In the land of the undead, the monsters were stronger than in the goblin lands, but at least they didn't have traps. This made the area much better for barbarians. Aina sensed something approaching. It was a small group of ghouls, but it was enough to get her excited. Finally, something to fight. The warrior charged towards them, dispatching them all in the blink of an eye. She was already convinced this level would be easy. That was until she heard a shriek, startling her. Bjorn explained that it must be a banshee. It was best to ignore it, as the creature wouldn't attack them. Aina, still frightened, asked if it was a dangerous monster. According to Bjorn, if they attacked first, they would be cursed and furthermore, pursued by it to the very end of the labyrinth. This only made Aina more afraid. Another shriek echoed, and she grabbed Bjorn's neck. This time skeletons appeared, and she realized she had been scared for nothing. Bjorn tried to tell her about the skeleton's weaknesses, but she simply destroyed them all, not even listening to her companion. They continued north for almost 8 hours. They encountered ancient ghouls and mutated skeletons carrying weapons, but none proved difficult to defeat. The fighting honed Bjorn's skills as he pulverized the monsters with his mace. The new armor was proving helpful to the warrior's defense. The helmet blocked arrows and wasn't just for carrying candles anymore. Looking at Aina, her destructive power wasn't far behind. The barbarian realized she kept shouting Vila, the name of the barbarian god. Even without knowing why, he started shouting too, finding a fierce joy in fighting alongside his companion. He also gained several experience points by defeating the new monsters. Aina noticed Bjorn's arm was injured, but he wasn't worried as the wound began to heal itself. Aina, excited by this healing ability, asked if it was an effect of the imprint. The barbarian revealed that the first level of the imprint increased regeneration and vitality. They realized the terrain had changed. Now the banshee's shrieks were louder. From now on, ranked monsters would start to appear. A guttural growl began to echo, and a death knight appeared. They say the monsters eat the labyrinth's light, Bjorn reminded Aina. Aim for the head. They launched their attack. The creature, far from weak, deflected Aina's blows with unsettling ease, its hide like stone. Bjorn succeeded in drawing its attention. Aina struck from behind, but even her precise attacks barely seemed to penetrate the monster's tough exterior. The monster whirled, flinging the warrior back. She scrambled to her feet, bracing herself on her sword. "It's incredibly strong," she shouted. Bjorn remembered that even in the game, these creatures had boasted formidable defenses and a remarkable capacity for healing. The demon let out a piercing shriek. This time, even Bjorn felt a chill, recognizing the ominous implication. The monster unleashed its ghoulish summons. Dozens of grotesque forms shambled towards the barbarians. Aina, the ghouls. Bjorn yelled, "I'll take the death demon." He advanced on the demon, shield raised, but the creature unleashed a brutal attack, forcing him to retreat. Bjorn pressed forward again, his shield absorbing the brunt of the demon's blows. Aina, having dispatched the ghouls, rejoined the fight. "Focus," he urged her. He swung his mace, and now both barbarians hammered at the monster. Finally, a blow landed squarely on the demon's head. Bjorn felt a surge of hope. This one had connected, but the demon was far from finished. With a roar, it hurled Aina backwards. Bjorn, bruised but undeterred, rose to his feet. He stared at the monster, aghast. The wound on its head was already closing. He studied the creature, desperately searching for a weakness. Aina, with a surge of adrenaline, grabbed the demon's leg, straining to topple the hulking beast. She succeeded. The demon crashed to the ground, and Bjorn seized the opportunity. While it was down, he finished it, earning another 2 experience points. The demon dissolved, leaving behind a large magical crystal. But according to Bjorn, it was only worth 100 crystals. With the ghouls, it's worth 300, Aina grumbled. All that risk for so little. Despite the meager reward, Aina's enthusiasm for the hunt remained undimmed. Bjorn began to see the appeal of hunting with a fellow barbarian. Owen, he reflected, was a bit too passive. He and Aina encountered more death demons, employing the same tactic of tripping them up, and then pounding their heads like tenderizing meat. They managed to defeat around 70 of the creatures, those searching for demon essence, to synchronize with their imprints, leaving empty-handed on the first day. On the second day, the demons began appearing in pairs. Even so, it wasn't overly difficult. The only real trouble was if they lingered too long over the kills, as they risked being overwhelmed by ghouls. By the afternoon, the demons started appearing in packs. The barbarians realized that, even for them, this was becoming too much to handle. Other explorers appeared on the scene. Before Bjorn could speak, Aina stepped forward, her voice laced with a threat. They were so scared that they ran away from the warriors. She told Bjorn that it would be best to find another place to camp. Since humans knew their location and weren't to be trusted, they continued walking, Bjorn thinking that Aina must not have had pleasant experiences with humans. They were discussing not being able to find a suitable camping spot when they heard a voice calling for help in the distance. Ahead lay the bodies of several adventurers, marked with traces of poison. The two stopped dead in their tracks, a reaver amidst a group of 4 explorers. Aina was ready to fight, but her companion said they were fleeing and needed help. Bjorn swore on his warrior's honor that he wasn't lying. The group seemed to believe the barbarian, their leader saying that if they defeated the reaver, they would receive the entire reward. He asked the two to come closer, as he would use his invisibility skill on them, and they wouldn't be noticed. The ability could camouflage the user and their companions within a 3-meter radius. As long as they didn't move, the barbarian approached. The leader began to say they were lucky, as they had managed to trap 2 barbarians in a snare. The pair seemed to be hit by some kind of magic, paralyzing them. Bjorn, realizing that the group were also reavers. The only way he could think of a same-level explorer possessing it was with a stone golem's essence. Suppression. If he took damage, Bjorn knew he would break free from the ability, the reavers commenting on how much profit they would make from the barbarians. One of them held Aina's face, his colleague saying they were lucky, as barbarian hearts were worth a fortune. One of the reavers even joked with the barbarian that his glare wouldn't set him free. The man took out a knife, preparing to deliver the final blow. He struck at the neck. The barbarian prepared to take as little damage as possible, managing to move away before the knife went in too deep. He could finally move, punching the reaver in the face, surprising the rest. The barbarian removed the knife from his neck and threw it towards Aina, who was hidden near a crate, even while in a fighting stance. Bjorn, heavily injured, ended up falling to his knees. Aina grabbed her sword, slashing at the reavers, until only the fleeing leader remained. Now she looked at her companion, who looked awful. She started screaming for him to live, vowing revenge, while he was trying to reach for a potion. At least in the near-death experience, his mentality increased by 3 points. After taking the potion, with the help of the seal, the warrior's neck quickly healed. Aina even congratulated him on being the only barbarian with a scar on his neck. Now recovered, the warrior would fight alongside the team. Bjorn shouted to Aina that it was time to attack. The two ran towards the woman, who seemed calm. Even with 2 barbarians attacking her at the same time, the reaver dodged Aina's attack, and still managed to block Bjorn's. The barbarian wondered how much essence she must have to be so powerful. He abandoned his weapon and tried to shove his opponent, yelling for Aina to attack her. Suddenly, the warrior crumpled to his knees, weakened by the reaver's dagger. Bjorn thought, if she was an essence user, they had no chance. Meanwhile, Aina attacked from behind, but the reaver's counterattack was so swift she had no time to defend herself. The reaver was using a paralyzing poison. It left the barbarian immobile. Bjorn thought, she's stronger. They had no chance. Pointing her dagger at the warrior's face, the reaver unexpectedly offered to spare his life if he swore not to tell anyone he had seen her. She explained that she never intended to kill barbarians from the stars, as she owed them a debt, and later realized that was why she had only watched as they were attacked. Aina pleaded with the warrior not to believe the reaver, arguing that she was just toying with him. Bjorn asked what would happen if he refused to respond, but she demurred. To her companion's astonishment, the reaver raised her dagger, ready to end the barbarian's life. Bjorn frantically urged his companion to swear. Aina tried to say something about barbarian honor. Bjorn insisted, saying she should trust him, that he would do as he said. The barbarian still seemed reluctant, but at least an agreement was reached before the reaver left. Bjorn asked her which floor she was from. She was from the 8th floor. This meant the barbarians had only survived because of the promise they had made. As she departed, the barbarian thought that the next time they met, it wouldn't end this way. The two returned to the 1st floor. This time, it was Aina. After stepping out of the portal, she collapsed on the ground. Bjorn asked if she was all right. She replied from the ground that she was no longer a warrior. Bjorn said that survival was for the strong, because they would have a second chance. She tried to make sense of this, knowing that one day they would seek revenge. They stopped to rest, and even exhausted, the barbarian couldn't sleep. He wasn't as bad as Aina, but still felt humiliated, just like when that blonde man had saved him. The priestess had refused to heal him, so the swordsman gave him a potion. He drank it like a dog. In that situation, the barbarian chose to save himself. He focused on what needed to be done at that moment. He remembered seeing someone being decapitated and all sorts of other crazy things that had happened since he entered that world. All he could do was try to survive. Bjorn decided this wasn't the way he wanted to live. He woke Aina and asked if she would be receptive to a way to become stronger. Even if it was dangerous, of course she would. She knew if they didn't get stronger, they would die. Bjorn began to explain his plan to his companion. They would enter the rifts, seeking chaos on the first floor. By defeating different monsters, they would gain more experience points. Reaching a darker place, where 4 monsters appeared at the same time, they came to a stone. Bjorn explained that it was a monument built for those who discovered the labyrinth. It says the same thing as in the game, which means the hidden conditions must also be the same. Bjorn will open the rift. From then on, it's a secret. Einar swore not to tell anyone, but she asked what this rift was. According to the barbarian, it's a labyrinth within the labyrinth. The first floor rift requires magic crystals from 4 types of monsters found on the monument. The second floor requires 8 magic crystals. The rift opens a sub-dungeon that can hold 5 people. The difficulty depends on the number of party members in the game. The rift will only open after 3 months of city time. People found a way to force them open. Of the 4 rifts on the first floor, they entered the one with a red sky and crows flying towards a black castle. Even knowing which rift they entered, Bjorn still felt suffocated. But at least he knew he could complete it. The rift opened again behind them. The barbarian watched to see who arrived. In another part of the labyrinth, Bowen was exploring, being criticized by her sister for using a bow and arrow to defend herself. Bowen said that, according to Bjorn, she should focus on what she's good at, trust her team, and fulfill her role in the best way possible. But for her sister, teammates were just teammates and shouldn't be valued too much. Owen eventually agreed and asked if they could go to the next floor. According to her sister, they couldn't just hunt a little on the second floor. Instead, they would enter a rift, as the rift cycle is 8 months long and one should be opening soon. The sister figured Bjorn must not have told Owen anything since he didn't know about the rifts, and asked Owen to trust her, that she would become stronger. Before she could finish the sentence, a sound emerged and a rift began to open. The 2 ran towards a rift, but before they could touch it, the rift closed, along with the barbarians. The first to emerge from the rift was a dwarf, followed closely by a mage. The group was curious why there was a mage on the first floor. Anna asked if a mage was really that powerful. Since the librarian was also a mage, Bjorn explained that she was a level 9 mage, and mages were a vital resource for the city. So having a mage meant she was skilled. The girl complimented the barbarian's knowledge. She introduced herself as a level 6 mage, Arua Raven. The person behind her was finally introduced as her hired porter, Tal Jean. The dwarf also introduced himself as Heclad Murrig, claiming to be an explorer of 3 years. The barbarian duo introduced themselves as well. Looking them over, Bjorn asked how they got there, as they didn't look like first-floor explorers. The pair simply said they heard a rift was about to open. The maid said the loot would be split between everyone. Except for the porter, they agreed, as following a mage in the labyrinth seemed to be standard practice. Bjorn was about to say he agreed with her terms, but Aina interrupted, saying she didn't agree. Instead, she wanted Bjorn to lead the group, as he was more capable than the average barbarian. The other members were unsure how to react, but Bowen remained resolute in her decision to let Bjorn lead the group. Pointing at Bjorn, she declared him the best warrior, leaving the rest of the team speechless at her sudden fervor. Bjorn shifted uncomfortably at the attention. The dwarf, Heclad Murrig, even commented that he envied her respect for her husband, to which Bowen retorted that Bjorn wasn't her husband. As the two bickered, Rua Raven, the mage, suggested they move on, as there was much to explore. Heclad questioned whether it wouldn't be better to understand each other's abilities first. Arua dismissed the idea, claiming the monsters were too weak. She and her porter, Tal Jean, could handle them alone. This, of course, irritated the other team members. She further declared that she would be taking the Guardian spoils, as they were needed for her research. Heclad roared. Did she think he was an idiot? As usual, the team's vanguard disagreement was leading to infighting amongst the members. The Guardian spoils were Rift Bloom, a priority for Arua, but the immediate concern was money. Arua offered all the crystals she earned in the rift as compensation, but to Heclad, this only meant the team would end up with scraps. She conceded that they could keep the items, but Heclad still believed it best to let luck decide who between them received the rift loss. Bjorn joined the discussion, pointing out that if this continued, the profits would only go to the mage and the dwarf. He didn't want the essence or the items, only the rift shards. Now both Arua and Heclod thought he was asking for too much. Bjorn agreed to forego the shard in exchange for 2 essences that weren't from the Guardian. The dwarf and the mage exchanged glances, finally agreeing to the request, as there shouldn't be any essences of interest to them given their levels. Now, Arua and Heclod walked together as if nothing had happened. Seeing how he couldn't even argue with the two, Bjorn knew he needed to become stronger. The castle was divided into 4 sections: the drawbridge at the entrance, the courtyard surrounded by the outer walls, the dungeons in the inner area, and the demonic sacrificial chamber within the castle lord's room. The castle entrance was guarded by gargoyles, level 8 monsters that attacked using a petrification ability once they sensed enemies. The most common way to defeat them was to sacrifice a team member. As the others attacked, Aina tried to help her companions, but was stopped by Arua, who cast a spell that lifted the gargoyles' curse. Without their abilities, the gargoyles were nothing more than easily defeated monsters for anyone on the team. Heclod praised his companion's strength, and Bjorn thought the dwarf was quite skilled as well. Aina noticed the magic crystals moving on their own. Arua explained that she was collecting them with magic and would distribute the crystals along the way. The party continued through the castle, reaching a darker area. Arua Raven cast a spell to illuminate the place. In a corner dubbed the Dead, they encountered several creatures, unranked, offering neither experience points nor crystals. They concluded that using magic on these beings would be a waste of mana. So the Barbarian and the Dwarf attacked the creatures, and as Bjorn struck the last one down, he realized it dropped a dead commander's horn. They reached a steel door, impervious to the dwarf Heclod Murig's axe. So Arua Raven blasted the door apart with explosive magic. The party arrived at the drawbridge, the first chapter of the castle. The mage instructed Tal Jean to blow the horn. The porter took a deep breath and blew. This activated the dormant magical seal, and Tal Jean watched in surprise as the bridge began to descend. The water in the moat began to rise as well, and Tal Jean could see several dead hands within the murky depths. Arua told him not to worry. The dead began to rise from a moat. Raven, having anticipated this, gathered the party close. With a surge of magic, she attacked the rising dead, vanquishing them all. Bjorn realized she was more powerful than he'd initially thought. With a touch of smugness, she declared that all they had to do now was wait for the bridge to fully descend, and then they would proceed into the castle. Bjorn walked on, thinking how easily this chapter was being completed. Crossing the bridge, they entered the outer bailey. Arua Raven cast a spell, and most of the monsters surrounding the party were vanquished. To Bjorn, although she hadn't killed all the monsters as she had before, she was still incredibly powerful, taking down 90% of them with a single spell. The death demons, capable of healing, remained unaffected by the magic. The mage instructed her companions to finish off the remaining monsters. The barbarians united and struck down the death demons. The dwarf watching in awe, thinking to himself, this is how barbarians hunt. Arua Raven cast a spell on the death demons, aggravating their wounds and negating their regenerative abilities. The monsters became exceedingly weak. Watching Arua, Tal Jean remarked that he now understood why mages were so revered. Hearing Tal Jean's praise, Arua began to boast about her skills, stating that becoming powerful required both study and natural talent. Thanks to the mage's assistance, the party advanced quickly, helping Arua gather research materials along the way. Bjorn, while surveying the area, noticed something peculiar. They hadn't destroyed the statue that seemed to be guarding some sort of item, and he decided the party shouldn't know about it. Because of his tendency to interact with any suspicious object in the game, he was able to discover several hidden things. To avoid suspicion, he decided it was best not to mention the statue. They continued onward, reaching the inner bailey. The mage and the dwarf seemed disappointed that there wasn't much to loot or many monsters in this area. They descended the stairs, venturing underground into the first level of the dungeons. The dwarf asked the mage what kind of monsters they might encounter there. Among the various creatures she mentioned, the flesh golem only appeared within the castle. Heclod Murrig, the dwarf, yearned for his first encounter with these golems, while Arua Raven, the mage, took the opportunity to warn everyone about their explosive nature. Despite Arua's assurances that she would protect the group, Einar nervously asked Bjorn if the small, skeletal creatures they saw were also monsters. Arua began to explain, but Einar, annoyed that Bjorn had been asked instead of him, interrupted. The mage bristled at his reaction. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Einar, startled by a banshee, jumped and clutched Bjorn in terror. Arua seized the chance to tease Einar, saying, "Imagine if I reacted like that to a banshee." Bjorn interjected, suggesting that surely the mage knew how to deal with such creatures. Even Arua had to concede his point, admitting with a smirk that he must be quite clever. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a spell, obliterating one of the banshees. The others rushed forward as she systematically destroyed the remaining banshees. Arua, her power evident, urged her companions onward. They followed, awestruck by her display of magic. They descended into the second level of the dungeons, a grim place filled with grotesque monsters and strange artifacts. The group halted before a solid wall. Arua revealed that a hidden door lay concealed within it, and beyond that, a flesh golem awaited them. Leaving their packs behind, Bjorn lit a torch as he pushed the hidden door open. The stench of decaying corpses hit them like a physical blow. They pressed on, grimacing. Taljean, the porter, was the first to gag, followed closely by Arua. Even her experience with dissections hadn't prepared her for this. Heclod breathed a sigh of relief, noting that at least the barbarian seemed unfazed. Before them lay a mound of corpses, and a faint sound seemed to emanate from within. A wave of fear washed over the group as they stared at the gruesome pile. It was the flesh golem. Bjorn roared, urging his companions to prepare for battle. But Heclod stood frozen, horrified by the desperate pleas for help that issued from the various bodies comprising the monstrous form. Whether due to Heclod's paralyzed state or the presence of a higher-level monster, gaining experience points seemed easier than usual. The Guardian's loot was also a significant draw for the adventurers, but the increased essence drop was the real prize. It had taken them so long to finally encounter one, Bjorn mused. Now that they had defeated the monster, he declared, they had the right to keep the essence. While the rest of the group struggled to overcome their nausea, Bjorn coveted the essence of the death demon, known for its regenerative properties. He also desired the essence of the chimera wolf, renowned for its strength. He hadn't anticipated obtaining the golem's essence as well. The flesh golem, Arua mentioned, had only appeared within the castle. Moreover, the golem's attributes were perfect for a tank. Even if it slowed him down, the other attributes, such as pain tolerance, strength, and poison resistance, would more than compensate. The problem lay in the accompanying ability. Though powerful, it consumed the user's life force. The passive skill was also complicated. If acidic blood struck him, it would damage his equipment. Bjorn decided to wait. The essence wouldn't disappear for at least 30 minutes, giving him time to consider whether it was worth the risk. After drinking a potion, Heclod, the dwarf, felt ashamed of his performance in battle. Bjorn declared that if it weren't for Aina, he would be dead. The barbarian mused that even though his team was strong, their mental fortitude wasn't quite there yet. Even Arua, the mage, apologized for her actions, and Bjorn took the opportunity to discuss the monsters they had defeated. Realizing he would end up with nothing if he didn't act, Bjorn stated that they had saved this thing, and she surely knew how valuable it was. Seeing that she recognized the book, the barbarian wondered how she hadn't known about the statue by the fountain. Passing through the demonic sacrificial chamber, they fought gargoyles and wolves. Then came chimeras and skeleton knights, the second mini-boss. Arua, or rather, Raven, celebrated their finding the puppet essence, now a lust skeleton knight. The barbarian agreed and explained that this type of monster could have 3 types of attributes. Grief, which used mist to induce insanity. Hatred, which could lower an opponent's level. And lust, which allowed regeneration. Raven suggested a magic damage buff to counter the monster's abilities, and the barbarian duo attacked the knight. The skeleton knight left behind an essence. It seemed the adventurer's luck had turned. The dwarf congratulated the barbarian on obtaining another essence, and Bjorn told Aina to keep it, since the essence was suited for swordsmen, and he felt Aina was trustworthy ever since they entered the labyrinth. The warrior was happy to receive the essence and began to absorb it. Bjorn just forgot to tell her one detail about the essence. Her body would undergo a drastic change. Looking at the group, she asked why Bjorn looked bigger, and everyone else in the party seemed larger too. Bjorn explained that it wasn't that they were bigger, but that she was smaller, which the mage confirmed. The essence's effect was to provide denser bones at the cost of smaller ones. She tried to continue explaining, but Aina let out an ear-splitting shriek. She panicked because now she wouldn't be considered a warrior anymore, as if being a woman wasn't enough. Raven said she looked much prettier now, and could even be sold to a nobleman for her beauty. Bjorn tried to comfort his companion, who was distraught at no longer looking like a warrior. The mage asked if she could examine her once they returned to the city. Bjorn told her not to be sad, at least try out the essence, because a death demon had just appeared and it was a good opportunity. Dejectedly, she agreed to face the monster. The demon prepared to attack, and with a single blow, she cleaved it in two. Even Raven was speechless at the increase in her companion's strength. Bjorn tried again to cheer her up, commenting on how strong she had become, and she tearfully declared that she was still a warrior. Not just a warrior, but a powerful one. They reached the door to the guardian's room and chatted idly as the rift was closing. The barbarian thought they were lucky, having gotten most of the loot. He wondered if he had ever been so lucky in his life, and what could possibly go wrong if the worst had already happened. As Heclod, the dwarf, reached for the door, Bjorn noticed something odd about the color of the handle. He shouted a warning, but it was too late. Heclod had already begun to turn it. The door swung open, revealing the awakened master of the castle. Even Arua, the mage, sensed something amiss. Expecting a death knight, they were met instead by a creature who claimed it hadn't seen another being in ages. Arua realized with a jolt of horror that it was a vampire, a creature typically found on the 6th floor or higher, and rarely a mutant. The vampire duke, in a chilling voice, demanded to know where they came from. Monsters, Arua explained, came in 4 variations: mutant, advanced, rare, and named. Advanced monsters were larger than the average for their floor. Rare variants were found only in rifts. Golems and mimics, for example. Lastly, there were the named monsters, possessing their own memories and a higher level of intelligence. The group turned and fled from the vampire. Bjorn, recognizing the creature, knew it was powerful in both combat and dark magic. Arua exclaimed that mutants never appeared as guardians. Even Bjorn, a barbarian with thousands of hours of experience, had never encountered a vampire duke. He only knew of its existence from watching live streams. Arua, bewildered, asked how he'd known to warn Heclod against opening the door. Bjorn simply urged them to keep running. He just had a bad feeling, he explained. He'd only noticed the door handle's unusual color because after hours of watching videos, it was the only thing that seemed out of place. As for recognizing the vampire, he thought he would have noticed it sooner if he hadn't been so excited. Heclod protested that running was pointless. They had to defeat the monster to leave the rift. But Bjorn wanted to at least find some light, preferably sunlight. The chilling voice of the vampire duke echoed ahead of them. Arua told her companions to close their eyes and cast a spell of light. When the others opened their eyes, the vampire was dissolving. Not defeated, but escaping, using magic to vanish. This bought the group a few precious minutes. Heclod shouted to Bjorn. Arua had collapsed, injured internally. Bjorn noted that a vampire's essence didn't have that effect, unless it came from another monster. Even in the videos he'd watched, players had simply died, doing nothing but screaming for everyone to get out. Heclod panicked. Only Arua knew the way, but Bjorn had memorized the route. They ran, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and a monster. Finally, they saw the exit. Glancing back, Bjorn saw the vampire in pursuit. They scrambled up the stairs, bursting out of the underground chamber. They had all made it. Looking back, they saw only the vampire's shadow, unable to ascend into the sunlight. Gasping for breath, Heclod admitted that Bjorn had indeed remembered the way, and asked him if he had truly left the coming-of-age ceremony a month ago. Aina mentioned that his companion was a great warrior, and according to the dwarf, he could become one of them. The sun was setting fast, and Bjorn declared they needed to reach the wall for shelter. even if they had to carry the mage. Taljean, the porter, tried to argue that Aurora needed rest, but the barbarian retorted that if he wanted to live, he'd best start walking. They needed to protect the mage, even if it put their own lives at risk. Taljean finally relented. While the group prepared, he took the opportunity to retrieve the item he'd left behind. He hacked off the statue's head. Hidden inside the neck was a healing item that could also be used to attack demons. Tyr the goddess. Returning to the group, Bjorn inquired about Arua's condition, warning her that the vampire would return after sunset. He took the opportunity to ask what had happened. She explained it as a damage exchange. In 20 minutes, she would be able to cast spells again, but not powerful ones. The barbarian then asked if she knew any sun magic. Arua thought it incredibly rude of him at a time like this. Bjorn didn't care about being polite. He wanted to live. The mage made a disgusted face, but admitted she could cast Sunspot Sphere, a level 6 spell with the sun attribute. Bjorn wondered if she could use magic for tribute reinforcement, but she explained she could only do that after more time had passed. According to the barbarian, he would hold off the monster until she had enough mana. She was beginning to agree with Bjorn, but suddenly questioned why he was acting like the leader, failing to realize that at this moment, he was the most capable. Heclod, recalling the barbarian's performance so far, remarked that Bjorn was good at judging character, and that he trusted him. Bjorn thanked him. Night fell, and the vampire returned. Utterly bloodthirsty, the group needed to hold it off until Arua's magic was ready. The vampire prepared to attack the group. Bjorn told Taljean to take the mage away, reasoning that, just like in a game, even with intelligence, most players could only exchange a few blows with an enemy. The vampire bared its claws and advanced towards the group. Heclod managed to block the attack, noting the enemy's strength. Even a creature that powerful could move the dwarf. Thanks to the level 7 monster essence Heclod possessed, weight balance, it allowed him to absorb impact and resist being pushed back when his feet were planted, while the dwarf held the vampire. Bjorn and Aina ran to attack. They split up, Aina attempting to attack from behind, but the vampire dodged and retreated. This was what they had hoped for, as Bjorn was right behind it. The warrior launched his attack, successfully hitting the vampire, which immediately retreated. At that moment, Bjorn felt a sharp pain in his hand. It must have been the vampire's pain exchange ability. He didn't seem to have taken any actual damage from the attack. His body began to transform into ravens, flying towards the group. Bjorn felt a sharp pain in his hand. It must have been the vampire's pain exchange ability. He didn't seem to have taken any actual damage from the attack. His body began transforming into ravens, flying towards the group. His body began to transform into ravens, flying towards the group. The dwarf, Heclod, declared he would hold the line and activated the second essence. Emergency recovery magic surged, blocking the majority of the exploding ravens. Even defeated, their ichor seemed dangerous to the touch. Strange marks appeared on Aina's forehead, and on Heclod as well, a grim testament to the vampire duke's sacrifice seal. Beyond this horrifying power, the creature possessed unnatural immortality, bolstering its already formidable regeneration. Their injuries fueled the vampire duke further. He could steal the abilities of those whose blood he consumed, a terrifying prospect alongside his mastery of dark magic. He could transform into smoke, avoiding physical blows, detonate into a swarm of ravens, or summon grotesque blood monsters. Against such a foe, Heclod's defiance seemed almost suicidal. Aina tried to draw Bjorn's attention to Heclod's precarious position, but the barbarian was also under attack. Arua's spell was still 5 minutes away. Heclod was faltering, and Bjorn, weary from the relentless assault, roared for Aina to retreat with the dwarf. He would hold the vampire duke alone. Aina, her heart pounding, dragged Heclod away as Bjorn stood firm, his shield the only defense against the vampire duke's onslaught. He seemed to have a plan, a desperate gamble, for he made no attempt to counterattack. Instead of blocking, he took the blow full force, a move that seemed to confuse the vampire duke. Bjorn then drank a potion, a desperate attempt to recover. Even his fellow barbarian, Aina, couldn't fathom his strategy. He continued to absorb the vampire duke's attacks, gulping down potion after potion, each draft bringing a fresh wave of agonizing pain. After several potions, the barbarian's body began to smolder. The vampire duke's assault didn't relent, but But this time, Bjorn blocked, even managing to deflect several blows. He still evaded the attacks aimed at his vital points. Arua, watching the brutal exchange, recalled something she had read. Something about a barbarian's strength residing in his spirit, not his physique. The words suddenly made chilling sense. Taljean, the porter, urged them to flee, but there was nowhere to go. Escape meant defeating the vampire duke. Arua questioned her own actions, her own resolve. Even Bjorn, barely past his coming-of-age trials, seemed to be making more rational decisions than she was. Knowing they couldn't survive without him, she ordered Taljean to take Heclod and escape, so that Aina could return and help in the fight. A spark of her true potential ignited within her. A mage wasn't meant to simply stay in the back. She, too, had to forge a path to victory. Arua looked at the puppet essence she had found earlier, a dangerous power, and knew she had a decision to make. Her gaze shifted back to the fight, and she began to cast. The spell hurled the essence towards Bjorn, a move he clearly hadn't anticipated. The vial shattered against him, and the essence began to be absorbed, coursing through his veins. Several of his attributes surged. Now imbued with the power of the body puppet, Bjorn's vision blurred. He weathered the vampire duke's relentless assault, strength failing, focused solely on protecting his vital points. Then, as if time itself stuttered, he absorbed the golem's essence. The vampire's claws no longer found purchase on the barbarian's reinforced bones, but the unexpected arrival of the essence, thrown by the mage, forced a shift in Bjorn's strategy. His movements sharpened, yet he still couldn't fully evade the vampire duke's furious attacks. Knowing he couldn't maintain this defense, he caught another potion tossed his way. This time, a healing draft. Arua, the mage, seemed to be recovering. If I keep this up, the barbarian might actually win. Bjorn lunged at the vampire duke, grappling with the monstrous creature, who began to tear at him with savage ferocity. This time, the pain was a weapon. The acidic potency of Bjorn's blood inflicted agony upon the vampire duke. Another potion flew towards Bjorn. He was not only inflicting damage, but being healed by the combined power of the essence and the potions. The vampire duke broke free from Bjorn's grasp, only to be met by Aina, another barbarian, joining the fray. Her sword flashed, striking the vampire duke, who barely had time to react. Already reeling from Bjorn's assault, the vampire duke retaliated, landing a vicious blow to Bjorn's stomach. Bjorn could only think of how long until his next potion was ready when he heard Arua cry out, finally ready to unleash her magic. He glanced at the vampire duke, seizing the creature's chest. Mustering all his strength, he hurled the creature away, roaring for Heclod to attack. The dwarf erupted in a flash of lightning, his hammer slamming into the vampire duke. The blow, imbued with immense force, sent the vampire duke reeling into unconsciousness. Bjorn reached for the vial hidden in his boot. It seemed he was finally going to use the tears of the goddess. He poured the potion into the vampire duke's mouth, and, seizing the opportunity, struck the creature across the face. The potion blessed the vampire duke, a radiant light emanating from his form. The blessing sealed the vampire duke's resistances, leaving him paralyzed. Arua urged Bjorn to move away from the vampire duke. She was about to unleash her sun magic, even though it wasn't at its full potential. She unleashed the spell, a beam of pure energy directed at the vampire duke and Bjorn. He glanced back, realizing there was no time to escape. The sun magic detonated. The entire group was rendered unconscious, victims of the vampire duke's pain-sharing ability. Bjorn awoke, battered and bruised, wondering if they had truly defeated the duke. He struggled to his feet, but as he looked ahead, he saw the vampire duke was not destroyed. Instead, the attack had activated the duke's immortality, drastically enhancing his regenerative abilities. As if that weren't enough, the power of the dark source, granting resistance to death as long as the heart remained intact, also surged. The vampire duke began to heal rapidly. Bjorn realized that if this continued, the creature would soon be fully recovered. The rest of the team unconscious. The only thing the barbarian Bjorn could think of was that he needed to kill the creature before it regenerated. He walked towards the vampire duke, looking at him. The only part intact was its heart. He channeled his strength down his arm and slammed it into the vampire's heart, activating his flesh explosion ability. In that instant, the barbarian's hands exploded. It was his only option. He continued to use the ability until his health dropped below 1%. He didn't stop. Health zeroed out. The countdown began. He pressed on. Mental strength began to drain. He knew even if he stopped, he would eventually die. So he persisted until his hands were gone. He simply collapsed onto the vampire's body, willing himself to use the ability with what remained of him. After all that sacrifice, the Duke was finally dead. Limit break achieved. Level up. But that didn't mean his life would miraculously return. The odds were slim. The vampire's essence drifted free. Because he was right there, Bjorn began to absorb it. Now, his passive skill was to not die until his heart was destroyed. After all of that, a system window appeared, stating that progress was normal and the administrator was observing the character. Bjorn woke with a grimace. The first person he saw upon waking was Aina. He asked where the rest of the team was. According to her, they had left 3 days ago. In other words, the barbarian had been unconscious the entire time. Bjorn reasoned it must have been the 7th day of the labyrinth. He flexed his hand, realizing his body was no longer injured. He also noticed something else. He wasn't wearing any clothes. Aina said they were tattered, so she threw them away. She assured him he needn't worry. She'd seen his great warriors. Physique. Jokes aside, Bjorn asked what had happened while he was unconscious. Aina explained that the dwarf Hecklod had taken some of the items, and the Major Rua had taken the stones. Bjorn figured that since he was still alive, it meant he had absorbed the vampire's essence. Aina said they were going to distribute the stones by luck, but Arua refused and took everything. Hecklod didn't do anything, so he didn't care. Urwa had said Bjorn took the best item, so he couldn't complain. Bjorn now knew she had also noticed him absorbing the vampire's essence. Aina said Arua took the items and left without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. The two barbarians acknowledged their trust in each other. Aina asked if they were leaving now too. Bjorn said he still had something to do. He was going to retrieve some things. Sometime later, he returned to the city and exchanged his items for money. He commented that he received very little, only 231,000, but considering he managed to absorb 2 essences, it was worth it. As he went to take his money pouch, the woman looked suspicious and didn't hand it over. Bjorn found it odd, as she had never asked anything before, but suddenly several guards surrounded him. After the portal closed, he was completely lost. We also see Aina safely returned, but she was with her sister, and the man was looking for her name in the book. This released Aina's money. She went home and took a bath. Thinking about Bjorn, she started to change her clothes. After her bath, she went to Bjorn's place, saying she would pay for dinner because she had earned a lot of money. But when she arrived, she found he hadn't returned yet and became very worried. A week later, Aina returned to see if the barbarian had arrived, but she saw the innkeeper moving things out of the room. He said he had waited long enough and the barbarian was probably dead. Later, we see Aina's sister comforting her as she lay in the rain on the street. Her sister said she had heard the news and that there was nothing more to be done there. Aina said she wanted to become stronger, to protect the people she cared about. As all this was happening, we finally found where the barbarian was. He was locked in a cell. It seemed he was being interrogated because he was carrying items that belonged to other people. He claimed the items came from the people who attacked him. The interrogator said he would find out the truth. Bjorn suspected something was wrong, as there was a law stating that no one should be questioned about the origin of their belongings. The investigator wanted to know where the barbarian got the beast he was carrying. He said he got it from some people who attacked him, but he didn't mention the red-haired woman because he wasn't a fool, right? The interrogator asked the barbarian where his scars were after claiming he was attacked. But only then did he realize that after absorbing the vampire's essence, the scars were gone. The interrogator didn't believe Bjorn had entered the rift, especially with vampires supposedly being there. Bjorn was angry and demanded a mage be brought in to corroborate his story. But for the interrogator, calling a mage for a level 9 Thunder God warrior wasn't worth it. Even when Bjorn offered to pay for the mage, the interrogator didn't care much and left the room. They eventually called a mage, but Bjorn's mental fortitude was too strong and the spell didn't work on him. The interrogator refused to call a more powerful mage and ordered the barbarian to confess what he did on the 7th day. The man told Bjorn there was concrete evidence proving his guilt. The interrogator had the communication stone that the barbarian took from the looters. He received testimony from the looters guild about what the barbarian had done. Therefore, Bjorn would be executed in 3 hours. In his cell, Bjorn acknowledged that this situation couldn't be resolved through conversation. He needed to prove his innocence somehow. The barbarian grabbed the cell bars and activated flesh explosion. He walked out of the destroyed cell. The guards were scared witless. Before he could even scream, he received a kick to the face. Now the barbarian was getting out of there. Bjorn took the keys from the unconscious guard. Other prisoners clamored for release, and Bjorn knew many of them were guilty. But it didn't matter. He began to free them. Someone hammered on the adventurers' guild doors, and they exploded inward. Hundreds of prisoners escaped. Guild staff put out a bounty for the capture of the fleeing criminals, and the fighting began. Amidst the chaos, Bjorn climbed the stairs to retrieve his belongings. He encountered guards upstairs and unleashed flesh explosion once more. This time, his fragments landed on the prisoners, and the barbarian activated the mark of sacrifice. His attributes surged with every person struck. Even fighting with all their might, the guards couldn't stop him. One guard slashed Bjorn with his sword, but the wound began to close instantly. The guard received a punch in return, crumpling face first to the floor. Fear gripped the guards. Adventurers weren't supposed to be this powerful. In the end, none could stand against the barbarian. Bjorn finally reached his destination, the branch guild master's office. The man was waiting for him. The moment Bjorn stepped inside, he realized he'd walked into a trap. The branch master lunged, sword flashing, and for a moment felt the thrill of victory. But then, the barbarian's blood, splattered across the branch master's face, began to burn. The branch master screamed in agony, his face dissolving in the acidic blood. Then, another scream, this one high and terrified, startled Bjorn. There was a girl in the office, and judging by her clothes, she wasn't an adventurer. The branch master revealed that the girl was the regional guild master's daughter. He tried to bargain with Bjorn, but was swiftly silenced. With the girl there, Bjorn's plans changed. She spoke up, implying that the barbarian had planned something with her. Bjorn called for the guards, ordering them to bring the Inquisitor, the leader of the Adventurers Guild, and a mage from the Magic Tower. Holding the girl hostage, Bjorn walked out onto the guild's balcony, took a deep breath, and roared, his voice carrying to everyone below. He introduced himself as Bjorn, a level 9 adventurer, falsely accused by the guild and nearly executed. He proclaimed his innocence. After causing this commotion, the guild wouldn't be able to cover up his case. In the majestic Magic Tower, a mage was informed of the disturbance at a branch of the Adventurers Guild. The mage called upon to resolve the situation was Arua, the very mage with whom Bjorn had a past. The mage was also told that a man was holding the branch master's daughter hostage. Arua thought the man must be foolish to do such a thing. She agreed to go, curious to see who this madman was. Bjorn was shocked. He hadn't expected them to send a mage he knew. She hadn't expected to see him under these circumstances either. He asked her to examine his memories to prove his innocence, saying time was running out. In return, she said he would owe her a favor. She approached to cast the spell, but it seemed to have no effect. The mage asked him if he was wearing any magical items. When the interrogator arrived to check on the guild manager, he was astonished to find the barbarian Bjorn at the center of the chaos. The interrogator claimed it was Bjorn's fault. The guild manager demanded to know why the interrogator hadn't called for a mage to verify Bjorn's guilt or innocence. The manager questioned what evidence there was to suggest the barbarian was a robber. According to the accuser, the sheer quantity of magic crystals and equipment Bjorn possessed was highly unusual for a low-ranked adventurer. The interrogator used Bjorn's communication stone to contact someone who corroborated the story that the barbarian was a thief. Bjorn argued that the accuser's testimony hadn't even been magically verified. Even the manager questioned why the interrogator hadn't confirmed the veracity of the information. Losing his patience, the interrogator yelled that Bjorn was lying, that it was impossible, that he had absorbed the essence of a vampire he'd found in a fissure on the first floor. The barbarian might be lying, he reasoned, because he knew the new magic wouldn't work on him, and the interrogator wasn't about to bring a mage all the way from the tower. To the stunned silence of the interrogator and the manager, a mage, confirming Bjorn's story, materialized before the scowling low-ranked official. The mage stated that she had been present, but it was impossible to use magic on her to prove her words. The interrogator, incredulous, accused the mage of lying. She icily inquired if she was being called a liar, making it clear the man's authority was far beneath her own. The interrogator dropped to his knees, apologizing profusely. Mages were as powerful as nobles and protected by their own organization. Now the guild manager began to interject, finding the story outlandish. The mage conceded that vampires had never been encountered on the first floor. However, she pointed out, as guild manager, he shouldn't be so skeptical. The labyrinth's mysteries were far from fully understood. It was impossible to predict what might occur within its depths. He shouldn't be so certain a vampire couldn't appear on the first floor. Bjorn, observing the mage's unflinching demeanor even in the face of authority, watched as another individual entered the room. The man introduced himself as Neil. He was the regional manager, the father of the Barbarian's hostage. Each branch of the Adventurers Guild had a manager. Above them was a regional manager, second only to the guild master. Another man was roughly thrown into the room. The guild manager announced they had been searching for this adventurer. The interrogator gaped, shocked at who the man was. Bjorn, with a single glance at the terrified individual, declared that this was the man who had given false testimony. The mage cast a spell on the man, confirming his lies. The guild manager then declared Bjorn innocent. Bjorn, releasing the manager's daughter, inquired what would become of the liar. According to the manager, he and his family would be investigated. The interrogator was dismissed and began to protest, only worsening his situation as the manager stated every case he had handled would be reviewed. If any irregularities were found, the interrogator would be further punished. The manager then informed Bjorn that he would be compensated. He was to be promoted to level 7 and would receive new equipment, which left the barbarian, Bjorn, fuming. He could have already completed the promotion with the level 5 essence he possessed. According to the manager, Bjorn was still very inexperienced. The barbarian challenged a level 7 adventurer to a fight to prove his strength. Arua intervened to help. She said it was the first time an adventurer had faced a level 5 vampire and even returned with a guardian vampire's essence. The promotion was something Bjorn would normally receive for this. The manager disliked this and asked the barbarian what he wanted. Bjorn wasn't foolish. He asked for 5 million crystals. Unexpectedly, the manager agreed to the amount. The mage also took the opportunity to request 1 million for her work at the magic tower. Bjorn found himself in the mage's lab, which was quite messy. She offered him a strange liquid to drink. Calling it water, Bjorn sat down and asked why he had been brought to the lab. She said she was fulfilling the favor he'd asked for when he requested she examine his memories. The barbarian stated he only made promises he could keep. The mage revealed she wanted to study him. Arua said the research would be beneficial for both of them. Studying a vampire essence like his, which had never been seen before, was a unique opportunity for her. Bjorn remembered they had signed documents agreeing not to discuss guild incidents. The mage said she would sign if they didn't mention Bjorn absorbing the vampire essence. She simply didn't want anyone to know, so she could study the barbarian. The mage asked him to come to the lab once a week. For 6 months, the barbarian disagreed. The mage retorted that he was alive and had received 5 million because of her, so he should be grateful. This only prompted the barbarian to say she owed him, which puzzled Arua. He stared at the mage and said he absorbed the golem's essence against his will because of her. To Arua, he should be thankful for receiving the essence, but the barbarian said he was forced to consume it so she could survive. Even if she did it to save Bjorn, he said he didn't want the essence. The mage owed him. The mage thought the barbarian was crazy. Bjorn continued to insist he was harmed by the essence, even as the mage explained that the essence was incredibly rare and adventurers would pay a high price for it. Bjorn told her to consult other adventurers, as they would agree with him. The mage assumed Bjorn said this because he thought she didn't know any other adventurers. She touched a crystal ball, contacting another adventurer. After explaining the situation, the mage looked apprehensive, waiting for a response. Her contact said if it were him, he'd be furious. The barbarian was satisfied with this answer. Arua was surprised and tried to argue that if the essence was so rare and only obtainable in a rupture, it would be worthwhile. Her contact said he would be angry, demoralizing the mage. According to him, the mage wouldn't understand the situation. Bjorn, smug with this answer, having defeated the mage in the argument, left her wondering how to compensate someone if such a thing happened. The person replied that if it were him, he'd ask for 15 million, far more than the mage, Arua, had anticipated. It seemed that essence removal was a costly affair. Each time an adventurer did this, the cost would increase. Arua likely didn't have that kind of money, so she asked if there were any alternatives. But in that case, her contact said he would split the person's head open. Arua was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. This contact of hers must have been powerful, as he was close to a tower mage and must have known how important the balance between essences was. If the mage asked a low-level adventurer, they would say any essence was beneficial to them. Now Bjorn wondered if she would admit she was wrong. The elder mage appeared, stating that the barbarian must be special to have won a mage's favor without brute force. He introduced himself as Ian, Arua's mentor. Bjorn was shocked, as this meant the old man was incredibly powerful. He was the headmaster of the magic school. The elder mage seemed to be enjoying the conversation between the two, and even though Arua had used a soundproofing spell, he seemed curious as to why she had brought a living barbarian. The part about being alive intrigued Bjorn. The mage, with a terrifying expression, explained that usually only the corpses or hearts of barbarians reach the tower. Bjorn certainly didn't appreciate hearing that. Then the mage started laughing, saying, "It was just a joke." If this was the mage's humor, Bjorn would show him what a barbarian's joke looked like. The barbarian said he should crush the mage's skull, catching him off guard with a jest. Bjorn told the old man to accept that he had been hit by a barbarian's joke, but it seemed calling the man old was a mistake. The barbarian started teasing the mage, saying that calling him old was another joke. Since the mage didn't respond, Bjorn thought he had taken the jest too far. The mage started laughing, saying Bjorn was a true barbarian. Although he said he didn't mind being teased, his expression said otherwise. He seemed to be burning with rage. To lighten the mood, Bjorn joked that the mage was good at joking, as if he had a bit of barbarian blood in him. Getting back to business, the mage had something to offer Bjorn instead of money. He offered the Frost Soul ring number 94. Judging by the barbarian's reaction, the numbered item meant it was incredibly rare. It could only be obtained by defeating a Rift Guardian and possessed unique abilities. Offering such an item so readily was strange. Bjorn wondered what was so special about the ring. According to the mage, the item could seal an essence the user had absorbed. The mage said the ring could seal the body puppet essence the barbarian had absorbed against his will. Bjorn seemed to know some hidden ability of the item. Even the mage didn't, and he accepted the trade. Before the barbarian left the tower, Mua reminded him not to forget to come back, as he had promised to help her with her research. The girl apologized for having the mage give a numbered item to Bjorn, but according to Ian, it was just a useless item, worth only 1.5 million crystals. He figured the barbarian would be angry when he found out. Leaving the tower, Bjorn thought to himself that in that world, mages were the cleverest. Raven was still unaware of what lay hidden within the rift, and this ignorance fueled his conviction of superiority over everyone else. Even the mages, he believed, didn't grasp the true value of the items they'd given him. After their long wait, they returned to the inn. The innkeeper was astonished, having assumed Bjorn was no longer among the living. He explained that he discarded Bjorn's belongings, believing he wouldn't return. Bjorn was furious, having paid for an extra week's lodging. The innkeeper promised to compensate him, and Bjorn, with great effort, restrained himself from violence. The next day, he and Einar went to a trading area where he sold the items he'd acquired in the labyrinth. He paid Einar 300,000 stones. She expressed her gratitude for the payment. She told Bjorn that someone was eating clouds on a stick, and, watching them, she felt a desire to try some herself. Einar found it amazing that humans could create such a thing. As she ate with the barbarian, she shyly thanked Bjorn for still treating her the same way, even though her body had changed. She worried that Bjorn might no longer find her appealing. Einar explained that other barbarians had begun to avoid her, as she no longer looked like a warrior. Furthermore, humans had started flirting with her constantly. Distressed by this change in appearance, Einar asked Bjorn if she had truly become so ugly. Bjorn was speechless. The girl looked fantastic. She told Bjorn that she had made a decision. She could no longer enter the labyrinth with him. Bjorn was now alone. Einar was no longer part of his team, not because of her changed appearance, but because her talent had caught the attention of an elder, a master swordswoman. She had decided to train in swordsmanship under this mentor. Bjorn asked if she could at least spare a day for the labyrinth, but the specialized training wouldn't allow Einar to leave the temple for 6 months. Bjorn seemed to know of this training. If it was what she desired, it would be a great opportunity for her. Einar didn't ask Bjorn to wait for her return, nor to allow her to rejoin the team later. But she promised to return a powerful warrior. no longer a burden to him. Bjorn reflected that after all she had endured in the labyrinth, being forced to surrender to the Reavers, and swearing on her honor that she was powerless to do anything within the rift, she, as a warrior, couldn't bear so much humiliation. Now Bjorn needed to decide whether to find another companion or brave the labyrinth alone. He had grown stronger, having absorbed 2 essences. Considering his significantly improved attributes, Bjorn was now stronger than any explorer on the 2nd floor. From the 3rd floor onwards, things became difficult. Even with his strength, clearing a floor alone would be impossible. The higher the floor, the more necessary a team became, preferably with members of similar level. Pondering this, Bjorn went to find Raven. A mage like her would be a valuable addition to his team. As the barbarian was about to invite her to join him, she showed him a terrifying chair intended for research on Bjorn, one that looked as though no one could survive sitting in it. The mage flatly refused Bjorn's proposal. She would only consider accepting if the barbarian recruited other level 6 members, including a priestess she knew. She was aware of how complicated it would be for the barbarian to recruit these members. Changing the subject, the mage handed him the results of the vampire essence analysis. The results weren't very detailed, but that didn't matter to the barbarian, as he knew exactly what the essence did. As a guardian essence, it carried a passive ability, in this case, making him resistant to death. With a mark of immortality added to the essence, Bjorn could recover from any wound. Before Bjorn left, the mage asked him something. She wanted to know what Bjorn had put in the vampire's mouth during their fight. Bjorn knew she was referring to the tear of the goddess, but he decided to play dumb and say nothing, lest the mage ask more questions. He said he was hungry and left. Urwa was certain he knew something and wouldn't rest until she found out what it was. In the tower's library, she picked up a book about rifts. It contained information about the bloodstained castle. The book mentioned the tear of the goddess and the golden mask, but it was difficult to discern more as the pages were stained. The mage looked up information about the tear in another book, discovering it was a consumable relic that unleashed a very powerful blessing when the vial was broken. It had been over a century since the relic was last used to save the Pope. Discovering this, Arua wondered if it was a coincidence. What happened in the fight was similar to the power of the relic, if not a coincidence. It would be very strange for the barbarian to know the location of the tear and how to use it. By defeating the Rift boss, Bjorn obtained the golden mask. It could be used 5 times and allowed the user to change their appearance in the game for a month. The barbarian didn't pay much attention to the item and sold it, but after being wrongly imprisoned, this item could be very useful to Bjorn in the future. In a tavern, people were talking about the disbandment of the guild to which the looters belonged and about Owen's sister. Owen's sister, who was eating, listened intently to the gossip. The guild was called the Crystal Alliance and had grown over the past decade. Its members used a communication system with many information stones. One of the people talking said they weren't even adventurers. It seemed that at first, the guild was made up of ordinary people who needed to pay taxes, but as they grew, they began to discriminate against outsiders and commit crimes against newcomers. After hearing the conversation, Owen's sister left. She remembered everything Owen had gone through because of those looters. Before leaving, she also heard that it was the free barbarian who disbanded the guild. People were talking about a barbarian who escaped from prison to prove his innocence. The most incredible thing was that this barbarian was only a level 9 adventurer. Based on this information, the coincidence of this barbarian being Bjorn was too great. But this could explain why Bjorn had disappeared for a week. The elf went to Owen's room, calling for her sister. The girl didn't look well, surrounded by her soul, her sister unsure if she should tell Owen what she had heard earlier. At the Adventurers Guild, Bjorn was looking for party members. The barbarian wanted at least 4 people from the 3rd floor or above. The attendant asked for the barbarian's information, and upon first reading it, he freaked out, muttering something about 5 stars. But when Bjorn questioned him, the attendant played dumb, handing the barbarian a list of teams. Bjorn realized the fellow had changed the subject, but he didn't dwell on it. Analyzing the list, he found an interesting name, the name Murad, the dwarf who had entered the rift with Bjorn. The dwarf said he had also invited another person to join them, and the barbarian was surprised to hear a mage would be joining their ranks. The dwarf began to wave, and a new member of the party arrived. The mage looked young and excited. He introduced himself as Rill, stating his desire to join the barbarian's party. Murad introduced himself as a level 6 adventurer, and the mage was a level 8 mage from the royal family. This surprised the dwarf, and Bjorn explained that it meant the mage didn't work for the guild. Rill thought Bjorn seemed intelligent for his kind, and asked the barbarian's name. Bjorn, slightly annoyed by the mage, introduced himself nonetheless and invited Rill to sit with him. Bjorn asked the mage why he wanted to explore the labyrinth. A level 8 mage adventuring seemed rare. Given the mage's level, he couldn't be that strong and could only explore the lower floors. So, working in the city would be more profitable. The mage said he wanted to become a famous explorer, bringing glory to the Baron Matoin family. The dwarf was surprised the mage was a noble, but apparently he was just a distant relative. Rill also stated that he wouldn't mistreat anyone for their low status, but he wasn't really a noble either. Despite being endearing, the mage only knew a few curses and ice spells, which could be useful to the team. This meant he was weak, but Bjorn accepted him into the party anyway. The mere fact of having a mage would attract stronger adventurers, and as the barbarian predicted, after the mage joined, they received proposals from several powerful adventurers, which Bjorn and the dwarf began to analyze. Judging by the dwarf's expression, they had found another member, and now their party was complete. Bjorn upgraded his equipment before entering the labyrinth, and showed off the new armor to the librarian, who didn't react, simply asking what it was. Bjorn excitedly explained that he had bought lithium armor and a shield, and an expandable backpack that would allow him to carry more items. The librarian simply stated that they had received complaints, and the barbarian had better take the armor off. She really didn't appreciate Bjorn's antics parading around streets. Bjorn spotted a barbarian huddled in a corner. The fellow didn't have any weapons, which was strange, because no matter how poor or hungry a barbarian was, they always carried a weapon, as if it were a part of their body. Bjorn tried to speak to the man, and the other barbarian seemed frightened. Bjorn told him not to be afraid and asked where his weapon was. The man, still terrified, explained that it had broken, so he'd sold it. A wide grin spread across Bjorn's face. The thought of a barbarian selling his weapon struck him as utterly bizarre. Bjorn introduced himself, and the man replied that his name was Talakin. Bjorn took Talakin to get something to eat. He was convinced this barbarian was one of the so-called lost souls of this world, someone who didn't truly belong. Overflowing with gratitude, Talakin explained that he'd undergone his coming-of-age ceremony a month before Bjorn. He claimed he'd gotten lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth, but Bjorn suspected he'd simply run away, scared of the monsters. Escaping the barbarian tribes wouldn't be difficult for this fellow. His real problems would come later, as no one in the city would hire a barbarian. Bjorn wondered if the man was putting on an act, perhaps having already reached the boss room in the game. But if that were the case, he should know how barbarians were treated in this world. So, Bjorn asked Talakin what he'd been doing since the labyrinth opened the previous month. The man admitted he hadn't gone back. Bjorn was exasperated. How could he have missed the opportunity again? Talakin tried to explain that this time he didn't even have a weapon, having sold it. The man clearly hadn't thought about the future. Bjorn was baffled. Had this guy even played the game? Talakin went on to describe how he'd become cold and hungry, and when he tried to approach other barbarians, they rejected him. Bjorn wondered how he'd survived this long if he'd run away as soon as he arrived in this world. He could have easily ended up in the same predicament as Talakin. Talakin, sensing Bjorn's wavering, asked if he felt sorry for him, if he wanted to help. With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, he declared he knew the labyrinth and could be of assistance. But Bjorn cut him off, stating firmly that he wouldn't be taking him into the labyrinth. Talakin's excitement deflated, but Bjorn added that he would help him in a different way. Bjorn handed Talakin 150,000 stones, enough to buy a weapon and enter the labyrinth. The man's hands trembled as he accepted the coins. Bjorn told him to leave, saying he was tired. Talakin started to say he would repay him, but Bjorn interrupted him again, saying that whatever happened next, he should just go. Bjorn didn't want to see him again. He asked if the man understood. This barbarian seemed like a different person, almost frighteningly docile. A part of Bjorn felt he'd been harsh. But remembering his own experiences in the labyrinth, he reasoned he'd treated Talakin the best way he could. He hoped the man would survive his foray into that dangerous place. The day to enter the labyrinth arrived. Rill, the mage, was brimming with excitement. It was his first time, and every detail of the place captivated him. Another party member appeared. His name was Braun, a level 7 adventurer with 8 years of experience. This guy clearly knew what he was doing. Murad, the dwarf, was also enthusiastic, having not adventured with a group in a long time. The last to join the party was Nisha, a level 7 half-elf explorer. She had 5 years of experience and was eager to take down some monsters. Murad jokingly called her princess, which earned him a glare. It seemed she was royalty from some tribe. With Braun's guidance, Bjorn's newly formed party ventured into the labyrinth. Within hours, they reached the second floor. The explorer, however, wasn't satisfied. They weren't the first to reach this level. Braun possessed a directional skill, one that revealed the path to the portal, proving invaluable to the group. Bjorn just didn't like it, as he couldn't profit from opening the portal himself. With Ina or Owen, he could have activated the portal and gained experience, but until he had a truly reliable party, it was best to keep some of his knowledge hidden. On the second floor, they entered the Valley of Beasts. The dwarf, Murad, asked Ril, the mage, how he was feeling. The stench of the place was almost enough to make the young mage vomit. Bjorn, remembering Braun had an essence related to smell, inquired about his experience. Unlike the mage, the seasoned explorer seemed unaffected by the odor. Braun warned the party to be careful not to step in the puddles of waste, and they continued their trek through the valley. The Valley of Beasts held no traps, but its layout made it easy to get lost. The monsters they encountered proved easy prey for the party, and with the mage's magical alarm, they could rotate guard duty in 4 shifts, allowing each member 6 hours of sleep. This exploration of the labyrinth seemed to be progressing much more smoothly. Ril couldn't understand why they needed someone on watch if they had a magical alarm. The issue, as explained, was that the magic only detected monsters. Explorers were far harder to sense. This realization unnerved the young mage. Murad suggested Ril should rest. Bjorn, awakened by the conversation, figured this might be the mage's first and last expedition with the group. The next day, Braun announced they were nearing the portal to the 3rd floor, home to level 7 and 8 monsters. Known as the Pilgrim's Passage, the 3rd floor was significantly larger than the others. Even though they might be in different sections of the floor, all explorers would be together, unlike on the 2nd floor. Nisha asked Bjorn if he had been to the 3rd floor before, mentioning it took her a year to reach it. Both she and the dwarf had taken roughly 2 years to reach the 4th. Nisha teased Murad, boasting of her greater experience. If that were the case, the Barbarian was ascending the floors remarkably quickly. Suddenly, Braun told them to stop their banter. Bjorn thought he seemed even more irritable than usual. Understandable, given he was doing all the work but still annoying. They entered the 3rd floor, and the moment they stepped onto it, a loud crash echoed around them. Bjorn yelled for Braun to move, as several monsters began charging towards the party. The Barbarian met the attack with his shield, finding it odd that the monsters were waiting right by the portal. Even through his shield, Bjorn could feel the immense strength of these creatures. Murad, on the other hand, was struggling to hold his ground against the onslaught, his shield beginning to crack, forcing him to use a skill to repair it. Murad identified the monsters as Diantro, boar-like creatures of level 7. The dwarf's balancing ability, he explained, was gained by absorbing the essence of one of these very beasts. Ril, the mage, seized the opportunity and cast a curse on one of the creatures. Murad, the dwarf, charged forward, his axe a blur, and cleaved another monster through the skull. Nisha, using Bjorn as a springboard, leaped onto the back of yet another creature. Driven by a ravenous hunger for essence, these monsters weren't typically found in this area. A flicker of unease touched Bjorn. Were they being watched? He asked Braun if anyone was nearby, activating his thermal human detector. The device registered nothing. However, Bjorn's keen nose picked up the lingering scent of recent human presence. They must have fled after witnessing the fight, he concluded. Murad was shocked. The thought of someone lying in wait was unsettling. Braun clarified that they weren't necessarily waiting specifically for them. Many predators knew this was a vulnerable time for explorers and would lure monsters towards the portal. Nisha suggested they hunt down these predators. There was a bounty for it, she'd heard. The group discussed the difficulty of finding them now, while Ril seemed particularly shaken by the whole affair. The dwarf suggested the best they could do was leave a warning at the 2nd floor portal. Ril trembled, his face pale. The young mage's obvious distress was a concern. The group commented on how surprising it was that Braun knew about the predator's tactics, as encounters with them weren't common. Bjorn, curious, asked Nisha how many times she crossed paths with such predators. "About 8 times in 5 years, she replied. That was practically nothing compared to Bjorn's 5 encounters in 3 months. Nisha and Murad shared a laugh at the barbarian's apparent bad luck. According to Murad, running into so many predators used to be more common over a century ago. Perhaps Bjorn was simply unlucky. The constant threat of predators was wearing on Bjorn. Braun defended the barbarian, mentioning his own frequent run-ins every 3 months. Still, Bjorn was frustrated. He seemed to be the only one encountering them with such alarming regularity. After dispatching a few more monsters, they found a quieter spot to make camp. Noticing Ril's discomfort, Murad asked him what was wrong. The mage seemed deeply troubled. He confessed that his idealized vision of being an explorer was crumbling. He knew he might seem naive, even spoiled, but the realization that some explorers preyed on others, killing each other for profit, was difficult to accept. If he continued down this path, he knew he might eventually have to kill someone. It was something he'd been steeling himself for. Bjorn wondered if he was ready now. "Yes," Ril replied, his voice strained but firm, though he admitted a sliver of doubt. He wasn't sure he could actually do it when the time came. Bjorn saw through the bravado. Ril wasn't confident, but it was better to feign strength. Braun advised the mage against arrogance. "That's better," Braun said, a hint of approval in his voice. "Now, how about I show you all something?" Braun led them to a vantage point, revealing a breathtaking vista bathed in the unique light of this particular hour, a sight only visible from the 3rd floor. The beauty of the scene captivated Ril. Perhaps it was the reassurance he needed, a renewed sense of wonder to bolster his resolve and continue exploring the labyrinth. As night fell, the party settled down to sleep, leaving Bjorn to keep watch. The barbarian, Bjorn, noticed that Ril, the mage, had taken a long time to fall asleep. The view must have truly altered his perception of the labyrinth. The party continued their exploration. According to Bjorn's calculations, he needed 100 more experience points to reach level 4. On the 3rd floor, he could absorb a maximum of 3 essences. Since he still had an empty slot, he wasn't in a hurry to level up, preferring to wait for a powerful essence. Braun warned that they had reached the Orcish lair, the area with the highest concentration of monsters on the 3rd floor. Only level 8 monsters and above spawned there. If they weren't planning on descending to the 4th floor, this was their best hunting ground. Murad, the dwarf, suggested they fight together, and depending on their progress, they would decide their next move. He had barely finished speaking when a group of orcs appeared, lumbering towards them. Bjorn's party braced for combat. Ril cast an ice spear, striking an orc squarely in the forehead. Bjorn and Murad held the line at close range, their shields deflecting blows, while Nisha dealt with any orcs that managed to slip past their defenses. Ril and Braun attacked from a distance. The party seemed to be making good progress, until an Orcish warlock emerged from the ranks. He cast a berserk spell on his comrades, increasing the orc warrior's resistance by 300% for 10 seconds. It didn't seem like much, but the orcs became monstrously strong, managing to break through Bjorn and Murad's shields. Orcs through. Bjorn roared to Braun. Braun, attempting to shield Ril, took the brunt of the orcs' savage attack. They needed to rally around the mage. He was the most vulnerable. The orcs' 10 seconds of empowered fury expired. Nisha appeared behind the berserked orc, delivering a crippling blow. The monster fell. Seizing the opportunity, Bjorn charged the warlock, who went down before he could even react. The party was pleased. They had managed to defeat the orcs without taking any casualties. Reflecting on the battle, Bjorn thought they had taken a little too long to achieve victory, but they had maintained their balance. He believed they were a good team. The party continued towards the heart of the Orcish lair. The closer they got, the more orcs appeared in their path. They encountered a large, level 7 orc warrior. Even this monster was dispatched with relative ease. But the easy victories didn't last. Something exploded nearby, and the party barely managed to dodge the blast. A figure emerged from the dust. Hopefully, it wasn't another attacker. "The Orcish lair is Zavi clan territory," the man announced. "You should explore elsewhere." There were ways in the game to restrict an area, but it was so difficult that it was only worth it if it was the habitat of a boss or a rare monster. Murad questioned what the clan was doing there, as they usually hunted on the 6th floor. The clan member refused to answer. answer. Murad bristled. He'd never heard of the Orsish lair being Zavi clan territory and accused them of not even being true clan members. The man eyed Murad nervously. It seemed neither side was interested in a peaceful resolution. Bjorn, noticing Nisha shrinking behind him, asked, "Then what happened?" Someone asked. The girl, called the Black Sheep, looked frightened. Misha called the man Brother Tyler. They did look remarkably alike. He was furious, saying she shouldn't call him that in public. It was embarrassing. The elder asked if they were truly siblings. He found it hard to believe they weren't, given their striking resemblance. It seemed the elder owed this family something. But Tyler didn't care if he had to fight her. The elder thought it best to tell the party why the family was there. They were searching for the essence of a powerful orc warrior. Once they found it, they would leave. It wasn't a particularly rare essence, but Bjorn seemed to know something that would make it quite special. The elder stressed that it would be best to let them and the family leave, as there would be no monsters left for the party to hunt. Since they were weaker, Bjorn saw no point in forcing their way into the habitat. The barbarian was about to say they would leave, but suddenly, the mage said he would handle the situation. Rill stepped forward to introduce himself, but the elder called him trash, leaving the mage speechless. The man needn't have been so cruel. He didn't appreciate being called a high mage and humiliated Rill, telling him never to address him that way again. Rill still couldn't find the words to respond. He was utterly crushed by the elder. Murad joined the conversation, calling the man rude. The elder said he was just speaking the truth. The dwarf couldn't stay silent. He activated his lightning ability, ready to fight the sixth floor family. Everything the barbarian had been trying to avoid was happening. Now, because Murad couldn't stand to see the mage humiliated, the party would have to fight the sixth floor family. The elder glared at the dwarf. Bjorn roared Murad's name, slamming the dwarf's head into the ground. The whole party was startled by the barbarian's action. He continued to hold the dwarf down, telling him to calm down. Bjorn looked at the family, hoping to avoid making things worse. The elder said the dwarf should be grateful to have a companion like the barbarian. It seemed Bjorn had managed to prevent the party's annihilation. Near the exit of the orc habitat, the dwarf apologized for his actions, saying he'd acted without thinking. Braun said the dwarf's actions could have gotten them all killed, but since nothing had happened, it was best to forget it. Despite Murad's blunder, he had been defending his companion. The barbarian thought Braun should have been harsher and was being too lenient as a leader. If Bjorn were in Braun's place, he'd still be cursing the dwarf out. Misha thought it was her fault things hadn't gone smoothly, but to the mage, she was the reason things hadn't gotten worse, because she was the sister of one of the family members. This cheered the girl up, and Bjorn was bewildered by how quickly the party's mood had shifted. Misha revealed she didn't talk much about her family because she was ashamed of being the only one who couldn't connect with a spirit beast. Subhumans like her could make contracts with ancient beasts, spirit beasts. There were several types of contracts that allowed summoning the beasts, being possessed by them, or using their abilities. Not all subhumans could make these contracts. As for Misha, it was a disgrace that she hadn't formed a contract, especially considering she was born into the Carlston family. She got along well with her siblings when they were young, but as she grew older, unchosen by any spirit beast, she was ostracized. Whispers followed her, branding her a half-breed, the product of an affair. With her mother gone so early, she had no way to prove otherwise. So she left her family, learned to fight, and became an adventurer. Murad, the dwarf, was moved by her story, by the hardships she had endured. Bjorn, the barbarian, couldn't fathom how the dwarf could be so touched. Now Murad wanted to share his own tale. Murad's dream had been to become a blacksmith, a respectable aspiration for any dwarf. But even after 10 years of trying, he couldn't graduate. He simply lacked the talent. So, at the age of 30, to survive, he became an adventurer. Now it was Rill's turn, the mage. He confessed to being the least gifted. His only exposure to magic came from his social standing, not enough to gain entry to the mage tower. Rill believed that if he were a true mage, he would have earned the elder's respect. Murad, ever empathetic, was moved again. He declared Rill a great mage, insisting the elder's judgment was flawed. Braun, listening in, remarked that this was the first time he'd witnessed such a display. Bjorn, ever pragmatic, thought all this emotional outpouring was unnecessary. But then Braun felt compelled to apologize. He admitted to being annoyed when Murad and Misha shared their experiences, feeling he had cut them short. He had assumed that Not being human, they were fortunate, spared from suffering. Trying to appease Braun, Murad and Misha pointed out that only humans could become mages or even saints. Not to mention, only a fraction of humans possess such gifts. Murad chuckled, observing that their group was composed entirely of black sheep. Everyone felt better after sharing their burdens and receiving comfort, except for one. All eyes turned to Bjorn, the barbarian, waiting for him to tell his story. Panic flickered in Bjorn's eyes. He didn't know what to say in this situation. Then, taking a deep breath, the barbarian blurted out, with all his might, "I don't have a mother." Murad and Rill stared, stunned by his outburst. Bjorn continued, his voice thick with emotion, "She didn't survive childbirth. And my father never returned from the labyrinth. So even if I wanted to see them, I can't." Silence fell over the group after his confession. This wasn't a fabrication. Inar had told Bjorn this story. He hadn't lied about his parents. Braun and Misha were deeply moved. Rill began to weep. Murad even offered to be a father figure to Bjorn, but the barbarian, wanting no pity, insisted he was fine. Tears still flowed freely as Misha, concerned, asked Bjorn if he was truly all right. He began to reflect on how many times he'd nearly died since arriving in this world. The thought was truly disheartening, and the barbarian slumped, dejected. Murad suggested to Braun that they should head to the witch's forest. This caught Bjorn's attention. They discussed where they should go next. For Murad, "It's best to continue improving our teamwork on the 3rd floor before heading out," Braun advised. The witch's forest is an exceedingly dangerous place. Ewan figured the dwarf, Murad, wanted to test their synergy in a more perilous environment. The 4th floor, he explained, housed level 7 and 8 monsters, much like the 3rd. But level 6 monsters appear occasionally as well, Ewan added, meaning threats of that caliber could emerge at any moment on that floor. Bjorn, having tasted defeat several times on this floor, understood Murad's caution. Still, he believed the 4th floor was the optimal path for the team's growth. He argued that he and Murad, as formidable frontliners, were more than capable of handling level 6 monsters, even if the team's overall damage output was lacking. Their combined strength, he asserted, should be sufficient for survival on the 4th floor. Misha and Rill murmured to each other, their doubts about trusting the barbarian's judgment evident. Their hushed whispers, unfortunately for them, reached Bjorn's ears, igniting a spark of irritation. Murad, still unconvinced, suggested a vote. The democratic process prevailed, and the team decided to ascend to the 4th floor. They had already spent 3 days within the labyrinth's winding walls. As dusk began to settle, Braun called for camp. Glancing at his timepiece, Bjorn realized they made camp at the same hour each day. Braun must have pre-planned their campsites, Bjorn deduced, factoring in their pace and distance traveled. The barbarian found this level of foresight impressive. He inquired about the guide's plans for the following day. "We'll reach the witch's forest before midday," Braun declared, his tone radiating the confidence of a seasoned adventurer. He knew how to keep them moving forward. The adventurers slept soundly until their shift rotations. Suddenly, Bjorn was jolted awake by Braun's urgent shouts. He assumed his shift had come, but something felt amiss. "Monsters?" Bjorn asked, still groggy. "More than just monsters," Braun replied grimly. Screams echoed in the distance, the desperate cries of someone pursued. "Remember the iron hooves near the portal?" Braun asked. Bjorn recalled the guide's warning about being ambushed, a trap they had narrowly escaped. "I smell the same scent here," Braun stated, his voice low. "The same people," he added. Murad chimed in, the previous raiders. Braun confirmed his suspicions, believing they were attempting to infiltrate the group under the guise of needing help. "What should we do?" Misha asked, her voice laced with anxiety as the raiders drew closer. Bjorn donned his helmet, a glint of opportunity in his eyes. "If we lack confidence," he said, his voice hard, "it's best not to act rashly." Just then, the infiltrators emerged from the shadows. "Halt!" Bjorn roared, his voice booming through the night. "Come any closer, and I'll crush your skulls." The group pleaded for assistance, claiming their companions had been captured by monsters and offering a reward for their rescue. "Drop your weapons," Bjorn commanded, his voice unwavering. They refused, claiming the monsters were closing in. Bjorn narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the situation. He realized the monsters were merely observing, likely cautious due to the increased number of people present. He gave the group an ultimatum: disarm or leave. Terror etched on their faces. The apparent leader of the group finally yielded to Bjorn's demands. They all lowered their weapons, and Bjorn had Braun collect them from the group. He noticed the monsters retreating after seeing the group receive help. They were indeed clever. A girl from the rescued group thanked the barbarian for his help and introduced herself as Alyssa. Her clothes were ragged after surviving the attack. Murad, the dwarf, was captivated by Alyssa and introduced himself, remarking that she must have been through a difficult time. The other members introduced themselves as Talon and Hans. Bjorn remembered the Hans he had encountered before and didn't like the coincidence. This Hans asked the barbarian if he knew another Hans, mentioning that the name was common. Alyssa continued, reflecting that the goddess Letris must have protected them. Braun was surprised to hear the goddess's name and asked the girl if she was a priestess, which she confirmed. Alyssa served the goddess of light, who governed exploration and relationships. Bjorn remained unconvinced. He was sure they were all raiders and that she wasn't even a priestess. Suddenly, the barbarian was taken aback. The girl was healing her injured companions with her abilities, so she couldn't be faking it. Now the group was confused. Misha asked Braun if he could have been mistaken about these people. The guide was incredulous. He was certain he had smelled their scent before. Alyssa believed her group had proven they weren't dangerous and asked for their weapons back. But to her surprise, she heard Bjorn say he didn't care what she was, because barbarians weren't like humans. It made no sense. He demanded they pay the bounty they owed his group. The girl feigned forgetfulness and asked how much they wanted. Bjorn demanded 2 million stones. This was currently impossible for Alyssa's group, but she said they would pay once they got out. The barbarian didn't care. He said he didn't trust other races and told them to pay with valuables if they didn't have the money. Bjorn pointed at the group's armor, which must have been worth something. Hans didn't question the barbarian, grateful for having his life spared, and began removing his armor. The barbarian collected all their valuables, but he still wasn't satisfied. Alyssa offered to heal any injured members. Bjorn walked towards her and attacked. Following his own twisted logic, he figured he should take down the priestess first and struck her before she could react. His actions shocked the entire group. No one had anticipated such a thing. The barbarian simply said he got a little carried away, as he was afraid they were the leader. Hans and Talon trembled, thinking they were next, but they weren't looking in Bjorn's direction. Talon was the first to be struck. A purple mist began to coil around his body. Behind the barbarian, Alyssa began to move again. Even Bjorn turned to look at the girl, incredulous. Alyssa, contorted, asked how he knew she was a monster. She said they were too late. The barbarian thought that nothing ever went his way. His companion stared, dumbfounded. Bjorn yelled at them to stay calm, as he would handle her. The barbarian struck the priestess's head again. Murad, the dwarf, cried out that he was just attacking a corpse. Bjorn explained that he'd attacked her out of fear, but if she moved again, he was certain she was a carry priestess, a hidden class selectable only by priests who reached the 5th floor of the labyrinth. It allowed the user to wield both holy and dark magic, but with a heavy price. Carry was a malevolent god, and when this class was revealed, the individual was subject to beheading. To maintain this class, the user needed to perform regular sacrifices, and the easiest way to do that was to become a raider. As if to prove his point, she attacked another of her companions, Hans. Alyssa, regenerating, stated coldly that she'd lost 2 companions because of the barbarian. He retorted that she must have been acting pretty despicably to blame him in this situation. It was because of Alyssa that those 2 were dead. She should have stayed incorporeal after Bjorn hit her. He began to scream, claiming he couldn't take it anymore and would avenge her companions, though in truth, he was only interested in their belongings. The girl used a death summon skill, causing Hans and Talon to stir once more. Murad, the dwarf, was the first to be startled, seeing the 2 standing. The skill summoned undead, but by using the corpses of subordinates, they became more powerful than typical monsters. Alyssa commanded her subordinates to eliminate her enemies, but Murad and Bjorn quickly blocked the attack. Misha darted past the barbarian, using her poison skills against Talon. Simultaneously, Rill pierced Hans with a Spear of the Ice skill. Unfortunately, ice and poison magic had no effect on the undead. Bjorn grabbed Talon, asking if Braun's attack was ready. A moment later, Braun hurled a type of Molotov cocktail at the enemies, which burst into flames upon impact. The barbarian thought fire was the key against the undead, but Alyssa proved him wrong, using an undead fire, skill that absorbed all nearby flames. This time, Bjorn's team seemed to have run out of effective attack options, so he yelled for the rest of the team to attack the priestess while he and the dwarf held off her subordinates. Since the barbarian had taken their equipment earlier, he was able to hold out longer. As his team moved to attack the priestess, Misha went straight for her. But Alyssa summoned a guardian shadow that erupted from the ground. She commanded the shadow to destroy the team, but they continued to attack. The priestess began to laugh, seemingly unaffected by the assault. Then Misha realized the shadow was enveloping her like a curse. She slashed at the shadow, but it seemed to have no effect. Suddenly, Murad appeared, attacking the second shadow, saying Bjorn had sent him to help. This meant the barbarian was holding off 2 undead alone. Alyssa grew increasingly furious, because even with her commands, her subordinates couldn't protect her. The barbarian, holding the 2 undead at bay with a satisfied expression, remarked that they were too busy dealing with him. Realizing she wouldn't win, Alyssa flew into a rage. She began to levitate, screaming that she wouldn't forget this humiliation. She used a soul form skill, and the barbarian realized she was trying to escape. Before vanishing, Alyssa declared that none of them would ever escape the labyrinth. Bjorn grimly acknowledged that they had nearly been defeated. Suddenly, the system alerted them to multiple curses. It seemed Alyssa had unleashed over 15 curses on Bjorn before fleeing. He remembered Talon mentioning knowledge of curses and urged the mage to dispel them. But Talon seemed clueless about how to counter these particular afflictions. In fact, while Talon knew of curse magic, he had no practical experience in lifting them. The barbarian's frustration with the mage was palpable. A system warning flashed, indicating that without divine or magical intervention, his attributes might be permanently affected. Bjorn looked utterly drained. Murad, the dwarf, asked if he was all right. The barbarian insisted he would live, but the strain was evident. The barbarian had been running from the curses for over 5 hours. Were it not for the essence he had absorbed, he would have collapsed long ago. His companions, too, were running, burdened by their own, albeit fewer, curses. Alyssa had made certain to inflict Bjorn with the brunt of her dark magic. Over 15 curses in total. Even Yuan, normally brimming with energy, was affected by a draining curse that hampered his stamina regeneration. Even his regeneration abilities couldn't replenish his in-game stamina. If it dropped below 10%, his character would be immobilized. He estimated he had roughly 30% remaining. Braun tried to reassure Bjorn, telling him they were almost there. When the barbarian saw their destination, he almost gasped in relief. They had reached the witch's forest. Just hours ago, Braun had remarked in disbelief that they were being hunted by a Carrie priestess. According to Bjorn, her abilities were on par with those found on the 5th floor. Had she attacked them directly, they wouldn't have survived. If they hadn't counterattacked after being disarmed, some of them would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Misha expressed her relief at having such a dependable barbarian in their group, remarking on how incredible it was that he had managed to land a blow on the priestess. Bjorn asked Braun if he could track Alyssa, but the guide couldn't find any trace of her. The barbarian was certain she would attack again, now that they knew her true nature. Talon, the mage, offered a self-satisfied comment about his earlier performance, which only served to irritate Bjorn. If they were ambushed while fighting monsters, they would be hopelessly outmatched. That was precisely why Bjorn suggested they head immediately to the witch's forest. Since the forest surrounded the portal to the 4th floor, level 7 and 8 monsters roamed the area, many of them spectral entities immune to physical attacks. But for now, this place was their best option. As they entered the forest, the group felt a wave of relief. It was a special area where all status effects were nullified. Braun admitted he hadn't expected Bjorn to use the terrain to their advantage, and asked if he was truly experiencing this floor for the first time. The barbarian deflected, claiming he had simply studied extensively about the labyrinth, which caused Misha and Talon to burst out laughing. They'd never heard of a barbarian who read. Suddenly, an unusual status effect hit the group, and several tree-like monsters began hurling insults at them. Though Bjorn seemed unaffected by the mental assault, his companions weren't so lucky. Misha cried, asking how he could withstand the attacks, while the dwarf, Murad, and Braun seemed unaffected as well. But Talon, the mage, reacted even worse than Misha. Bjorn thought the attack's effects were bizarre, like he was seeing everything through a convex mirror. He asked Talon if he could still use magic in this state, and Talon assured him he could. Murad thought it best to rest and volunteered to take first watch. Bjorn collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted after everything that had happened. The dwarf came over to him and brought up Alyssa. He recounted how, when he was recruiting party members at the guild, a girl had persistently questioned him. Thinking back, he realized that girl was Alyssa. He explained that the first time they met at the castle, he received a numbered item, a guardian bracelet, and he suspected she might have heard about it. He'd received bracelet number 31, typically found in rifts level 4 and above. Hearing this, Bjorn was struck by the fact that Murad had received an item worth 50 million stones, even though he hadn't done anything. The barbarian wondered why Murad hadn't recognized her before. But according to the dwarf, she hadn't been dressed as a priestess when she first appeared. She'd been wearing ragged clothes. Bjorn remembered the party had held a meeting at a tavern, so she might have overheard them and planned to attack the party in advance. Murad quoted a dwarven saying, "Danger always comes with treasure," but Bjorn told him not to change the subject. He blamed the dwarf's carelessness for not recognizing the girl. The dwarf didn't seem to care, and again urged Bjorn to rest. Bjorn was startled awake by someone calling his name. Braun was amazed the barbarian could sleep through all the commotion. He asked where the monster was, and Braun replied that it was close. Looking closely, several Spriggans were flitting around the party. They were level 9 monsters and didn't look friendly at all. They released a toxic dust mixed with stimulants, but they wouldn't attack unless provoked. Seeing these creatures gathered like this meant a larger monster was nearby. Bjorn asked if they should fight it, and the dwarf agreed, since the mage was feeling better. Murad would make the monster reveal itself. He used a lightning skill, followed by a cutting skill, which hit the Spriggans as if they'd been electrocuted. The monster, which had been watching all along, decided to make its appearance, crashing through the trees in its path. It was a level 7 giant half-troll. This type of monster was only found in the Witch's Forest and usually followed Spriggan swarms. The half-troll attacked with its club, striking Murad's shield with all its might. Even with a sturdy shield, blocking the attack was difficult for him. Bjorn remembered the dwarf's pain tolerance wasn't as high as his own. This was one of the main reasons people avoided this place. Pain was amplified here, and warriors felt the attacks with multiplied intensity. Most of the monsters there were immune to physical attacks and used mental abilities, so it was a place where warriors suffered the most. Talon cast an ice enhancer, drastically increasing the power of his next ice spell. Then, with a surge of power, Talon unleashed a stronger ice spear, piercing the giant half-troll's chest and felling the monstrous creature. Unfortunately, the beast dissolved into dust, leaving behind no essence. Braun, ever practical, advised the group to press onward. The Witch's Forest was no place to linger. Just ahead, Braun's sharp eyes caught sight of something unwelcome. A group of adventurers was approaching. A voice called out to the adventurers, revealing their identities. It was Alyssa, playing the victim once more, claiming Bjorn's group had slaughtered her companions. The apparent leader of the group, seemingly another priest, urged Alyssa to stay back. Bjorn, knowing the futility of explaining the situation, called out to Murad to use the item. The dwarf, hesitant but resolute, activated the guardian bracelet. A wave of energy pulsed outwards, momentarily repelling their pursuers and granting Bjorn's group a precious window of immunity. As they fled, Misha, panting, questioned how Alyssa had found them in the forest. Bjorn surmised that Alyssa couldn't have tracked them after they entered the Witch's Forest. She must have encountered this group of adventurers and, with cunning deception, woven a tale of victimhood. It was as if she'd been attacked by bandits, and after manipulating this group into fighting for her, she likely planned to double-cross them all. The barbarian urged Misha to focus on running. The bracelet's power would only last for 5 minutes, and they had to put as much distance between themselves and their pursuers as possible. Indeed, shortly after the effect wore off, one of the pursuing scouts caught sight of them. Braun, ever vigilant, was the first to spot the enemy scout. Drawing upon his knowledge of the labyrinth and the information they had gathered, he guided his companions through the most advantageous path. His true skill as a scout, however, wouldn't be fully revealed until they reached the third floor of the Witch's Forest, the last gate before the fourth. Baran's primary ability was an incredibly acute sense of smell. In a place where even the trees moved, this proved invaluable in navigating the treacherous terrain towards the fourth floor. To a certain extent, he could even discern the scent of mana, and he used this extraordinary gift to find their way. Unfortunately, the other group scout was also highly skilled, and they were closing in. Baran pushed his pace, the race to the fourth floor, now a desperate sprint. Exhaustion gnawed at Bjorn's group. Misha, despite her valiant efforts, was struggling to keep up, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Then disaster struck. Tripping over a loose stone, Misha crumpled to the ground. Bjorn rushed to her side, asking if she was all right. The girl insisted she had only twisted her ankle and could still run. Bjorn knew better. It was more than a twist. He suspected a broken ankle. Scooping her up onto his back, he pressed on. Suddenly, he realized the dwarf was no longer ahead of them. Misha, fearing they had been separated from the rest of the group, urged Bjorn to go after them. But the barbarian hushed her. Bron would have noticed their separation. He would return. Bjorn's greater fear was that, without their guide, they would be hopelessly lost in this disorienting forest. Then, a blood-curdling scream ripped through the trees. Worse, it sounded like Murad. Panic seized Misha. She pleaded with Bjorn to help their companion, but he knew that following the sound would only lead them astray. Their priority was escape. In this perilous situation, mental fortitude was more crucial than food or water, a strength Misha was rapidly losing. She could only whimper, clinging to Bjorn's back as he carried her through the oppressive gloom of the Witch's Forest. Bjorn tried to reason with Misha, urging her to calm down and accept the reality of their situation, but the girl continued to lament their predicament. This time, Bjorn's patience wore thin. If she wanted to survive, she needed to listen. He had to focus on the here and now. First, he ordered her to pull a potion from her pack and drink it, then to walk on her own. They rested for a short while, and Misha was able to walk again, though she felt like she was dying. The barbarian asked if she could fight now, and the girl confirmed that she could. They had been in the labyrinth for 4 days, and Bjorn needed a close-range fighter at his side for 11 more. The worst part was that most of the monsters there were incorporeal, making it nearly impossible to attack them. Desperate for elemental abilities, the barbarian made a decision. Abruptly, he asked Misha if she was married. She said no. Then he asked if she had any beliefs that would prevent her from showing her naked body to a stranger. She found the question odd, but answered no. Bjorn replied, "Good." He removed his helmet. He began to approach her. Misha, finding the whole situation bizarre, backed away, shielding herself, and stammered that she wasn't ready for that. Bjorn stopped his advance and offered her a ring, explaining that he had been waiting for someone worthy to give it to. This confused Misha even more. Bjorn asked her to swear an oath to her guardian deity that, in exchange for the ring, she would fight at his side from now on. She asked awkwardly if he was serious. He continued, explaining that when she accepted the ring, and with it, her warrior's honor, he would stand by her, and he expected her to do the same for the ring on her finger. She asked again if he was serious. It was the first time anyone had made such a declaration to her. She was flattered, but stammered an apology. She had never thought of Bjorn in that way. She tried to explain, flustered, that it wasn't that she disliked him. Bjorn didn't understand what she was trying to say, so she blurted out that he wasn't her type at all. He still didn't understand. Mortified, she shouted that Bjorn wasn't attractive to her in the slightest. Bjorn stated that there had been a misunderstanding. He had only wanted her to swear to be his companion in exchange for the ring. Now Misha was embarrassed for misinterpreting the situation. He could have explained it better. She tried to cover her embarrassment. Bjorn explained that she could end the agreement at any time by returning the ring or paying 15 million stones. Misha thought that was incredibly expensive. What could possibly be in the ring to make it worth so much? Bjorn said the ring could grant her greatest desire. He was only making this offer because of his knowledge of the game. Taking her hand, the barbarian revealed that he was going to awaken Nisha. Item number 9425, the Frozen Spirit Ring, was an item Bjorn had received from the Raven Master. At first glance, it seemed useless, but it had an unusual effect when destroyed. After spending a considerable amount of time playing the game, the protagonist discovered that if the ring was worn by a beastkin who hadn't formed a contract with a spirit beast, an event would occur when it was destroyed. After spending a considerable amount of time playing the game, the protagonist discovered that if the ring was worn by a beastkin who hadn't formed a contract with a spirit beast, an event would occur when it was destroyed. A magical beast named Skadia would awaken from its seal and form a contract with Misha. Clearly, she wouldn't miss this opportunity and accepted the pact with the beast. The creature transformed into a swirling mist of icy particles, enveloping Misha's body, sealing the contract. Misha couldn't believe she had obtained the pact so easily and asked Bjorn how he had come across such an item. But more importantly, why her father had never told her about it. The barbarian suggested that her father might have been unaware of the ring's power, a power that seemed to have been recently discovered by a sorcerer. She was curious how the barbarian knew this and had acquired the ring. Before answering the girl, Bjorn thought it best she put some clothes on first. Only then did she realize her current state. Fortunately, the barbarian was a gentleman and left her clothes and the attacker's clothes in the corner for her to wear. Misha noticed that Bjorn had also gotten a new pair of boots, which could raise his item level. She asked why she had been stripped, and the barbarian revealed he had removed her clothes because he had heard in these rituals that clothing would be destroyed. Misha wondered why he had asked if she was married, and he simply thought that if she had a husband, he would be angry about what had happened. Misha was annoyed that he had time to think about that instead of explaining the situation to her properly. The barbarian said he was in a hurry and asked if she had anything to tell him. Feeling incredibly embarrassed, she still thanked him for everything he had done for her. Bjorn wanted more than thanks, and she best not avoid the question. Misha revealed that she had once attempted suicide, and her father had found and saved her. The barbarian thought she should be grateful for that, but she explained that when she woke up, her father said if she truly wanted to die, she should die in the labyrinth. At least that way, it would bring less shame to the family. This revelation only made Bjorn think the family was even worse than he had imagined. That's why Misha entered the labyrinth not to die, but to escape her terrible family. She thought if she could become a great adventurer, even without a spirit beast, she would earn her father's forgiveness. Misha wasn't sure if she would be recognized after her awakening, but she felt something good had happened. She thanked the barbarian again, saying she would never forget what he had done for her. Bjorn asked if she swore by her guardian deity, and the girl laughed and swore. Beastkin who contract with a beast usually gain the ability to summon, enhance, or gain power. In Misha's case, she received enhancement, her body infused with the power of the magical ice beast. Finally, they could attack with attributes and were able to fight against spirit beasts. These monsters were weaker compared to their rank, and with tribute attacks, Misha could now fight alone. Just as barbarian marks had ranks, spirit beasts also had stages. Since Misha was in the first stage, she couldn't yet imbue her weapons with attributes. Fighting wasn't a problem for a warrior like her, but fighting alone in this forest wouldn't be easy. More and more spirit beasts were appearing, and Misha wouldn't be able to handle them. So the two decided it was best to flee. The real challenge began now, 11 hours having passed. They fought against smaller groups of monsters, fleeing from the larger hordes. Misha complained about the exhaustion brought on by the constant fighting, while Bjorn gathered the crystals left behind by the fallen creatures. Fortunately, they hadn't encountered any level 7 monsters, and there had been no sign of Alyssa since Misha's ring vanished after her awakening. The Earth Golem's passive skill had activated, and acidic blood was already corroding Bjorn's equipment, eating away at the coin he'd invested in it. Another drawback was that they still hadn't found any attribute essences. On top of it all, Misha was nearing her limit. At this rate, the barbarian's chances of survival were a mere 30%. Having been in the witch's forest for 12 hours, its terrain effects were intensifying. Bjorn had Misha tie their bodies together with rope, so that even if they fell, they wouldn't be separated. They couldn't stop moving, not even for a moment. The true reason the witch's forest was considered such a perilous place was the witch's eye. Its effect was simple. If you remained still for a certain period, the level 7 monster, Cannavaro, would appear. As their level increased, that time period shortened. After more than 60 hours in the forest, Bjorn and Misha were still lost. Ever since the witch's eye had activated, they hadn't stopped walking. If they stopped, Cannavaro would appear after 10 minutes. Killing it took roughly 15, and the moment they paused, they would be attacked. Misha asked Bjorn to slow down. She was utterly exhausted. Bjorn noticed she was even more tired than before. Even at a slower pace, Misha was practically being dragged along by the barbarian. Seeing her struggle to keep up, Bjorn told her to climb onto his back so she could rest. She wanted to protest, to say that the barbarian was tired too, but he grabbed her waist and hoisted her onto his back. He knew she wouldn't resist for long. Bjorn knew she was at her limit, and she thanked the barbarian. Aside from during battles, Bjorn had been carrying Misha for hours. They had been in the forest for over 87 hours. The barbarian was nearing his limit as well, and he knew they needed to find it before it was too late. Suddenly, a voice questioned Bjorn, asking why he didn't just leave Misha behind. He froze, as if he recognized the voice. It continued, suggesting that doing so would solve the barbarian's biggest problem with his companion, even questioning if he was going to seduce the girl. The voice belonged to the barbarian's ex-girlfriend, and it didn't sound like a hallucination. She asked Bjorn if he was afraid of being abandoned again, and tried to get closer to the barbarian. Bjorn realized that, since it was based on his memories, her behavior was exactly the same as in real life. Meanwhile, she continued her sweet talking, saying how Bjorn was someone who knew everything but never talked about himself. Bjorn commented that she was acting just like before, and the girl got angry, but continued to make advances towards the barbarian. Bjorn seemed hypnotized by her words. He felt like a fool, being led around by a hallucination. The hallucination urged Bjorn to stay with her and leave Misha behind. The hallucination of his ex-girlfriend embraced him, saying that other girls didn't understand him. He was completely immersed in the illusion until a voice called out, snapping him back to reality. Misha dispelled the hallucination with her attack. Now, the barbarian realized he had been entranced by the illusion. Misha continued her assault on the illusion, calling out to Bjorn to see if he was all right, but he remained unresponsive. A surge of pride swelled within her for fending off the dryad that had attacked her companion. A jolt of shock ran through Bjorn as he recognized the type of monster that had ensnared him. A rioter, a level 8 creature known for its potent illusions, was a rare sight in the witch's forest. That explained the vividness of the hallucination. It wasn't an area of effect spell, but a targeted ability. He offered his heartfelt thanks to Misha for saving him. Basking in the warmth of his gratitude, Misha's expression suddenly shifted as a group of adventurers emerged from the trees. They looked at the pair, assuming they must be lost. Bjorn had been on the 3rd level for 8 days now. Most expeditions should have left by this point. The adventurers inquired if they had been separated from their group. Bjorn confirmed that they had, a seed of distrust already taking root in his mind. Misha, however, was elated, believing they were saved. Bjorn remained cautious. A woman in the group offered a comforting smile, mentioning they had children around their age back in the city. This, strangely, heightened Bjorn's suspicion. He refused their offer of assistance. If these people truly had children to provide for, it meant they had a stronger motivation for acquiring wealth by any means necessary. Misha couldn't understand Bjorn's apprehension. Whenever he considered encountering other adventurers, his plan had always been to seek their help. Offering a reward in exchange for being guided to the exit seemed like a mutually beneficial arrangement. But before proposing any deals, Bjorn wanted to learn more about them. He introduced himself. The group scout introduced himself as Hans. Another Hans. Based on his past experiences with others bearing the same name, Bjorn's unease intensified. Another point against them. The group consisted of 2 warriors and 2 archers. If their intentions were hostile, they presented a formidable threat. Bjorn leaned in and quietly asked Misha if she trusted his judgment. She nodded. He admitted he might be paranoid, but something felt off about these people. Bjorn suggested they leave. Hans called out, asking if they were sure they didn't need help. Bjorn desperately wanted to accept, but his gut screamed danger. He told Hans that he and Misha could manage on their own. They turned to go. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed past, Bjorn deflecting it with his shield. Just as he suspected, these were no ordinary adventurers. One of the other archers questioned his companion's actions. She wanted Bjorn's valuable lithium alloy armor. The archer remained confused. Hans told him to leave if he couldn't follow orders. Hans, it turned out, had his eye on the expandable backpack. Another warrior, driven by greed, decided to join the attack. Witnessing the unfolding events, Misha anxiously asked if they should run. They were outnumbered, and the presence of a tracker in the opposing group meant escape would be difficult. Bjorn whispered to Misha, telling her they needed to buy some time. He offered the backpack and shield if the adventurers would let them go. But a cry went up to seize them. In a moment of panic, Misha blurted out that she was a beastkin princess and that they would be rewarded if she were brought back alive. The group's leader looked perplexed, but a member named Vit was determined to eliminate them both to avoid any repercussions. The fact that Misha might be a princess made her even more valuable. She was sure to have precious belongings. Bjorn couldn't buy them much more time, but it should be enough. Cannavaro, a level 7 monster, had just appeared. The group of adventurers was surprised. The monster's appearance meant Bjorn and Misha, missing for days, were close. Bjorn told Misha to hold on tight. He knew Cannavaro hunted its prey relentlessly, and there was no escaping it. The barbarian ran towards the adventurers, intending to use them as bait for his and Misha's escape. He leaped on a Hans, who was completely caught off guard. Then, the monster unleashed its psionic mind ability. The adventurers found themselves ensnared, their minds gripped by Cannavaro's power. Hans redirected the group's focus: defeat the monster, then capture the two fugitives. Bjorn knew he couldn't avoid the mental assault either, so he decided to run, literally using the adventurers as stepping stones in his desperate flight. Meanwhile, Cannavaro summoned a pack of hounds, the ravenous beasts surging towards the struggling group. Trapped, they couldn't dodge without risking the scattered landmines. To make matters worse, the monster began attacking them with its own brutal weaponry. Snapped at by the hounds, Bjorn used his flesh explosion ability to blast them away. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through him. He couldn't feel his ankle. Badly injured, he needed immediate healing. Now it was Misha's turn. Bjorn hurled her towards a monster. With a flash of her dagger, Misha struck Cannavaro, a single, devastating blow that felled the creature. She glanced at the adventurers, the ones who had attacked them, now sprawled on the ground, pleading for help. Misha knew they deserved none. Bjorn, his leg mangled, needed her attention, but with his undying ability, he healed in an instant. Misha stared, astonished by her companion's swift recovery. She hadn't realized how potent his regeneration was, even without potions. Curious, she asked Bjorn what he was, since he didn't seem to feel pain. Just the spirit of a barbarian, he grunted. The fight was over. They needed to leave before more monsters like Cannavaro appeared. Misha asked how he knew the adventurers were dangerous. One of them was named Hans, Bjorn replied. I don't like that name. This only confused Misha further. She'd never imagined someone as seemingly kind as the woman who'd attacked them could be so ruthless. If they don't look weak, have expensive gear, and aren't in the labyrinth, Bjorn explained, she's probably not a kind lady, even if she's the first to attack. Misha still didn't understand. Why did you enter the labyrinth? Bjorn asked. For money, just like that woman. They probably needed the money too. That's why she acted the way she did. Misha had learned a lot on this expedition, things she'd never known before. After 109 hours lost in the forest, she cried out in excitement. I found something. They had finally reached the witch's hut, the only safe haven in the forest. Bjorn hoped nothing bad would happen this time they entered. The hut stayed in a random location within the forest for 8 hours before shifting elsewhere. Inside, the dangerous effects of the forest were nullified, making it a true sanctuary. The first hut had been difficult to find, but thanks to Misha's sharp eyesight, locating the second one had been easier. With 53 hours left until the labyrinth closed, they hurried inside. Once 5 people entered, the hut would automatically lock. Misha was relieved to finally reach the safety of the witch's hut, but Bjorn hushed her, warning that they weren't alone. He explained that once 5 people enter the hut, the entrance would seal automatically. On the floor, the barbarians spotted a familiar helmet and axe. Bjorn realized they belonged to the priest who had been with Alyssa. They soon found the man himself, lying on the ground like a beggar. Misha warned that his companions were inside the hut. Before entering, Bjorn knocked the man unconscious. Inside, they found the rest of the group and bound them. Misha observed that the priest wouldn't last much longer in his current state. Bjorn then poured a healing potion over the man's head. He screamed in agony. The potion's restorative properties delivered with a burning sting. He asked Bjorn if he was the barbarian they had encountered before. The priest cried out that it had all been a misunderstanding, that they had been manipulated by Alyssa. They had stumbled upon Bjorn's original group after they had separated. They had injured Braun's shoulder, leaving them without a guide and stranded in the forest. But then a flash of light had appeared, knocking them back. When they awoke, their guide was gone. According to their account, the scream Bjorn had heard earlier was Braun being injured. Without their guide, the priest's group had wandered aimlessly through the forest. The next day, the real trouble began. Alyssa started draining Hansa's life force. It was only then they realized she was a malevolent Kree priestess. The priest swore they had only attacked Bjorn's group because they had been deceived by Alyssa. He begged for forgiveness, promising to compensate for the damages, and pleaded with Bjorn for mercy. Misha left the decision of what to do with them to Bjorn. Bjorn reflected on everything he had been forced to do since entering the labyrinth. Despite being attacked by these men, no one had been seriously injured. A debate raged within him about whether to let them go. The barbarian in him argued that they would cause more trouble and were better off eliminated. Yet, the human part of him reasoned that they had made a mistake but deserved a second chance. In the world he had left behind, perhaps they would have been afforded that opportunity. Bjorn asked Misha for her opinion, and she expressed her distrust. Mistake or not, they had tried to kill them, and she had learned that such actions were unforgivable. This brought the barbarian to a grim clarity, and he decided to eliminate them permanently. Making this decision, Bjorn felt another piece of himself harden. He knew that in this world, he had to bear the weight of being a barbarian. Bjorn instructed Misha to take their equipment. Then, he made an offering to the hut. This would keep the hut open for another 8 hours. With the supplies inside, they could rest there for up to 24 hours. The barbarian decided to rest first, collapsing onto a bed far softer than he was accustomed to. He mused that the more he lived like a barbarian, the more he could act like a human. After dreaming of his ex-girlfriend, he startled awake to find Misha sleeping soundly beside him. He reflected on all he had endured, realizing he had slept for 7 hours straight. He also noticed Misha was still asleep. Bjorn was annoyed, mostly because he didn't want to get up. The labyrinth would close in a day, the hut in an hour. If they could just hold out a little longer, they could return to civilization when the forest opened again. Things would be very different then. Misha asked Bjorn if he knew what was happening. He remembered from the game that after 7 sacrifices were made within the hut, a special condition was met. It released the Chaos Lord, Ryakith, who would begin to roam the floor. In the game, they were called Floor Lords, each floor having its own. Misha panicked. She hadn't known there was a Floor Lord on the 3rd floor. The method of summoning him was kept secret because a few adventurers weren't enough. Even the floor monsters avoided Ryakith. He would kill anything that got his way. When summoned, the portals to other floors closed, so it was best for anyone on that floor to be prepared. Misha started to ask why he would appear. Could it be because of them? Bjorn explained that when they burned the offerings, they fulfilled one of the conditions to summon him. He hadn't expected others to be doing the same. Misha despaired, blaming Bjorn, convinced everyone would die. Making matters worse, Bjorn said it was best not to let anyone know it was them, or there might be consequences. At least the status effect was gone, and they could leave the forest now. Bjorn decided the best course of action was to head for the orc habitat. According to the dwarf, the Jarvi clan operated above the 6th floor and had hundreds of members. If the two got close to the Jarvi clan, they might have a chance to survive. The barbarian estimated at least 10 parties like theirs were on the 3rd floor. When they reached the clan, one of the members was trying to organize the adventurers. Dozens of them were there, desperate and unsure what to do. Bjorn realized the place was in chaos. The clan's priest cast the evil destruction spell. A man who looked like the chief called for everyone to calm down. They were safe. In a day, the 3rd floor labyrinth would close, and as per their contract with the royalty, they would ensure most adventurers returned. But if anyone broke their rules or caused conflict, they would be expelled. Bjorn saw the speech calming the adventurers and expressed his gratitude. Thanks to the priestess's magic, they could rest for a while. The evil destruction proclamation only allowed humans to enter and exit a location. Even so, Bjorn felt they couldn't let their guard down. He knew they would run into trouble soon. Bjorn asked Misha if she believed her ears. She said she didn't know, but she'd received praise. He didn't understand what she meant and asked if her hearing was good. Misha confirmed it was. He told her to listen to the surrounding conversations and tell him if she heard anything useful. Bjorn overheard a group saying it had been 10 years since the last floor lord appeared. They wondered what kind of idiot had summoned him. At least they had the 6th floor clan protecting them. The barbarian also believed that with the clan on their side, they would survive. Meanwhile, Misha fell asleep, leaning against the barbarian, until he woke her, saying something would happen soon. She asked him what he meant, and Bjorn told her to look around. The place was teeming. At least 500 people, he reckoned after a quick count. There were only 50 members of the tribe, so their first priority was to observe how they controlled this crowd. The tribe leader called for the adventurers to calm down once more. Thanks to the priestess's magic, this was the only safe zone on this floor, and therefore, she expected them to show respect to her god. Everyone had to immediately hand over 1 million stones or items of equivalent value. Bjorn knew no one carried that much, so this was the tribe's way of maintaining order. By collecting equipment, the leader continued. This payment also served as their protection fee. Even if they lost potions or equipment, at least they were safe. Bjorn was still worried. Even if this magic was powerful, it couldn't compare to the might of a floor lord. He knew that even this tribe couldn't defeat a floor lord, but it was best to do as they said. At least they didn't have to give up their equipment, as they collected all sorts of items. Bjorn noticed a group of people resenting having to pay so much for just 1 day of protection. Several people left the protected area, refusing to pay the protection fee. Misha returned after paying for both of them, and Bjorn calculated that. The tribe must have earned at least 300 million stones through protection fees. The Barbarian was certain that if the floor lord came, it would be the end for them. Those who stayed and those who left tried to remain optimistic, thinking they wouldn't encounter the floor lord. Bjorn still leaned towards expecting the worst. With 5 hours left until the labyrinth closed, they were discovered by the floor lord. His passive skill, Despair Rain, would cause area of effect damage to the area where dropped items landed, making field effects disappear. The floor lord, Ryakith, finally appeared. Panic erupted, with people shouting for the tribe to protect them. Even the tribe leader knew the expedition's losses would be devastating. He ordered the tribe to use everything they had against him. The leader used a numbered item, the Sun Lord's banner, against the monster. Bjorn realized that in just a few minutes, the tribe had used items worth millions of stones. To fight Ryakith, the leader said they had enough items, so they could use them without restraint. In other words, they would attempt to defeat Ryakith. The Barbarian wasn't the only one who planned for the worst, and knowing this, he was satisfied. All these people had risked much to get this far. It wasn't just luck. The leader ordered them to their positions. They would stop the Chaos Lord. The melee damage dealers and tanks in the tribe focused on blocking the light attacks. The warriors, as soon as they were healed, immediately threw themselves back into the fight. Even when they were weakened, the leader kept urging the tribe not to be distracted, to focus on the battle. The adventurers commented that the tribe had already lost 4 members in a matter of minutes, deeming the situation grim, but they were managing to halt Rykith's advance. The tribe was giving it their all. In response, the Chaos Lord unleashed his inherent power. The leader ordered a cease to all attacks. The real key players weren't threatened. They needed to destroy the orbs first. The clan knew about the dark orbs and were controlling their attacks to prevent the floor lord's second stage. If they kept this up, Bjorn figured they could survive until the labyrinth closed. Only an hour remained. The clan had lost about 20% of their forces, which didn't seem like a major issue. The problem was the adventurers. They panicked every time Rykith appeared. The adventurers who had paid for protection were dying. To Bjorn, it was their fault for being distracted by the spectacle. Misha asked if they should do something, as the situation didn't look good, and the Barbarian pondered the question. The surrounding adventurers concluded they should also fight, so their gazes turned to the equipment the clan had secured. Observing the situation, Bjorn decided he and Misha had better get out of there. The clan guards watching over the equipment demanded the adventurers back off, but they didn't care and attacked the guards. Meanwhile, Bjorn and Misha fled. He knew this would happen, as ordinary adventurers had no idea how to defeat Rykith, who stood right before them. Ahead were several Chaos Elves. With no time to fight the monsters, they simply changed direction. The pair needed to get as far away from that place as possible. Bjorn figured if they reached that point, they'd be far from the forest center. But suddenly, the Barbarian stopped. The Chaos Lord had managed to absorb his inherent power, and now he would activate his ultimate ability, Evil Rift, with a range of 5 kilometers. This time, even the Barbarian seemed to despair. Misha also had no idea what would happen to them now. Evil Rift would activate when Ryakith absorbed all 10 orbs, which would happen in 45 minutes. If they couldn't escape the area of effect in that time, no matter how strong the adventurer, they would die. The ability caused anyone within a 5-kilometer radius to be instantly pulled towards the center of the floor. Bjorn, Misha and the other adventurers were dragged back to the floor center. According to Bjorn's count, roughly 200 adventurers remained, and only 20 of them were from the Jarvie clan. They had 50 before. A clan member yelled for the adventurers to shut up. He said they had lost several of their own because of them, and they better not come any closer. This only further enraged the adventurers. They had paid for protection, yet they still might not survive. The clan member also said he wouldn't help anymore. They should be grateful they weren't killed. An adventurer raised his hand amidst the crowd. He had read in an ancient text that if they didn't leave within the time limit, they would all die, regardless of whether they ran 5 kilometers in any direction. The problem was that if they tried to leave, Raikith's clones and the Chaos Elves would hunt them down. The adventurers agreed that if they cooperated, they might have a chance of more than half of them surviving. After leaving, Misha asked what they were going to do. Bjorn wanted to gamble on something with a higher chance of success and went to the clan. Misha's brother recognized them and wondered what they were doing there. Bjorn greeted him and asked if they had managed to get the hero or the accessory. The man, who until now hadn't taken Bjorn seriously, was uneasy and asked how the Barbarian knew about that. The Barbarian was glad his gamble had paid off. The clan was down to only 23 members, and after the Adventurer Rebellion, they only had 2 short-range damage dealers left. They had lost many warriors because of it and had to have Rockies absorb the orbs to buy them time. The clan's mage was getting impatient, urging the second-in-command to make a move before time ran out. The second-in-command was in a tough spot. With only 2 damage dealers, they couldn't clear a path. The 2 were a swordsman and a spearman, so no one was on defense. They only needed one more person, someone who could stay back and defend, to increase the pressure. The other clan members kept demanding he come up with a solution quickly. Suddenly, a voice called out, saying they would clear the path, and the second-in-command looked for whoever could solve his problem. Someone explained that Bjorn was Irgai's sister's teammate, and that he shouldn't worry about him, but the second-in-command still wondered who Bjorn was. The Barbarian demanded a hero or an essence in exchange for clearing the path for the clan. Hearing this, the second-in-command's survival instincts kicked in. It highlighted the target, increasing his survival probability. It was the first time it had glowed so intensely, as he had been saved many times before by this ability. The second-in-command believed Bjorn was the key to getting them out of this predicament and asked for the Barbarian's name. Bjorn introduced himself, thinking his second gamble had also paid off. The second-in-command introduced himself to Bjorn and asked how he knew they were after the hero orc. Bjorn simply deduced they were after the essence. A strong clan like theirs wouldn't come just for an orc warrior. They must have had another reason. The hero orc was a hidden boss summoned when 777 magic crystals were offered to the orc warriors at the altar in the center of the orc habitat. The clan had brought many supplies in case they had a chance encounter with the orc lord. Since they still had plenty of supplies, they must not have found the lord yet. After hearing the explanation, the second-in-command asked why they needed the barbarian. Bjorn explained that he possessed the mark of the undying, a Rift Guardian's vampire essence, and a body puppet's essence with the pain tolerance trait. The second-in-command didn't need to hear anymore. For a third-floor explorer, Bjorn wasn't bad, even compared to the clan's warriors. The second-in-command thought the barbarian was remarkable and would invest in him. Misha's brother tried to intervene about giving the essence to Bjorn, but the second-in-command had already made up his mind. If they could save at least one more clan member at the cost of an essence, then investing in Bjorn was worth it. Meanwhile, Bjorn thought he had overcome the first hurdle. There were 3 types of hero orcs, each a nameless monster, meaning they were high-ranking mutants whose essences were difficult to handle. That was why it took an entire party to defeat one, even if they were 5th-tier monsters. One orc dropped a red essence infused with Passion Scream. Another dropped a blue essence infused with Fighting Spirit. And the last one dropped the green essence that Bjorn's shout ability was based on. The clan gained their strength by absorbing the orcs' essences: agility, fighting spirit, endurance, and hardening. Bjorn could feel the surge of new power coursing through him, itching to use it. The second-in-command told Bjorn to remove his equipment and offered him several scrolls and potions, handing his backpack to Misha and asking her to look after the clan. The barbarian used several defensive support and regeneration scrolls. Afterward, he downed 3 potions in one go. The clan's mages also cast various protective spells on Bjorn. Finally, the second-in-command told Carlston that Bjorn's abilities would be more useful if he used the Blood Possessor skill on himself, absorbing the corruption ability. When activated, it would lower the essence's maximum attribute by 1, but the active skill would be amplified by 1.5 times. Finally, it was time for the Barbarian to use his acquired ability. He concentrated, picturing the skill, gigantification. Bjorn's body swelled, his attractiveness stat and physical attributes growing along with it. He loomed like a giant compared to the others. The Barbarian's clothes ripped apart due to his increased size, causing Misha to blush. The second-in-command quickly asked for some cloaks to cover Bjorn. Once covered, Bjorn prepared to advance. They had only 30 minutes to defeat the Floor Lord, but Bjorn was confident he would succeed. The Barbarian let out a war cry and charged towards Ryakith, the other clan members following close behind. Besides them, Misha and 40 other adventurers followed as well. In exchange for the return of their equipment, Bjorn used Sacrifice Seal on the adventurers, further boosting their physical attributes. At this moment, the Barbarian felt brimming with power. First, Ryakith's miniature replicas appeared. Each one stood 2 meters tall, but compared to Bjorn, they were small. These monsters inflicted damage upon their destruction. Even with his endurance, Bjorn still felt the pain as he destroyed them. Thanks to the vampire essence, he knew he wouldn't die unless his heart was destroyed. But the second-in-command warned him against being so reckless, telling him he didn't need to attack so many at once. The problem was, with active gigantification in effect, more monsters were drawn to Bjorn. This kept the adventurers behind him safe, as most of the monsters focused on Bjorn. Misha's brother also attacked the replica monsters, but suffered from the reflected damage and demanded a priest heal him. Seeing this, the Barbarian told him to stop needlessly hurting himself. During the retreat, Bjorn needed to be the only one on the front lines. When his health dropped below 50%, all his resistance and endurance attributes would increase. Bjorn's passive skill, Hero's Path, would increase all defensive capabilities when his health fell below 50%, and when it reached 20%, it would maximize these effects. To better utilize this, Bjorn demanded everyone stay behind him. He would handle everything alone. At the rear, Misha's brother encountered the Elder Mage, who thought staying back was a good choice. But Carlston felt useless having to stay in that position. In his short time on the front lines, he realized it wasn't a place for humans. He'd thought Bjorn was just another ordinary third-floor explorer with decent stamina. But now he wondered how the Barbarian was continuing onward without hesitation. The explorers began to talk about Bjorn's courage and asked Misha if she knew him, but she pretended not to understand. The mage commented that if the Barbarian's hero falcon returned, he might be a lot like Bjorn. Carlston needn't have wondered about the Barbarian's name. If they kept this up, everyone would know it soon enough. On the computer screens, Bjorn's stats were displayed, including the new essence he'd acquired. Bjorn had managed to step out of the evil rift. The moment he emerged, the gigantification effect wore off. People celebrated their successful escape, while the Barbarian looked up. Those who hadn't escaped were sucked in by Ryakith. The entire orc habitat was destroyed in seconds. Bjorn thought it was a miracle they'd escaped. The second-in-command appeared, stating they'd barely made it. Even so, they couldn't let their guard down. After Ryakith's first supreme strike, one of the survivors would be chosen as the hunted. There was a 1 in 15 chance that Bjorn or Misha would be chosen. Bjorn tried to reason that either of them being chosen was fine, but suddenly Misha collapsed, calling out Bjorn's name. She'd been chosen as the hunted, paralyzed where she stood. The Barbarian couldn't believe their bad luck. Misha didn't know she was the hunted. She wondered what was happening until she noticed everyone's gaze fixed on her, including her brother, Carlston. The hunted was the sole target chosen by Ryakith and was unable to move. This meant she would be pursued until caught. The second-in-command offered protection and asked Bjorn if he wanted to join the clan. But the Barbarian had no intention of serving them, so their agreement ended there. The second-in-command wished him luck if they survived, but the second-in-command believed they wouldn't lose to the Floor Lord. As a parting gift, the second-in-command asked the mage and priest to begin. They cast spells to enhance Bjorn's speed and regeneration. He thanked them for their help, at least if they survived. The Floor Lord wouldn't pursue the clan. There were 15 minutes until the labyrinth closed. In that time, Bjorn and Misha couldn't be caught. On Bjorn's back, Misha told him to stop running. She knew the monster only wanted her. She reasoned that if they continued like this, Bjorn would eventually die too. The girl had achieved her childhood dream and said it was enough for her. But Bjorn knew she didn't want to die, so there was no point in saying that. In truth, she was just afraid of being abandoned. She revealed she didn't want to be a burden to the barbarian. So Bjorn told her that if she wanted to live, all she had to do was ask him for help. Then at least they had a chance. After all they'd been through together, Misha knew she shouldn't talk about giving up. So Misha said that if Bjorn saved her, she would help him forever. But she had said that before, so she added that she would give him all the money she earned on this expedition. Now she had given the barbarian a good reason to fight. The tribe's blessing ended. With the coming reign of despair, Ryakith must be close. Chaos sprites were everywhere. This forced Bjorn to use gigantification again. Now the barbarian could cover more ground with a single stride, but he could only maintain the ability for another 2 or 3 minutes. 196 seconds remained until the labyrinth closed. Since Misha must have been bored on his back, Bjorn had her start keeping time. The barbarian had no choice but to fight the constantly appearing chaos sprites. Suddenly, a flash of light nearly knocked the barbarian to the ground. 90 seconds remained until the labyrinth closed. Ryakith was very close. Ryakith's attack even affected the chaos sprites. Several were knocked down. Bjorn could now run more freely, unhindered by the pursuing sprites. However, they were within range of Ryakith's attacks. He had just appeared, and the barbarian barely dodged him. Misha tried again to tell Bjorn to leave her behind, but he told her to stop complaining. If he had come this far, he wasn't abandoning the girl. Now, aside from the fact that the barbarian wouldn't risk losing the money he'd invested in her, he'd given her the ice spirit ring. Bjorn confidently declared they would survive. Then, out of nowhere, his arm was ripped off by the floor lord. Misha grew even more desperate. Bjorn asked her how much time remained until the labyrinth closed. Tearfully, Misha said 60 seconds. Bjorn's only option now was to endure. With the floor lord so close, escape was no longer an option. The barbarian decided to run towards the floor lord, which made no sense to Misha. But Bjorn figured it would be harder to attack from beneath the floor lord. 50 seconds remained until the labyrinth closed. Having observed the tribe fighting the floor lord, Bjorn understood his attack patterns. 30 seconds. At least Bjorn was managing to dodge the attacks. But 25 seconds remained. The barbarian was hit again, falling to the ground. This time, he thought was the end. He wouldn't be able to dodge the next attack. Just then, his mana ran out. Bjorn returned to his normal size, dodging the floor lord's attack. Bjorn ran and grabbed one of the floor lord's fingers. He just needed to hold on for another 10 seconds. Ryakith began shaking his claw as if trying to get rid of an insect. Only 3 seconds remained. About to be consumed by the floor lord, at the last second, Bjorn knew the floor lord was out of time. They had managed to buy enough time. The portal opened, transporting them to Rafdonia Square. Hundreds of adventurers were dumped onto the ground by the portal. Panic ensued as they saw many were badly injured. Someone, looking at the unconscious Bjorn, commented that with injuries like that, he couldn't possibly survive. Misha also woke up in the square and began searching for the barbarian. She pushed her way through the throng of people gathered around him, desperate to see his condition. Bjorn lay unconscious on the ground, grievously wounded from his battle with the floor lord, Ryakith. As murmurs rose around her about the need for the temple's healers to arrive quickly, Misha checked for a pulse. Relief washed over her as she felt the steady beat of Bjorn's heart beneath her fingers. He was just asleep. Around the city, conversations buzzed about the appearance of the third floor lord, a rare occurrence. The devastating loss of 30 members of the Jarvi clan was on everyone's lips, along with the astonishing tale of the single adventurer responsible for so many survivors. His name, they said, was Bjorn Yindel, a barbarian who had reached the third floor a mere 3 months after his first foray into the labyrinth. Some remarked on his youth, but all agreed he was a hero. Perhaps, some suggested, he would one day be known as Little Falcon, an homage to the legendary barbarian hero. Bjorn's fame attribute increased. This, a notification chimed, might increase the probability of special events occurring. A man, seated in an office far away, found Bjorn's burgeoning fame intriguing. It was the first time since he'd begun his work that he'd witnessed an adventurer achieve such renown in so short time. He also knew of the essences Bjorn possessed, and he didn't believe mere luck was responsible for acquiring such rare essences. There have been others throughout history, just like him, hailed as heroes. The man wondered what Bjorn truly was, a hero or something darker. Within a tent, bathed in the soft glow of Rafdonia's dawn, Sunlight stirred the barbarian awake. He gathered his thoughts, remembering his escape from the labyrinth, and Misha, his companion. 2 days later, within the boisterous confines of a tavern, patrons spoke of the floor lord that had appeared on the 3rd level and the barbarian who had saved them all. They called him Little Vulcan, while others debated who had summoned Ryakith, the floor lord, in the first place. Bjorn's fame continued to rise. In that same tavern, Bjorn and Misha were reunited with their companions, lost in the chaos of the labyrinth. Before recounting their harrowing escape, Bjorn, famished, called for food. The dwarf, Carlston, explained that after Rottmiller was injured, he had used the wrist guard again to buy them time. Misha, surprised he could use the item again, assumed Bjorn and she must have used some sort of combination. Carlston clarified that by using emergency recovery, the item's counter had been reset after Rottmiller was healed. They had tried to find Bjorn and Misha, but the two had been too far away to be detected. Then, they recounted their encounter with Eliza, much to Misha's astonishment, and their eventual escape from her clutches. Rottmiller described how they had reached the 4th floor, a feat Bjorn attributed to the entrance restriction. If they entered before the portal changed color, anyone coming after would be blocked. After clearing 100 floors of a tower, it wouldn't regenerate, becoming a safe haven. Jan complained, irritated, that while he was fighting the floor lord nearly to the death, they had been relaxing for 10 days. To further provoke Bjorn, the dwarf revealed they had found a mimic essence. A level 7 monster, a rare type, possessing a valuable essence that granted the treasury ability, allowing one to open their own pocket dimension. And the best part, when the treasury was first opened, various items would be randomly distributed within. Bjorn could scarcely believe they'd acquired 2 million mana stones, high-grade potions, and 2 numbered items. He couldn't quite grasp the barbarian's sudden surge of anger, and Hector urged him to calm down. The barbarian, Bjorn, fidgeted with his utensils, trying to compose himself. He celebrated his companion's achievements, noting the increased closeness between Misha and Bjorn Yendel. Carlston, the dwarf, was curious about what had transpired between them during their time in the labyrinth. Before Misha could elaborate, Bjorn Yendel stepped forward to recount the events, promising to summarize the tale. He glossed over certain details, such as giving Misha a ring that allowed her to form a pact with the spirit beast. Even with the omissions, the rest of the group was astonished by what they heard. Rottmiller congratulated Misha on successfully forming the pact. Carlston decided to repay the amount the pair had paid to the clan, even though he knew they were flush with the spoils of their heroic exploits. To Jan, their story seemed incredible. According to the dwarf, no one would question the nickname Little Vulcan. Bjorn Yendel, confused about the moniker's origin, listened as Hector explained. People were calling him Little Vulcan, a comparison to a past barbarian hero. For Bjorn Yendel, it felt premature. While in the game, nicknames were a sign of recognition. In this world, it meant unwanted attention if his fame grew too quickly. Misha, wanting to discuss more pressing matters, like how they would divide the team's earnings, steered the conversation. Despite some losses, they had profited nearly 8 million gems. Bjorn Yendel was elated, remembering Misha's promise to give him her share. A few days later, Misha remarked that while the labyrinth was harrowing, the real world wasn't much easier. By this time, Bjorn Yendel had taken care of most of his pressing matters. He needed to repair his equipment and acquire some new items. Misha had been constantly by his side during this time. Though he didn't understand her clinginess, his primary concern was making her stronger. She was, after all, a key member of his team. But her constant presence and the stairs were making her uncomfortable. She announced she was going to visit her family. Those around them continued to whisper about Bjorn Yendel being Little Vulcan. Misha said she would be with them for 2 or 3 days, a noticeable fear in her voice. Though Bjorn Yendel worried about her reception, he wouldn't interfere. Bjorn Yendel wished her well, but she seemed even more disheartened. Then, the barbarian offered a more barbaric well-wish. Misha, irritated, retorted that she would return soon and told him not to skip meals. As she left, Bjorn Yendel recalled her words about treating him as her savior. But she seemed to treat him more like a son, much like his ex-girlfriend. His priority was to help her level up. With improved stats, he could join better teams, but at Misha's current level, she couldn't keep up. Having reached the 8th district, he decided to stay with his current team for now and was startled by the announcement of a new execution. The surrounding crowd reacted with a disturbing glee, as if it were a joyous occasion, believing the condemned to be an evil soul. Curious, the barbarian realized it was Talakin. In that case, Owen must have been worried about the man. He clearly hadn't heeded Bjorn Yindel's advice to buy a weapon, or found the courage to enter the labyrinth. Just then, Talakin recognized the barbarian and tried to call for help from acquaintances, but it was too late. The barbarian turned and walked away, not witnessing Talakin's end. He thought to himself that now that this could happen to him, he would stop helping these people out of pity. Suddenly, a man who knew the protagonist's name appeared, saying they were in the same situation as him, citing several real countries. The blonde man asked Bjorn where he was from. To the barbarian's displeasure, there were more people like him in this world, and this man seemed delighted to see the protagonist. Extremely annoyed by the situation, the barbarian used the Anner method, telling the man to say what he wanted to say. During the conversation, the man, somewhat frightened, said he thought Bjorn would only be there for 3 months. Pressed again, he heard the man say that he, too, had come to this place because of that damn game and complimented him on getting a title in such a short time. Bjorn thought it must be a scam. Finally, the blonde man stopped wanting to know where Bjorn was from, as both were outsiders. The protagonist remained silent while the other man kept talking until he interrupted, wanting to know something. He pointed at the blonde man and wanted to know if he was a wraith. The blonde man confirmed, yes, he was a wraith. Then, Bjorn let out a furious scream, startling everyone around. He said that the barbarian chief had ordered all wraiths to be killed. The protagonist punched the blonde man, knocking him unconscious. A short time later, we are in a house belonging to a security agency. A guard thanked Bjorn for saving his brother, who was in the labyrinth. Bjorn asked how much longer he had to wait, as he was already hungry. It is then revealed that the guards had calmed the situation, but the wraith situation was the worst. Another worried guard appeared, calling for the captain. He said that the man Bjorn had hit had a wraith hunter token. They went to where he was hospitalized, and another man said he wasn't a wraith. Bjorn shouted that he himself said he was a wraith and wouldn't be fooled like that. Apparently, he was just playing dumb. The man explained that it was part of a system to test those who had achieved a lot in a short time. Basically, they thought Bjorn was a wraith and wanted to trick him to see if he would fall into the trap. In fact, Bjorn had acted very cleverly and would no longer be suspected. And the one who got hurt in this story was the blonde man who got his face smashed in. Later, as the barbarian was leaving, he commented that he didn't expect them to know so much about the real world. He asked if he was from the United States or Europe. Bjorn only realized it was a trap when the blonde man said the word game. He slipped up, so Bjorn realized it was a trap and played along with the whole charade. This was probably how the barbarian Talakin, whom Bjorn had helped, was executed. He must have fallen into this trap. Bjorn finally arrived home to take a nap, but he noticed something strange on the floor, a white envelope. When he opened the envelope, a red pill fell out. There was also a letter, and Bjorn began to read it. The letter said that if you take this pill, you can join a community of players. A completely anonymous individual arrived bearing a letter. Scrawled at the bottom was a message. The king of Rafdonia is a son of a bitch. Now, representatives from the security agency were speaking with members of the royal family. The agency insisted they had only been ordered to monitor Bjorn, not to determine whether he was a wraith. The agency representative apologized, explaining that he'd thought it would be a simple matter, given Bjorn had only been in the city for 3 months. He then played a recording of Bjorn undergoing a test. The representative described how he had meticulously observed every detail. A wraith, he explained, would have fled. Bjorn, however, had attacked the blonde man. He concluded that Bjorn was not a wraith, a barbarian earning a title in just 3 months. Impossible for a wraith. He must be a hero, the representative declared, which was good, because the city always needed more heroes. The next morning, Bjorn stood before the magic tower, the letter in hand, ready to have a mage analyze it. The mage, Raven, told him he must have attracted some attention. Everyone who gained notoriety received this letter. It was quite normal. She added that if he had brought the letter immediately, she might have been able to decipher what the wraiths had written within. Feigning ignorance, Bjorn claimed he hadn't realized it was a letter. Raven then asked if there had been a pill with it, and if he knew what it was. He said he didn't. Raven explained that the pill was created by an incredibly powerful mage specializing in dimensional magic. If he took it, he would be able to enter a specific spiritual realm. Intrigued, Bjorn listened as Raven clarified that only his mind would enter this other dimension. If he did this, he would enter the spiritual realm every 15 days. It was a place where wraiths likely exchanged information. Bjorn couldn't stop wondering who had sent him the letter. Ever since the infiltrator's death, Bjorn suspected the pill must contain some kind of poison. But Raven assured him it didn't. It was more likely, she explained, that they had discovered the infiltrator wasn't a wraith and severed the connection between his soul and body. Raven added that they appeared as souls within the realm, making it impossible to know their true appearances in the city. Bjorn then asked if there was any way to identify who had taken a pill, perhaps with magic, but the maid assured him there wasn't. Otherwise, she said, they would have already captured all the wraiths. Changing the subject, Raven wanted to begin the day's tests, starting with training the Barbarian's blood. Meanwhile, Bjorn considered the potential of absolute anonymity within the realm. Perhaps this was an opportunity to gather information or even find a way back to his original world. Lost in thought, Bjorn underwent his physical tests with the mage. After weighing the risks, the Barbarian decided to take the pill. If it were truly so dangerous, the community wouldn't exist. Even if entry was anonymous, it was best not to take it immediately, or they would know who the newcomer was. If his letter was the only one sent recently, they would know it was him who entered the community. So, it was best to wait 3 to 5 months before taking it. He wasn't desperate for information right now. 15 days after returning from the labyrinth, in a laboratory high in the magic tower, a wizard, cloaked in secrecy, held a hushed conversation. He inquired about a newcomer, but the voice emanating from the crystal ball informed him that the individual had not arrived. This led the wizard to conclude that the person in question should not be counted among the players. Speaking into the crystal ball, he instructed that they should cease delaying the other letters and begin sending them out. He had held high hopes for this particular correspondence, but things had not unfolded as he'd envisioned. At the guild headquarters, a clerk informed Bjorn of his promotion to rank 6. Each day, Bjorn diligently attended to his duties. During this period, a considerable sum of money had flowed through his hands, but this didn't trouble him, as every coin had been spent on necessities. He had acquired a new weapon and reinforced both his shield and breastplate with acid-resistant enchantments. He'd also purchased a most essential item, magically imbued trousers that wouldn't tear when he transformed into his giant form. Bjorn also inquired about Misha's new equipment. The young woman was still acclimating to its use. As usual, Misha could be found on the training grounds, honing her skills with her twin blades. Bjorn felt that her ability to imbue her attacks with the elemental power of her spirit beast was remarkable, but her movements needed refinement. Meanwhile, the Barbarian continued to elevate the level of his immortality mark. He hadn't anticipated that 10 minutes of searing pain would feel like an eternity, 12 hours to be precise. Upon reaching level 2, several other attributes increased as a reward for enduring the ordeal. During the Mark's upgrade, the shaman offered to perform a divination for Bjorn. The Barbarian selected a stick from a proffered jar. The shaman gazed intently at the stick, as if deciphering some hidden message. Abruptly, he asked for Bjorn's birth date, wondering if the Barbarian even remembered such a thing. Fortunately, the shaman was jesting, remarking that it was impossible for a warrior to recall such trivial details. Then, with a serious tone, the shaman revealed that events typically experienced only once in a lifetime, Bjorn would face countless times. Such was the destiny of a hero. Back in his room, the Barbarian refused to accept such a preordained path. He would simply do what was necessary to overcome any obstacle in his way. Speaking of obstacles, Misha, seemingly in high spirits, invited him to breakfast the following day. Bjorn returned to the shaman to further enhance his mark, pushing it to level 3. He was given a choice of 3 paths: the spirit of the flame, the spirit of hardened steel, or the spirit of the wilds. Seeing little difference from a game, Bjorn opted for the spirit of the wilds. As the ritual commenced, the hut trembled with the force of the Barbarian's agonized cries. At level 3, his threat level surged. He gained the ability known as Savage Burst, which tripled his threat level and augmented his physical attributes by inflicting damage upon monsters. His physical prowess had grown significantly, a perfect boon for a tank. With the advent of his gigantification ability, his threat level soared even higher. Bjorn certainly hadn't expected such rapid advancement. A mere 3 months had passed when the shaman suddenly whispered in his ear that he was now free to leave. But before he did, there was something the shaman had left unsaid. Regarding the barbarian's destiny, the shaman warned that he would cross paths with those consumed by hatred. He must remain vigilant against them, lest he be harmed. With that cryptic message delivered, Bjorn departed, leaving the shaman standing silently in his wake. Bjorn was contemplating his next move now that he had reached the 3rd level of the seal when Anna appeared from the bushes, calling to him in a hushed voice. From within the undergrowth, she congratulated him on earning the title of Little Vulcan and expressed her curiosity about everything that had happened. The girl's eyes practically glittered as she listened to his recounting of his latest venture into the labyrinth. Bjorn felt somewhat relieved that Hector was in the group rather than just strangers. He was concerned that she had lost a lot of weight, but she informed him that she was compressing her muscles. This astonished the barbarian, as even she didn't seem to fully understand what that meant. Suddenly, a shout rang out, and the girl declared that she had to leave. Bjorn was worried, but according to her, she simply needed to double down on her training. Before departing, she called out to Bjorn again, expressing her happiness that he was doing well and that he no longer seemed consumed by the struggle for survival. Left alone once more, he seemed to relax a little. Afterwards, he wondered if he truly was more relaxed. In the library, the librarian remarked that he had become famous. This was the first time she had initiated a conversation with him, and the exchange felt unnecessary. So he left. Now that he had reached rank 6, earned a title, and even had a mage in his group, there was no longer any reason to approach her. Since she worked in this place, she must be around Devki's level. As someone who prioritized survival, he didn't have the capacity to look after others. That was why he was suspicious of everyone he met, analyzing their behavior. He evaluated the value and benefits someone could bring him. He killed those who threatened him, wondering if he could use someone or be betrayed, acting solely in his own self-interest. Then he remembered Misha saying he should leave her behind or die with her. Thinking about it, what Anna had said to him before now made sense. He wanted to do something unnecessary for his survival, so he returned to the library, determined to live like a barbarian. He asked the girl if she had something to say to him, and she didn't understand how he knew she did. He then told her that, from the look in her eyes, it seemed like she wanted to say something. The next day at lunchtime, in a cafe, Bjorn was trying to get through the door, which, even at normal size, was small for a barbarian. As soon as he entered, a woman he assumed was his client called him over to a table. Chauvin was the deputy director of Levison's 7th-level administrative agency. To retaliate for being summoned to this place, he ordered beer and meat, as he didn't like sweets. He then asked her what she wanted, and Chauvin revealed that the librarian's name was Ragnar. Although she wasn't a noble, there was more to the name than met the eye. But Bjorn wanted to know why he was there, so Chauvin revealed that they patrolled the sewers, looking for criminals and tax evaders. But the person who did this had died in the incident on the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, and a replacement was needed. For Bjorn, there were better people for this job, and he thought wraith hunters might be involved. But in reality, she wanted him for the job because he was popular now. She was excited to meet him like a fan. The salary offered by Chauvin wasn't generous, and she mentioned her agency's high standards for recruits. Bjorn deduced that working with them would bolster his credibility. This would be his first assignment since his promotion to rank 6. Since barbarians weren't generally trusted, Bjorn eagerly accepted the job. After he left, Chauvin reflected that it had been a long time since she'd encountered someone so intriguing. She was excited to meet him like a fan. After Ragnar commented on him, she became curious, clearly oblivious to his past. We don't know either. It was time for the girl, Ragnar, to make some friends. 2 days later, at the entrance to the sewers, Bjorn and his team realized just how foul the place smelled. At the entrance, they were instructed not to lose the map and to return the lanterns upon their return. Bjorn had spoken with the team the day before, and the dwarf was thrilled at the prospect of exploring the sewers. Dvakin also wanted to go to see the ghosts, as he'd been reading up on them recently. Because it was a place easy to get lost in, Rod Miller also decided to go to practice his new skills. Misha decided to go as well, to hone her dual-wielding skills. Bjorn figured that in a place like this, Rod Miller's skills would be invaluable. To light the way, Dvakin cast an illumination spell. As they walked, the dwarf recounted rumors of terrifying monsters that dwelled within. Misha then asked the mage if he believed in the existence abundance of such monsters. According to him, all the waste from the magic tower flowed into the sewers, so if any potions or reagents came into contact with the monsters' bodies, mutations were possible. The Barbarian listened to their conversation, remaining silent, and recalled that they'd said nothing strange had happened there for 2 years. Such creatures shouldn't exist. Suddenly, Rod Miller stopped. Bjorn asked him why he'd stopped. The guide revealed that even without a strong scent, he sensed another presence with them. Bjorn prepared for combat. Since Rod Miller possessed an essence that provided a plus 56 bonus, he had to be right. Meanwhile, Misha spotted someone within the wall. Bjorn grabbed him with one hand and effortlessly tossed him to the ground. Seeing he had no choice, the man fearfully lunged at Bjorn with a knife. But the poor fellow was easily stopped by the massive barbarian, who promptly broke his arm. Now, the group began to interrogate him, trying to ascertain what he was doing hiding there. Bjorn asked if he was mute, as he hadn't spoken a word. He began to cry, begging them not to kill him. He claimed he was only hiding because he couldn't afford the city tax. Rod Miller and the dwarf said that couldn't be true, as the mark on his forehead signified someone who had committed a serious crime. Bjorn mentioned that the agency would pay an extra 5,000 stones if they brought him in alive, but it was twice the work. Then, terrified of death, the man offered information if they spared his life. The fearsome barbarian was reluctant to believe him. Then the man said a woman with many race had stolen his hideout, and that she must have a lot of money. Bjorn tensed, thinking it might be her, the woman who had attacked them in the labyrinth, Alyssa Vihenji. Misha asked what they should do now. Bjorn declared that if it truly was her, they couldn't let her roam free like that. Everyone agreed. Half an hour later, guided by their newly acquired informant, they walked for some time, confirming the intricate complexity of the sewers. They arrived at a stairway leading down to a tunnel. Bjorn asked the prisoner if there were any other exits, but the man insisted this was the only way out. Bjorn chuckled darkly. This time, he said, she'll learn what justice tastes like. They descended, the prisoner leading the way. Suddenly, they came upon a pile of discarded bodies. Back! Bjorn roared. It's a trap. The unfortunate prisoner, left exposed, bore the brunt of the unseen attack. Suddenly, a figure moved in the shadows. Alyssa was surprised. She thought her magic had been activated, perhaps by someone from the temple. Anxiety gnawed at her. She still hadn't found the path to the underground city. At that moment, due to Alyssa's spell, the mage required a sacrifice for protection. The prisoner's life force began to drain away. Bjorn was grappling with the man when the magic activated. He barely escaped with his life. He checked on his companions. Thankfully, thanks to him, they were unharmed. The same couldn't be said for the prisoner, whose life force had now been completely extinguished. The group reasoned that because he had been in the lead, the others had been spared. Before they could move on, Dvakin, the dwarf, noticed an identification badge on the dead man. It was another Hans, met by the barbarian with an unfortunate end. Dvakin suggested they could use the badge as evidence, but Bjorn had a dark premonition about it. They pressed on, reaching what appeared to be Hans's lair. The group realized the person they were looking for wasn't there, but something caught the mage Lyle's attention. He sensed magic emanating from beneath the ground. Bjorn threw his armor to the floor, declaring his intention to smash through the floor. Lyle warned that brute force wouldn't work against magic, but Bjorn activated his gigantification ability. If he couldn't break it with raw strength, it simply meant he wasn't using enough. The entire group watched in stunned silence as Bjorn, true to his barbarian nature, attacked the floor. And, to their astonishment, his strategy worked. Rod Miller announced he could smell the woman. If they checked the area, it should be safe, as his sixth sense hadn't alerted him to any danger. They decided to proceed. Elsewhere, a figure ran, gasping for breath, through the dungeons of Nock. He burst through a door and shouted to the deputy captain that the gate had been destroyed. The deputy captain asked if it was the royals, but the man explained it wasn't. The gate had been forgotten since the Care Cult incident, and it was likely the escaped priests. They needed to investigate and deal with it. The deputy captain assigned Amelia, the same woman who had caused so much trouble for Bjorn. Meanwhile, Bjorn's group stood at a crossroads, surprised to find a labyrinth within the sewers. They asked Lyle why the path was so convoluted, but even as a mage, he didn't know. Rod Miller interrupted. The woman's scent was growing stronger. She was definitely closing in. Alyssa stalked through the sewers, frustration building with every twist and turn of the labyrinthine tunnels. A strange, unsettling laughter echoed through the damp air, and Alyssa froze. She recognized it, the insidious chuckle that seemed to precede every stroke of misfortune in her life. Had the temple found her? The thought sent a chill down her spine. She wondered if her sanctuary had been compromised. Panic seized the priestess. She bolted, the sound of pursuit growing closer with each desperate stride. The voices became clearer, and Alyssa recognized them. The barbarian and his crew. Her fear twisted into a cold resolve. They wouldn't escape her this time. Chanting words of power, she ripped a tear in the fabric of reality, summoning shadowy, demonic knights from the abyss. Before the spectral figures could fully materialize, Misha's twin blades flashed, cleaving through them with brutal efficiency. Alyssa, empowered by some unseen force, sneered. "The elemental boost has made me stronger," she hissed. "This fight will be different." Bjorn roared, unleashing his wild surge ability, his presence radiating a palpable threat. The shift in power was immediate. Bjorn and his team fought with renewed ferocity, the shadowy knights proving little more than a nuisance. Rod Miller and Hector joined the fray, their attacks tearing through the spectral forms. They forced Alyssa back, cornering her against the slick sewer wall. Desperation flaring in her eyes, she unleashed a volley of agonizing curses. But Lyle, the mage, was ready. A shimmering aura of protective magic, the spell of radiance, enveloped the group, shielding them from the debilitating effects of the curses. Bjorn, seizing the opportunity, obliterated the last of the Shadow Knights protecting Alyssa. "Lyle now," he barked, urging the mage to attack. But Lyle hesitated, his face pale with concentration. "Do it," Bjorn roared again, his voice echoing through the sewers. Just as Bjorn lunged, Alyssa whispered a word of power, a shimmering shield deflecting his physical blow. Finally, Lyle's spell erupted, a wave of arcane energy washing over Alyssa, dispelling her protective magic. Bjorn's next attack found its mark. He seized Alyssa, slamming her to the ground. The rest of the group gathered around. "Should we take her alive?" Lyle asked, his voice strained. "There's a bounty on her head." Bjorn nodded, securing Alyssa's hands behind her back. He clapped Rod Miller on the shoulder. "Good work, everyone," he said, then turned to the guide. "Lead the way out, Rod." But Rod didn't move. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with terror. Bjorn felt a sudden numbness spreading through his limbs. Basilisk venom. Even with his enhanced resistance, the venom took hold. As a figure emerged from the shadows, Bjorn realized with a sinking feeling that things had gone too smoothly. "Can you still move, even poisoned?" the woman asked, her voice laced with amusement. "You're much stronger this time." Bjorn stared at her, recognition dawning. It was the madwoman from the necropolis, Amelia. Amelia's gaze drifted to where Misha and the others lay unconscious. "Is it because of them that you didn't run?" she asked, a cruel smile playing on her lips. "I don't know what you're talking about," Bjorn growled, struggling against the encroaching paralysis. He suspected she'd come for him, jealous of his newfound fame. She saw him as a threat, and this venture into the sewers had presented the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. "I kept my promise," he said, his voice slurring slightly. "I didn't tell anyone about you. So why are you following me?" Amelia laughed, a chilling sound that echoed through the tunnels. "You opened the door," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "You trespassed. How did you even know about this place?" Confusion warred with the venom's effects. "What place?" Bjorn demanded. "Explain yourself." "The door," Amelia pressed. "How did you open it?" "I broke it," Bjorn mumbled, his vision blurring. "With my weapon. What's the big deal?" He'd done it to catch Alyssa. Amelia's eyes widened, falling on the bound figure at Bjorn's feet. "The priestess of Kuri," she breathed. "She's the one they've been looking for." So Bjorn tried to leave, but Amelia said that after he discovered the place, she couldn't let him go. He asked if he could swear not to tell anyone about it. But now the situation seemed different, and then the barbarian started to take off his equipment. Bjorn asked her if she knew the two ways to infuriate a person, the first being not finishing a sentence, and the second. He furiously hurled his mace at her, and even caught off guard, she managed to dodge. Then he lifted his shield and threw it, just like Captain America's shield. He took advantage of Amelia dodging the shield to get closer to her. By the time she realized it, Bjorn was practically on top of her, but the girl was skilled and still managed to evade him. As expected, she moved just enough to dodge him, so Bjorn would have to do something she didn't expect. He activated his enlarge, his arms growing larger, and this time he managed to grab the girl. Finally, he was going to land a punch, and indeed, the blow landed squarely in her face. As he went to deliver a second punch, he realized something was wrong. Amelia held a dagger with an aura that could sever his entire arm. To prevent this from happening, he used Flesh Burst and his acidic blood, hitting her with it. Even after taking another hit, Amelia didn't flinch and tried to attack him with the dagger. So he changed tactics and this time kicked her, catching her off guard. Bjorn, seeing her badly hurt, was excited, thinking he could defeat her. Then he heard Amelia's voice behind him and wondered why she was using auto-duplicate and was about to hit him with Azure Strike. Stunned by her auto-duplicate, he had no time to dodge the attack. He only survived because of his passive skill, Dark Source, and the effects of the essence of immortality. Amelia found his regeneration incredible, and despite his severe injuries, she only used a healing potion. He then quickly got up, wondering why she had let him live. According to her, Bjorn hadn't changed a bit, and she asked why he had attacked her without talking first. He thought he had no choice, as she wanted to kill him. Amelia asked how he came to that conclusion, as she said she couldn't just let him go. Bjorn assumed she was going to kill him, and asked what she intended to do with him. Then, even after she said she wouldn't kill him, Bjorn went to grab his mace. As a precaution, Amelia told him to drop his weapon, even if it was just in case she changed her mind. The Barbarian told her the best way to protect himself was to strike first. Since she was injured, he asked why she didn't take a potion, but she revealed she couldn't. It seems some essences reacted badly to potions, so she handed something to Bjorn. It was called Right's Blessing, a drug made by an alchemist in Nock that erased memories from the last hour. Bjorn asked why she would do that instead of killing them and getting thousands of stones as a reward. Amelia was annoyed that he thought so poorly of her. Regardless, she had him take the drug. It was much better than being killed. The Barbarian asked if there were any side effects, but as far as she knew, there weren't any. Before Amelia fell asleep, she asked what the other infuriating method was, but Bjorn, already drowsy, had drifted off. Before he could answer, Light's blessing was already melting into his soul. Suddenly, the Barbarian woke up. His soul rejected the blessing. It was being purged. The next morning, at the administrative agency, Bjorn received Hans's bounty. There was also an additional bonus. Then he met with his contractor, who explained that he wouldn't have to pay for the destroyed equipment. Considering they almost died in the sewers, it was a small price to pay. He remembered waking up in the sewers, his headlamp, and recording equipment broken. What Amelia said must have been true. The group's memories were gone, right up until they found Hans's lair. But for some reason, his own memory remained intact. The group remembered nothing about capturing Alyssa. Rod Miller explained that they must have fought her, but she rallied and used some kind of magic to erase their memories of the encounter. It made sense. The important thing was that they had ultimately defeated her. As soon as they left the sewers, Chavin and the librarian were waiting for them. Because they were late, the two had gone looking for them, even though Bjorn doubted they would have been much help. The mage, Lyle, said she only came because Chavin insisted. She must have a lot of money to spend on equipment, even going so far as to claim that Chavin said Lyle was genuinely worried about them. Misha, curious, asked Bjorn who they were. Upon discovering Lyle was the one who managed the library, the girl took an instant dislike to her. Later, back at the agency, a paladin appeared to thank them for capturing Alyssa. As soon as he arrived, several girls began commenting on Bjorn's prowess. Naturally, the Barbarian was annoyed. He wasn't a zoo animal for them to gawk at. Chavin rapped on the table to get their attention. It would be best if they stopped, she warned, unless they wanted to be reported. Her earlier outburst about him going to the cafe was forgiven. Then Bjorn said he needed to leave. His companions were waiting. But before he did, Chavin invited him to the library if he had time. Ladna was preparing something for him. Later, the dwarf, Dvakin, was seen laughing as the group gathered at a tavern to eat and celebrate. Hector, already drunk, began calling Bjorn Lady Luck. The bounty for capturing the priestess was 10 million stones, an astronomical sum. Since they didn't remember Bjorn's hand exploding or him being decapitated, earning the reward seemed easy to them. At the table, Misha said she needed to talk to the Barbarian and asked him to lean closer. She'd just begun to say something about her father when someone recognized Bjorn and interrupted them. The fellow remembered him as Hans Hans II, a nickname only Bjorn knew. He suggested the Barbarian join their guild now that Aina had left his group. Hans wanted to join them, but Bjorn refused, saying he had nothing to discuss with him. After the unpleasant experience with Hans, he couldn't trust any of them and told the man to disappear. After scaring the man off, leaving Bjorn and his group alone, the tavern doors opened and two Moslins entered. They were members of a powerful nocturnal organization, accessible only to those of noble birth. They found what they were looking for, pointing at Bjorn, the barbarian. This reminded him of the shaman's words. It seemed like something bad happened every time he encountered Hans' people. As he thought about Hans' people, nights approached. One of them announced that Lyle had been arrested for slandering a nobleman. Bjorn was taken aback. This time, they weren't after him. Lyle, completely drunk, barely registered what was happening. 3 hours later, at the Moslin administrative office, Bjorn's group stood outside, unable to enter. Hector worried aloud if his companion was still alive. Just then, someone approached the door. Recognizing Lyle, the group instantly sprang to life, but the mage looked worse for wear. Half an hour later, in a tavern, Lyle declared he had to leave the group. He revealed that his brother was Baron Matoin, much to the dwarf's surprise, confirming Lyle was indeed nobility. Lyle explained he was the son of the former baron and a maid, a source of shame for the family. He had been formally adopted by one of the baron's brothers, but raised by his mother. He'd grown up in affluence. Even with this explanation, Hector couldn't understand why Lyle would leave now, after his father's death, especially since his second oldest brother had taken over the family. That was the crux of the matter. When the previous baron died, the eldest son and those close to him also perished. Lyle believed Moslin was warning him to keep his identity hidden, especially now that he was part of an adventuring party with well-known members. Bjorn bristled at being blamed for his fame. He asked Lyle if he was afraid of his brother and no longer wanted to be an adventurer. The mage said there was no helping it. In exchange for avoiding punishment for the slander, Lyle had been banned from entering the labyrinth. With only 9 days left until the labyrinth opened, the group decided to discuss the matter further the next day. Bjorn told Misha he needed to go to the library. She thought odd to go at this hour. Bjorn said he had to settle some things with the librarian and that she could rest, even though she insisted on accompanying him. He became annoyed when she said she had nothing to do at home and told her to train if she had free time. The poor girl had been hoping to rest all day and train the next. The library doors opened. Bjorn remembered he had never formally introduced himself to Ragnar. She already knew who he was and remarked that it was almost closing time. She wondered aloud what he was doing there if not to read, as Bjorn claimed. With a serious expression, Bjorn spoke her full name. As he began to invite her to join him in the labyrinth, Ragnar cut him off, refusing outright. He simply said, "All right then." If she was so terrible that she couldn't even enter the labyrinth, there was nothing he could do. She clearly didn't appreciate his implication. Bjorn asked if she even had the skills. Ragnar questioned if he was curious about her abilities, but since she wasn't joining his party, it didn't matter. Bjorn told the librarian that Chavin had sent him because Ragnar had something for him. She explained that wasn't the case. Chavin wanted to curry favor with Bjorn because her work situation had improved thanks to him, so she'd asked Ragnar to repay the favor. The barbarian, Bjorn, inquired about his reward, and the librarian explained it was access to the whiskered face spell, capable of locating highly confidential books accessible only to nobles and a select few others. She'd used the spell a few times herself and assured him there wouldn't be any problems as long as he kept quiet about it, since few people cared about this place. Bjorn, intrigued, asked about her story, but she remained silent. The highly confidential books were indeed different. Their contents proved so useful that Bjorn wanted to devour every single one. He arrived close to closing time, but Ragnar allowed him to stay while she organized the shelves. The illustrated organization of Lavtonia detailed public utilities and information about the secret police. The demonic world offered a glimpse into the realm of these spirits, written by a secret police agent. Within complete rift analysis, 2 lay all known information about the 4 rifts. They were essentially tutorials, the kind of knowledge Bjorn had spent 9 years in the game uncovering, a true treasure trove. Suddenly, the name of one of the book's authors unsettled the barbarian, Oreo Gabas, the same name as the game's developer. 2 possibilities arose. Either a player had written the book or was genuinely penned by the game developer. The latter implied Bjorn's presence here was connected to the developer, a thought that seemed even more unsettling. So, The developer wasn't a person, but perhaps some divine entity. Regardless, having this lead was a good thing. Bjorn still didn't know if opening the abyssal gate was the key to returning to his former life. If he followed this name, he might be able to go back, but he had to tread carefully. Perhaps it was best to investigate further, maybe uncover more clues. And so, he continued to pore over the books until he realized, with a start, that he had been reading all night. Walking over to Ragnar's desk, he found her asleep, having waited for him. When she awoke, Bjorn commented that he would have left earlier if she had said something. She defended herself, explaining that she was resting because organizing took a long time, but it was now time to open the library again. Even so, she maintained a serious demeanor to indicate she hadn't spent the night there, so he could continue reading. Her earnestness silenced Bjorn, a thought flickering through his mind that she might be a decent person after all. She asked if he wasn't planning on leaving. Hours later, in the magic tower, someone called for Raven. Sleepily, she answered the barbarian, asking what he wanted so early. He began to say his group needed a mage, but she slammed the door shut, refusing. Then, he pleaded for a different kind of help, presenting her with a fragment of a rare book, asking her to identify the type of paper. Raven stated it wasn't a free service and let him in. She brought up the relic he used to kill the vampire again, wondering if he knew about it, but he feigned ignorance. He claimed he'd gotten the relic from the head of a statue he'd broken out of boredom. She questioned whether he hadn't read anything about it. Bjorn inquired where he could find such information, and she directed him to complete rift analysis. The barbarian insisted he'd only used the relic because he thought it might be useful, given its location on a goddess statue. Raven made him swear on his warrior's honor. She thought she might finally get her hands on the Rift book. Chavin explained that if Bjorn helped her colleague with a research project, she would analyze Bjorn's thesis and give him the results the following week. She warned him that he'd better not seek her out without prior notice. Later, when meeting with the group, Misha was frantic because Bjorn hadn't been home. He admitted to being at the library, and Misha, suspicious, wanted to know what he was doing there at night. Even when he said he was just reading, she wasn't entirely convinced. Changing the subject, she asked him what he wanted to tell her the previous night. He hesitated to answer. Then the rest of the group arrived, and Misha greeted them, seemingly reluctant to discuss the matter further with Bjorn. He was curious, wondering if there was a problem that had prompted her to gather everyone together. Hector, the dwarf, asked if anyone had any ideas, starting with Bjorn. Bjorn suggested they find a new mage. He'd already spoken to two, but both had refused. Hector seemed uncomfortable that Bjorn was already considering replacing Lyle, but Lyle himself agreed that Bjorn was right. Hector then said he'd been thinking hard last night and had come up with an idea. Bjorn told him to stop stalling and get to the point. Hector thought it would be reasonable to talk to Baron Matoin, Lyle's brother. Misha questioned how they would manage that, since he lived in the capital, a place they couldn't go. Hector explained that the tea house they were currently in was one of the Baron's regular haunts. They would try to meet him right then and there. Bjorn wanted to leave, but his two companions said they would give him 300,000 gold coins if he stayed. As they were discussing this, the shop door opened and the Baron walked in. Misha and Hector urged Lyle not to miss this opportunity. Lyle was told to go and talk to him. He introduced himself and knelt down, begging the Baron to hear him out. The Baron, flanked by his steward and guards, asked what he wanted. Overwhelmed by the pressure, Lyle couldn't speak. Bjorn watched the pathetic scene unfold. Then, he stepped forward, taking Lyle's place, and introduced himself to the Baron as Bjorn, son of Yandel. The nobleman remarked that it had been a long time since he'd spoken to a barbarian and asked what Bjorn wanted. Bjorn explained the whole situation, about Lyle being banned from the labyrinth, but the nobleman asked what that had to do with him. Bjorn couldn't understand why the Baron was feigning ignorance, but it turned out he genuinely didn't remember. The steward clarified the situation. It seemed the matter was so trivial to the Baron that the steward had handled it. With everything cleared up, Bjorn asked if the ban could be lifted. The nobleman questioned why he should do that, and then the steward whispered to the Baron. The steward informed the Baron that Bjorn was the little Vulcan. Highly pleased, the Baron said he would reward the steward with 200,000 gold coins. Holding his jeweled scepter, the nobleman said he would lift the ban if Bjorn did him a favor. Misha and the others were thrilled with this answer. The nobleman explained that the Earl was holding a banquet in 2 months, and he wanted Bjorn to accompany him. He asked what talents Bjorn possessed, like metal bending or something, assuming Bjorn was a circus performer. Bjorn, his face hardening with anger, began to feel extremely tense. But the nobleman offered him 1 million gold coins. Bjorn accepted, reminding himself that everything he did was for his companions. The next morning, the party met with the mage, who looked exhausted. At least he'd managed to secure permission to enter the labyrinth. Once again with Bjorn, Hector reflected on the advantages of power and the need to start making plans to attain a higher standing. Afterward, he offered Bjorn the reward he had promised, but none of them accepted, apologizing for putting the warrior's pride aside for the sake of the main character, MC. But for Bjorn, it didn't matter, as he would be receiving 1,000,000 gems. The dwarf insisted he wouldn't forget what had happened and would repay him somehow. Since this favor benefited the dwarves, Hector said he would compensate Bjorn tenfold. Time passed quickly after that, and the day the labyrinth reopened soon arrived. The young barbarian met with the MC again, who guided them on the warrior's path, believing that if they followed it, they would become renowned warriors like him. They were all excited. Yang wished them luck and left, while the young barbarians shouted that Little Falcon was a great warrior for even giving them advice. Seeing their reaction, the dwarf commented that Bjorn was truly good to his people. According to Bjorn, he only did what he could, as learning through experience was much harder. Then his expression turned serious as he remembered the barbarian, Carrick, mentioning a few days ago that he had served as a guard for a team, and his companions had likely perished. If the barbarian had better prepared the youngsters for the labyrinth, instead of teaching traditions, they might have survived. Within Bjorn's party, they were discussing Lord Miller leaving his weapons in the treasury. Usually, they waited until the barbarian arrived to complete the party. This would be his 4th time entering the labyrinth, and he wondered what he would encounter this time. He knew problems would arise again, and he needed to be ready to deal with whatever came his way. The screen displayed the characters entering the crystal cave. A notification indicated he had reached the maximum essence level and needed to hunt more monsters to level up. Due to their starting position, the party reached the stone desert in just 9 hours. They hunted various monsters to gain experience points, and even so, they successfully reached the portal to the next level. The screen showed that the barbarian had defeated several different types of monsters on the 8th day, taking only 4 days. They reached the Sky Tower on the 4th floor, home to the 6th-ranked monster of the 4th floor and monsters unique to that location. In other words, it was a good place to gain a lot of experience points. That's why many called that place the training tower. Then the screen appeared again, showing Bjorn defeating more monsters. Through hunting, they earned 3.9 million, thanks to the passive mimicry skill, which increased the drop rate of magic crystals by 30%. Yang earned less than the first time, perhaps because there were now too many looters. This was the amount usually earned. After returning, he consoled himself and spent his time on productive things. He helped Raven with experiments and discovered the year of the book he had taken that year. It was made 150 years ago, the year the game started, the year the founding king died. Everything happened at the same time. Bjorn wondered what had transpired back then, but there was no way to find the answer. The only thing he could do now was to go to the labyrinth. More time passed. His 5th venture into the labyrinth was coming up. Nothing much happened besides leveling up. They each managed to acquire 790,000 stones. In his room, the barbarian thought he shouldn't be anxious, as things had been going well so far. He barely closed his eyes before restlessness gnawed at him. He told himself not to think like that. When things are going smoothly, it was even more dangerous. He mustn't forget that bad things always happen when he let his guard down. He couldn't stop. He had to keep getting stronger. That way, Bjorn would survive. He slapped himself, composing his thoughts. If anyone saw him like this, they would think he was crazy. But he needed to be prepared for the worst. If he was going to look insane anyway, it was better to be a lunatic who survived. Then we see a screen displaying all his skills. The next day, Misha was preparing coffee for the barbarian and asked him if anything was wrong. She sensed an intense spark in his eyes. The barbarian thought he must have been acting coldly towards her, not wanting to let his troubles show, and then seemingly out of nowhere, Misha asked him, somewhat shyly, if he wanted to touch her ears. This startled him, causing him to splutter. She explained that when she was younger, her brother used to touch her ears, saying it made him feel better. Looking at her, he realized the girl just wanted to be kind to him. There was nothing strange behind it. Bjorn explained to her not to mention this to others, as they might misunderstand. But Misha didn't understand. If he hadn't known that Misha liked thinner guys, he might have misinterpreted it as her trying to seduce him. Misha, still not fully grasping his meaning, offered him some meat, which he accepted without complaint. Afterward, the barbarian went to the library. He and the librarian Ragnar, exchanged greetings. The barbarian asked her if she had anything to tell him before he asked her for what he wanted. She said she wasn't sure, but she should warn him, as he was an explorer. Bjorn got straight to the point and asked what the warning was. She told him that a dimensional collapse would soon occur in the labyrinth, and that the floor boss's power was nothing compared to it. This was supposed to happen every 100 game days, Bjorn reckoned, concluding that this was why things had been so calm. Ragnar sensed Bjorn's disbelief when he asked about her source. She mentioned a mage who had been studying these collapses for a long time. The barbarian then thanked her for the warning, and she was surprised he was already leaving. He simply waved goodbye. Now, he had a new task. He had to complete it first. But since he hadn't found anything initially, he was starting to think the mage and Ragnar's story might not exist. Then, 10 days later, rumors about it spread. Misha rushed to warn him about the dimensional collapse in the tavern. The barbarian noticed several people talking about it. For a rumor to spread like this, there had to be some kind of source, but there wasn't any. Perhaps someone was intentionally spreading it. The barbarian was frustrated, wishing he could hear information from a more discreet source. But Bjorn couldn't access that kind of information. He had only one way to get it. He planned to wait 3 months before taking the pill again. On second thought, 2 months should be enough, he decided. The pill slid down his throat. Now he just needed to wait. He glanced at the clock. A message flashed across the monitor. Character has ingested GB-027. Soul pulled into alternate realm. Bjorn, in human form, wondered where he was. In a place that looked eerily like a Korean police station, someone was reading Bjorn's file. His company reported him missing after a month of absence from work, a man said. Another man mentioned he only has his mother, but when she was informed of his disappearance, she said she didn't care. So, it's curious how this missing person case landed on our desks, the first officer mused. Security footage shows him entering his apartment, but he never left, and all the windows were locked from the inside. It's certainly strange. A unique case. No signs of forced entry, no missing belongings. He hasn't used his credit cards during this period either. The clothes the MC was wearing were found inside, the second officer added, as if his body just vanished, clothes and all. This is insane. Whoever did this. I want this sent to forensics for analysis first. His colleague interrupted. I have something to show you. He gestured towards the missing man's computer monitor. To the other officer's astonishment, the screen inexplicably displayed Bjorn's in-game information, detailing his achievements. What is that? The first officer asked, stunned. There have been similar cases in other countries, his colleague replied. Back in a game world, Bjorn reckoned he'd been there for 5 months. He'd done what he had to, savage things to survive. When he saw his computer, his fingers instinctively began to type. The screen prompted him for a password. Bjorn stared at the screen for a moment after entering the password, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. It was only then that it hit him. He was back in his own body. The void around him abruptly solidified into the familiar shape of his room. Everything looked exactly as he remembered it. Feeling a surge of something like normalcy, he opened the refrigerator. He was surprised to find it stocked with soda cans. He couldn't resist cracking one open. After so long without it, he took a long gulp. Disappointingly, the liquid tasted of nothing like plain water. A voice startled him. Can I come in? Bjorn, still on high alert, explained that this place was a manifestation of his safest space. Due to his heightened defensive state, the person on the other side only perceived what was there as smoke. The password he'd entered earlier was a fake, and this person had come to check on him. The woman, who introduced herself as the Soul Queen, seemed to be a guide of sorts, a ghost hunter perhaps. People in the game can't manifest clothes and occupy space on Earth, she stated. Bjorn started to explain, I got this suit for my. She cut him off. You're an official member now. She continued, we can't just kill people by separating souls and bodies like we did with NPCs anymore. The Soul Queen showed him how to use the community forum, which looked very similar to a regular forum. Someone was already using the same username he used on the game forums. So, after Bjorn created his forum account, changing the spelling, the Soul Queen said she was leaving and that he could ask for help if he needed anything. Exploring the community wasn't difficult, so Bjorn simply joined a chat room, trying to get accustomed to the forum. As soon as he entered, his body was transported to a room where several guys welcomed him. The room leader asked where he was from and requested he display his nickname and introduce himself. A man, whom Bjorn would later learn was called Darn Man, explained that things would appear just by thinking about them. He could manifest objects with his mind. Bjorn figured he should act as if he were using a skill and introduced himself as Alfnana. Everyone was shocked by the nickname, as it belonged to the person who wrote the status analysis. They thought he was a developer. Bjorn was taken aback by the group's reaction. They were excited to talk to Bjorn, who explained that it was a nickname he used to use. After the game had been out for about 3 years, he had summarized the statuses, but it only got around 100 views. So he didn't understand why they were reacting as if he were famous. Picking up on this, the Soul Queen asked if he was a fan when he chose the nickname, suggesting perhaps he had unknowingly become famous. Not wanting all this attention without understanding why, he said it was a misunderstanding, that he was just a fan, and pointed out that his nickname had an extra N. They were immediately deflated, and the leader reassured them that it was understandable. Afterward, he ended up alone, and a guy passing by noticed him. The guy asked how many years he'd been there, adding that it might sound strange if he told the truth. Bjorn said it had been a year, and the guy thought it had taken him a long time to receive the letter. Most received their invitations much earlier, when it was more obvious they were damned souls. He complimented Bjorn, saying he must be a good actor, surely aware of what was happening in the real world, and that 70 days must have passed by now. The guy, who had a distinctly pink aura, explained that 5 of their months were equivalent to 1 month on Earth. Bjorn wondered if anyone had reported him missing. He learned a bit about returning from Pink Guy. The guy said there were many theories, but wasn't sure about the first players. He said they must have arrived when the community was created about 20 years ago, and found it incredible that they completed the game in just 5 years. Bjorn agreed, but his pride as a veteran player was stung. It must have been impressive for all of them to reach the Abyss Gate before him. So Pink Guy asked him what difficulty he played on, and Bjorn was confused by what the guy meant. Pink Guy figured it couldn't have been on the original or the remake. What difficulty did he complete it on in Korea? It should be called cheat mode. A released game file allowed changes to experience points and item drop rates. The guy proudly declared he completed it using the 50x version. At that moment, Bjorn understood how all these people had finished the game. Then Pink Guy asked Bjorn what multiplier he used. Even though he completed the hardest version, which didn't allow for multiplier changes, he said he finished with 50x to avoid suspicion. Apparently, the person who created this place played at 15x. At this point, Bjorn was incredibly annoyed. Then we see someone asking another person if they took the computer. The woman confirmed, explaining they erased their memories to prevent articles about it. The other person then inquired about the man. According to her, he was ordinary in every way. The older person added that, except for gaming, he was indeed quite average. He was, however, exceptionally skilled in the game. The older person questioned whether he had surpassed Oreo Gabi's legacy. She remarked that the world architecture was fantastic, but the game had shut down 5 years ago because no one could complete it. But since he managed to finish it, perhaps it wasn't a flawed game after all. This piqued their curiosity about Lee Han-soo, the only person to reach the end of a game everyone deemed impossible. How far would he go? Talking with Pink Guy proved beneficial in many ways. He remembered them discussing what foods they missed. Bjorn mentioned craving a warm bowl of soup with rice. To him, it was the most efficient meal he'd ever had. Conversations like these helped him de-stress. He realized he didn't have much time left before that space closed. So, it was best to look for information about the dimensional collapse in the trading market, where information was bought and sold with ghost points. This place was overflowing with information, with every 100,000 ghost points equivalent to 2 million stones. Therefore, Bjorn sought the most expensive information, the most efficient method. There were numerous requests for information about skills and how to defeat floor bosses. He joined an information request regarding the first floor boss and earned 70,000 ghost points. In another request about a hidden fragment on the 6th floor, he earned an additional 139,000 ghost points. The protagonist smiled, proud of his encyclopedic knowledge of the game. As soon as he posted a request using his earned points, a player asked to speak with him. This person asked if he wanted to know about the Terraton Academy and the mage, Shauna Fagan. If Bjorn asked about the collapse directly, he might receive misinformation. So, he decided to inquire about the source of the rumors and asked what the mage had been doing recently. The person then asked if he wanted to know about the dimensional collapse and things of a deeper nature. Bjorn thought he'd found someone with the right information. The mage seemed to have actually spoken about the collapse. anicaps, but this person assured him it wouldn't happen. He said it was a story involving higher-ups. To be sure, Bjorn offered him an additional 20,000 ghost points. The person explained that the Territon Academy focused on dimensional magic, specifically labyrinth research, and the mage wanted to conduct a study. So they must have spread the rumors about the collapse to reduce the number of explorers in the labyrinth. Bjorn was curious if telling him this would be a problem, but the person said he was selling this information. Furthermore, the royal family would soon control the rumor, because with fewer explorers, the number of magic stones would also decrease. Bjorn, having received the information he wanted, said he would pay the promised amount. But the person refused, saying he was being too harsh on a fellow player. Like him, this convinced Bjorn that the person was so entrenched in this world that the money meant nothing to him. That's why he knew the information the protagonist had gone to great lengths to acquire. It reminded him of when he first started. The protagonist existed in a brutal reality where survival of the fittest was the iron law. Back in his room, Darn Man reflected that he still had a long way to go. Perhaps that was what made it so interesting. This person wanted information on how to defeat the first floor boss. That woman wanted information on Skull Island, and the person before him, just now, they had taken years to reach a place he never thought he could ever reach. The screen continued to display Bjorn's achievement updates, and the man monitoring this information thought Bjorn must be insane. He asked how many people had reached the first floor on their first try, and the woman replied that there were 117, but none under the harsh conditions Bjorn had faced. Even for those who had played the game for years, the data was unbelievable, and Bjorn had achieved it in mere months. The woman said it wasn't impossible with a bit of luck, but the man interrupted her, saying if it were that easy, there would be similar cases. The man concluded that Bjorn was an anomaly. Usually, the more examples, the less the luck factor played a role, but sometimes this happened. For the first time, the impossible became possible. Simply put, it became the first case. The man continued to look over the information on this barbarian. A message popped up stating that this was abnormal growth, and the administrator was observing the character. The man recalled when everyone called the game a failure, and he left his last words. He had simply made a rational judgment. If even one person completed the game and could be sent to the other side, then the chances on the other side would be greater. Then the protagonist opened his eyes, realizing he was back. As they said, 1 hour there was equivalent to 1 second in this world, and only 13 seconds had passed. But he had to be careful, as he was vulnerable during this time. Despite that, the ghost hunter had exceeded his expectations and was a good source of information. Being awake for so long in that reality left Bjorn exhausted, and he had the Baron's event the next day. The following day, in the imperial capital, the lavishly dressed Bjorn was contemplating what would happen in the labyrinth. Bjorn wanted to finish it quickly and then go to the sky auction house. He was still bothered by the clothes he had to wear. Suddenly, the Baron's butler stopped him, saying that the barbarian should maintain his posture as the leader of the parade. But Bjorn didn't pay much attention to the butler's lecture. The distance from the Baron's house to the banquet venue was about 6 kilometers, and the protagonist had to walk the entire distance in the summer heat. Upon arrival, the Baron was thrilled with the attention he received for bringing a barbarian and promised to reward him. Then, telling him to enjoy the banquet, he left. Bjorn was left alone at the banquet, and several nobles commented on how intimidating he looked, while he felt like an animal in a zoo. One noble congratulated him on walking the entire way in that attire, and invited him to rest with him while the Baron was away. Bjorn asked if the man shouldn't be with the others, but he explained that he wasn't popular, having been an explorer. So Bjorn introduced himself, and we learned that the man's name is Carl Zaramore. The protagonist thought he was a decent person, perhaps because he used to be an explorer. Carl lacked the arrogance of a knight, and Bjorn, the butler, whom Bjorn found irritating, might have learned something from him in that moment. Annoyed by Bjorn's repose, the butler was stopped by Carl. The barbarian was resting at his behest, and the butler hissed that people wouldn't like to see Bjorn resting. They would think him weak. Today, he had to be a warrior of steel and blood. Reminded that he would receive 1 million stones as payment, Bjorn accepted the day's ordeal. He put his helmet back on, presenting himself as the warrior of steel and blood who rejected civilization. As a savage barbarian, he roared amidst the banquet. The nobles stared. Some were terrified by the sight, while others were thrilled. Even as the butler questioned what he had just done, Bjorn remarked that it seemed like the appropriate time. He then strode towards the banquet table. and began devouring the dishes. The guests excitedly commented, as expected of the barbarian Bjorn, that he couldn't control himself. At first, this worried the butler, but he quickly capitalized on the fact that people were enjoying the barbarian's attitude. Then Bjorn placed his hand on the butler's shoulder and said he wanted to crush his skull. The butler, panicked, stammered that Bjorn's jest had gone too far, but Bjorn, with a terrifying expression, asked the butler if he looked like he was joking. This reminded the butler of the mayhem Bjorn had caused earlier at the guild. The man was utterly terrified. He declared that he needed to attend to something, that Bjorn could rest now. And then he hurried away from the barbarian. Carl chuckled, finding the butler's state amusing. For Bjorn, the banquet was starting to become entertaining. After enjoying himself for a while like a true barbarian, some curious nobles approached him to chat. Two noble women asked if they could touch his arms. The barbarian, seeing no reason to refuse, agreed. Others asked if he could roar again like before, but instead of roaring, the barbarian went into opera mode, singing melodiously, moving the couple who had made the request. Several other nobles joined them, as if Bjorn were putting on some kind of performance. Apart from the excited nobles, the knights conversed amongst themselves, grumbling that the barbarian looked like a clown and saying he must have lost his pride as a warrior. Bjorn could hear them, but he recognized them as nothing more than a gaggle of gossiping knight apprentices. Then the baron reappeared, managing the noble funds, as Bjorn now had to accompany him. He followed the baron to the banquet hall to meet the other nobles and was introduced as Little Vulcan. Justifying his presence there, Bjorn explained that the baron had helped him through a difficult time and he had decided to protect him as a bodyguard. As if following a script, the barbarian mechanically thanked the baron for his kindness. The Viscount deemed his sentiment honorable. Bjorn had to have 13 such conversations afterward. At least it boosted his reputation in that hall. Bjorn was introduced to all the nobles, no fewer than 15. After the introductions, the barbarian began conversing with those seeking the baron. They came, and Bjorn lived up to his moniker. Then a knight clad in armor appeared. While reading, the baron was surprised to see Bjorn there. He was astonished to learn that Bjorn knew Captain Kravitz. Paul Kravitz, from the Latra Exploration and Star God Order, was the captain of the 3rd Paladin Order. He invited Bjorn to rely on the order whenever needed, vowing to remember Bjorn's deeds for them. The captain recounted Bjorn's contributions, captivating everyone present. This prompted the baron to glance at the barbarian, remarking that he was even more impressive than anticipated. Half an hour later, the nobles excitedly mentioned the arrival of Count Fetahilt. According to the baron, the count was eager to meet the barbarian, and he had a bad feeling about it. The count, beaming, declared he'd been looking forward to meeting Bjorn, surprised his reputation had reached the nobility. Even in the game, it took a long time before encountering such an event, the count cheerfully praised. Suddenly, the count had an idea, mentioning an upcoming nighttime apprentice training exercise. Despite a foreboding sense of unease, the barbarian agreed, while several surrounding apprentices sneered at his skills. The prize for the victor was item number 77, the Galpin necklace. It contained a magic crystal to be melted and transmuted into another substance. It shared similarities with the frozen elf ring, a low-level item, rare but not particularly valuable, and it held a hidden special event within. The barbarian was determined to win. Whether fear of something bad happening or a resolve to find his own security, he disregarded it. If he shied away from things out of fear of an uncertain future, destruction awaited him. In truth, he was nervous, but he still needed to overcome his fear and press on. The Baron didn't want him to win or lose too quickly. According to Bjorn, he could defeat most of them in 10 seconds. Despite the butler's concern, the Baron promised 1,000,000 stones if Bjorn won. The barbarian was even slightly worried the Baron would keep giving him money, but it spurred him to do his best. Then someone appeared, claiming to have overheard Bjorn's earlier arrogant remarks. With the Baron gone, some rats emerged, sneering at Bjorn. One boasted he could slit the barbarian's throat in 10 seconds. Another claimed he'd beat him down. These guys had issues. Annoyed, Bjorn retorted that they all emerged like cowardly rats together, something even children wouldn't do. They only grew bold when they saw the Baron was absent. They had no honor, no self-respect. He yelled, accusing them of ganging up on a contestant, claiming they must be defective. One apprentice, summoning his courage, told the barbarian to be quiet, drawing comments from onlookers. The nobles knew what would happen if a barbarian decided to take such comments seriously. The bravado of these men vanished. He stormed off, yelling that Bjorn would pay for this, but the MC chuckled, saying he'd deal with his head next time. As the competition began, someone lost an arm. Then, to Bjorn's surprise, he found himself facing Sylvania of the Baron Hessen family. Bjorn drew one of the three who had annoyed him earlier. As his first opponent, the most irritating one, the fellow who had criticized the very notion of barbarian masculinity, Sylvania swore on his honor and pride that he would use only fair methods in their duel. But Bjorn's roar interrupted him, electrifying the entire audience and heightening the anticipation for the coming fight. The referee then declared the duel begun, and Sylvania charged towards the barbarian, sword in hand. 3 swords materialized before him. Bjorn, unsure which was real, chose to defend against all 3. Even so, in this moment, he felt like a true barbarian. He knew he shouldn't underestimate his opponent, especially now that they were on a seemingly level playing field. Bjorn unleashed his berserker fury, a surge of power that amplified his menace and bolstered his physique. He remembered boasting that he could crush most opponents within about 10 seconds. Immense and dangerous, Bjorn goaded the knight, reminding him there was still time left on the clock. Though Bjorn's power had increased his threat level, it seemed to have no effect on the human. However, it intensified the fear in those already afraid, while for the courageous, it only fueled their fighting spirit. Bjorn wondered how this fellow would react. Sylvania, one of those whose spirit seemed only to strengthen, charged at the barbarian, noticing his lack of a shield. As Bjorn blocked the attack with his bare arm, he thought it a bit inconvenient. His opponent was shocked that Bjorn could stop him so casually. But the barbarian simply commented on how weak the attack was. As Sylvania recoiled, Bjorn's blood splattered across his face. The knight instantly sensed something was wrong with the blood, accusing Bjorn of using some dirty trick. But the barbarian simply stood there, impassive. Bjorn grabbed Sylvania by the throat, thinking the man had something wrong with his head, and reminded him of his earlier promise to fix that problem when they met again. To a barbarian, if there was something wrong with the head, you simply removed it. Bjorn was about to strike, certain any barbarian would think to solve the problem this way. Later, outside Lytra's medical tent, Bjorn inquired if the man was still alive. A priestess explained that Sylvania would live, implying Bjorn had shown mercy. But Bjorn didn't consider himself weak. The barbarian pointed out that his opponent was a knight, and he'd merely punched him into unconsciousness. The priestess insisted the situation was worse than that, but it didn't matter to Bjorn. The man was out cold. The priestess found this barbarian more stubborn than most. Just then, Sylvania stirred, remembering only that he was supposed to duel. The priestess warned him he must have lost some of his memory due to his injuries. Sylvania began to thank her for healing him, then noticed Bjorn in the tent. Bjorn asked if he truly remembered nothing, making the knight uncomfortable. He told Bjorn to stay away. Since it seemed he wasn't lying, the barbarian offered to leave if Sylvania did something for him. Bjorn repeated the words the knight had said earlier, asking him to repeat them back. This displeased Sylvania, but he agreed. Bjorn gestured for him to begin, and Sylvania started to repeat the barbarian's words. The barbarian's part was small, but as he spoke and the memories of the fight returned, a look of shock spread across his face. But Bjorn, with a sinister expression, stared him down and told him to continue. Trembling, the knight knelt on the bed, admitted his wrongdoing, and begged for forgiveness. For Bjorn, seeing his opponent cowering in fear meant his problem was solved. He figured he'd fix something that day even a priestess couldn't. Upon returning from the tent, the Baron, who was waiting for him, inquired about the barbarian's whereabouts. Bjorn explained that he had gone to check on Sylvania, which the Baron found odd, considering the ruthless nature of their fight. Bjorn revealed he'd expected his opponent to be more resilient. The Baron laughed, attributing it to a lack of proper training. The barbarian questioned whether it was problematic to injure these nobles. The Baron told him not to worry. Even if one of them died, it wouldn't be a big deal. He would handle it. Bjorn only needed to focus on winning, which would please the Count. With permission granted, the barbarian grinned and declared that, in that case, he would crush his opponent's skulls. His next opponent was Sir Katian, another one of the idiots who had provoked him earlier. Katian began by asking if Bjorn wasn't ashamed for what he'd done to his friend, claiming this fight wouldn't be so easy. He went on to boast that Sylvania was the weakest among them, but quickly fell silent as he realized he stood no chance. With a single blow to the head, the barbarian felled him. Victory belonged to Bjorn Jandar. He celebrated his victory, a fight that had lasted a mere 3 seconds, as the nobles in the audience grew even more excited. Watching them, Bjorn wondered if it was truly so entertaining to watch someone's head get bashed in. The fighting continued, and Bjorn's reputation soared. In the third round, the semifinals, he won effortlessly, crippling his opponent's spine. The only disappointment for Bjorn was that he hadn't faced the last of the trio who had taunted him earlier. Meanwhile, the healers gained more followers among those defeated by the barbarian. Between fights, the Baron, brimming with excitement, laughed about how easily Bjorn had dispatched his opponents. Bjorn focused his thoughts on who his final opponent would be. He would be fighting Sir Albatross. Bjorn had observed this warrior in previous battles. Furthermore, Albatross possessed the essence of a one-eyed giant, a formidable combination of attributes. Focusing on strength, Bjorn removed his attire. Albatross assumed this was so the barbarian could fight more freely. He worried the fight would end quickly and expressed relief that Bjorn would be fighting him seriously. Bjorn had saved a trick for the final fight. The previously confident expression on his opponent's face began to fade, replaced by a look of pure terror. Using gigantification and feral burst, Bjorn became an even greater threat. The combined use of these two barbarian abilities left Albatross stunned by the massive increase in threat level. Panicked, Albatross threw his sword to the ground and, like a coward, fled the fight. He ran into the crowd of spectators, overcome by fear. At that moment, pleading for help, the knight was too far gone to recover. Only when the referee declared that the barbarian's opponent had left the arena did the realization of his actions crash down upon him. He tried to return, stammering excuses, but the referee cut him short. He had lost. The icy stares of the spectators bore down on the defeated knight. Count Fetahilt questioned aloud how much longer this knight would continue to tarnish his family name. Meanwhile, in Owen's home, the elf was caught in a desperate cycle, obsessed with the need to become stronger. She believed this was the only way to keep the important people in her life close, the only way to have everything she desired. When her sister opened the bedroom door, the elf greeted her cheerfully. Daria, with a hint of suspicion, asked if her sister was truly all right, as she had heard her muttering to herself. But Owen reassured her, claiming she was merely talking to the spirits, and asked her sister to come back later. Daria left the room, pondering whether she should tell her sister. With everyone talking about young Valkan, keeping this secret from her didn't feel right. On the other hand, she reflected, there was no other way for her sister, besides being the explorer Owen, to achieve such significant growth. Owen had already formed contracts with all 4 elemental spirits and even managed to imbue 3 of them with their own will. She wondered how long it would normally take her sister to reach that level. She was also an excellent archer and skilled with daggers, capable of facing level 7 monsters alone. After reflecting on how her sister had become stronger, Daria decided against telling her anything about Bjorn. Then she remembered that Owen had recently absorbed some kind of essence. Perhaps that was the reason for her increased power. She picked up the basic essence analysis book to confirm, and as she located the entry for the Kana borrowed, its description revealed a high level of obsession, which was also indicated by the other essences she had absorbed. Daria understood. This must be the reason for her sister's fixation on power. Regardless, she couldn't simply erase the essences Owen had absorbed. She could only replace them after finding better ones. Now that she knew the reason behind her behavior, it would be easier to manage. At midnight, she awoke, wondering what would have happened if Rowan had discovered Bjorn was alive before erasing the essences, and what her obsession would have shifted to. In the 7th district, a carriage stopped in front of a building. It was 2 a.m., and Bjorn was heading home. Because his client was a noble, the barbarian received a staggering 4.3 million gems. The Baron chuckled, saying he would be the talk of the nobles for months, and if Bjorn needed anything, he should come to him. Considering all the barbarian had done, he should have been elated. Count Fetahilt, on the other hand, seemed anything but pleased. He congratulated the protagonist on his victory and said he would contact him when he was more prepared. He also cast a sinister look, saying Bjorn should ignore requests from other nobles until then. Even without fully understanding the Count's words, the barbarian nodded in agreement. The man was intimidating. What Bjorn hadn't expected was to receive the Galpin necklace so soon, an item impossible to obtain in the game without immense luck. He wondered about his luck stat, thinking he should be more cautious from now on. The next morning, his doorstep overflowed with letters, and Bjorn understood what the Count had meant. Most of the letters contained the same request, for the barbarian to attend banquets in exchange for compensation he could live on. But he still remembered the Count's chilling expression. If he accepted these requests, the Count would be furious, but he couldn't just ignore them either. So he replied. Bjorn wondered what the Count was thinking. A calm man like him was the most frightening kind. Why would the Count be interested in a barbarian adventurer like him? To learn more, he decided to study the Count the next time they met in the community. Arriving at the tower, he remembered this was the last month he needed to help Raven, the girl who seemed so ill at ease. This time, the person he had to help was her mentor, who smiled at him. She apologized, saying Dion had insisted on this, and the wizard smiled, telling Bjorn not to be nervous. Then, Bjorn realized the elder had arranged the meeting between the two of them. Dion needed help with his new magical tool, a device that could detect whether a soul originated from evil spirit. Bjorn inquired about the tool, trying to remain calm, as he was certain the old man believed him to be an evil spirit. He questioned whether the tool was truly safe to use. The old man, who identified himself as the dean of the Altimia Academy, said the barbarian should trust him to prove he wasn't underestimated. He said Raven would test the tool first. This surprised the girl, as she hadn't expected this, but she agreed nonetheless. Despite her reaction, Bjorn knew she would side with her master, who probably wasn't sure if the tool worked either. If it did work, the old man would have found a way to test him already. Dion explained that the test wouldn't be dangerous and would take about 5 minutes, and Bjorn agreed to be tested. The wizard, seemingly surprised by his agreement, asked if he was sure, as only minutes ago he had been worried it was dangerous. To avoid further questioning, Bjorn said he just wanted to get it over with and go to sleep. As soon as Bjorn left the room, Raven asked her master why he had done that. The testing chair held no magic, and even if she went along with Dion's lie, she wanted to know his reasons. Raven asked her master if he thought Bjorn was an evil spirit, which was why he questioned him about what happened in the labyrinth. Since Bjorn passed the test, the wizard confirmed to his apprentice that he was wrong. She could even understand that line of thinking, as Bjorn was different, but she demanded Dion answer one thing. If he thought Bjorn was suspicious, why did he do that? He could have reported the barbarian to the secret police directly, but according to the wizard, if he did that, the barbarian would meet a bad end. Dion ignored Raven, who wanted to know more, saying he needed to leave. The girl was left to ponder his words about the barbarian dying if reported. This meant the wizard needed a living evil spirit. What was he planning? Back home, Bjorn was exhausted after all those anxious moments. Regardless, Bjorn felt he'd handled the wizard Dion's test well enough, though he couldn't shake the feeling of Dion's sudden, almost imperceptible disappointment. He was startled by Misha appearing suddenly before him, asking if he'd fallen asleep. Remembering he'd given her a key, he caught the girl's arm, surprising her, and told her he needed her. Misha, misunderstanding his urgency, braced herself for something significant. Bjorn, however, simply needed her help replying to the influx of letters from the nobles. She questioned the propriety of sending such curt responses to nobility, but for Bjorn, it was good enough. The letters, in essence, stated that he was too busy and they should seek another barbarian, just as they had written. Misha, her curiosity piqued, inquired about the events of the previous day. With only 10 days remaining until the labyrinth opened, Bjorn's team convened to discuss their plans. Hykrod immediately declared he wouldn't participate this time. The dimensional rift, he argued, would spell their doom. He wasn't alone in his apprehension. Lyle was equally terrified, and even Locke Miller agreed it was best to avoid the labyrinth. Bjorn could have used the information he'd gleaned from the community to persuade them, but he saw no need. 3 months had passed since his visit to the Bloodstained Castle. Anyone who had breached the first floor knew the rift required time to recharge. This, he realized, was advantageous. Unable to divulge the secret of opening the rift, Bjorn planned to take only Misha. However, when he mentioned this, even she seemed reluctant to accompany him. But when he spoke of going alone, Misha suggested, with a touch of exasperation, that he should perhaps ask her if she wanted to go, and with a bit more courtesy than usual. This left Bjorn feeling strangely unsettled, so he mechanically asked if she would accompany him, and of course she agreed. This time, it was decided. Only the two of them would venture into the rift. The following day, in the bustling marketplace, a newsboy distributed a special edition. The royal family, according to the news, had declared the rumors of a dimensional rift to be false. The dwarves sought out Bjorn, eager to explore the labyrinth. Bjorn, however, claimed he'd accepted a mission and couldn't join them. He shut the door abruptly, leaving Hykrod standing alone in the hallway. Back at Bjorn's home, Misha, perplexed, questioned the nature of this supposed mission. The barbarian revealed it was merely a pretext. He explained his intention to explore a rift, prompting Misha to ask if he'd discovered this information in the library. She couldn't understand his secrecy. Bjorn countered by asking if she had told anyone about her pact with the beast, surprised to learn she hadn't. Misha confirmed she hadn't breathed a word, having been sworn to secrecy by Bjorn himself. The barbarian then asked how Hykrod would have reacted in her situation. In her opinion, Hykrod, after a few drinks, would have told everyone. Bjorn pressed further, inquiring about Devki and Ramara. Devki, Misha speculated, might let it slip accidentally, but she was uncertain about Ramara. Misha's assessment aligned almost perfectly with Bjorn's own, except for Brown. He considered Brown the most predictable of the group. Brown, Bjorn believed, would keep the secret, but would be consumed with curiosity about its source, finding Bjorn suspicious. Misha, finally understanding Bjorn's caution, asked why he confided in her. Why tell her such sensitive information? There were several reasons. Bjorn knew she wouldn't betray his confidence, primarily because she was a terrible liar. If she told anyone, he would know instantly. Confiding in Misha that she was someone he could trust brought an immediate flush to her cheeks. 8 days remained until the labyrinth would open once more. Bjorn chuckled inwardly, anticipating the busy days of preparation ahead. Then, the two set off to acquire enchantments. Their first stop was imbuing their weapons with lightning auras, designed to last for a set duration. At another shop, they purchased exorbitantly priced potions, draining 2 million stones from their shared account. 7 days later, the barbarian returned to his shaman. The shaman was ecstatic at Bjorn's rapid acquisition of 4 million stones. He activated the 4th level of Bjorn's mark of immortality, bolstering both his magical power and mental fortitude. With 6 days remaining, the increased mana pool allowed Bjorn to maintain his giant form for extended periods. Over a shared meal, Misha suggested accompanying him to the library, leaving Craig's list to its own devices. She could occupy herself with reading while there. This time, Ragna cast a different spell on them both. She explained that her usual enchantment was specifically tailored for barbarians and wouldn't work on others. However, upon learning Misha's surname, she abruptly asked the girl to forget everything she'd just said. 5 days out, Raven informed Bjorn that their partnership had concluded, thanking him for his tolerance. She allowed him to keep the Terra Pass, granting him access should he ever need anything from her. Finally, the day of the labyrinth's opening arrived, and numerous young barbarians expressed their gratitude for Bjorn's advice. Their excessive politeness left him feeling slightly embarrassed. His own team also commended him, but Bjorn downplayed his contribution, claiming he'd merely advised the newcomers on the best path to take and warned them against trusting anyone too friendly, especially dwarves. Locke Miller then announced their intention to enter, questioning whether Bjorn and Misha would follow. Devki boisterously bid farewell to his companions as they diverged onto a separate path. Half an hour later, Bjorn and Misha still hadn't entered, and even Misha's patience began to wear thin. Finally, Bjorn declared it was time to show them the meaning of double experience. With that, the pair became the first to activate the portal. Misha was incredulous at their swift arrival at the 2nd floor, and Bjorn attempted to explain. Her efforts to grasp his mention of dimensional instability only deepened her confusion. She expressed sympathy for Locke Miller, imagining his disappointment if he knew about this shortcut to the 2nd floor, much like her own feelings when using the ring. He would feel robbed of the accomplishment, as opening a portal himself was a cherished dream. They stepped into the stone desert. Bjorn explained they needed to reach the western portal for the necessary magic crystals, meaning a return trip. Back to the 1st floor, followed by a 2-day trek eastward. 3 hours later, they were battling gnomes, creatures not particularly formidable, but whose crystals were a tedious necessity to collect. Suddenly, Misha warned of someone approaching a run. Even Bjorn was taken aback, not expecting anyone so soon. It was the group that had intended to rush to the second floor. Their pace had been so relentless that they'd reached the second floor with astonishing speed. Misha was impressed by their equipment, gear that Bjorn assured her they too would one day possess. To her, it indicated the barbarian possessed ambition. He wasn't sure if that was a compliment, and then she laughed, explaining she meant it as saying he was cool. The barbarian tried to hide his blush. Sometimes the girl was too direct with him. Perhaps she thought she was a barbarian too. 19 hours after the labyrinth opened, Bjorn and Misha passed novice explorers. They stood out starkly amongst them, looking like they belonged on a much higher floor. By now, Bjorn had started to laugh, but the girl didn't understand what he found so amusing. He remembered his first time in a labyrinth and everything he went through before finding Owen. Bjorn began to wonder how Ragna was progressing. Since she had a wealthy sister, he figured she must be doing well. As he thought about seeing her again, he noticed an explorer looking at him with envy. Bjorn could easily beat him down, but that look made him feel awful, so the barbarian asked the man if he had something to say to him. When a man denied it, Bjorn seriously asked him why he was looking at him that way. Seeing how the situation was developing, Misha asked Bjorn why he was acting like that. In that situation, he looked like a bully, wanted to pick a fight for no reason. Bjorn needed to be sure of something, so he asked the man his name. He said his name was Hans Evan. Bjorn angrily asked if his name wasn't just Hans. Though afraid, the explorer reaffirmed that his name was Hans, as Bjorn was starting to think he had made a mistake. Hans explained that his name was Hans, but he changed it because it was too common. Now Bjorn was sure why he felt so awful about the man. It had to be a Hans. Infuriated, he told Hans to keep the name forever. Then a loud boom rocked the labyrinth. Bjorn grabbed Misha and started running, as it was a signal that a rift would soon open. While running, Bjorn thought that even if they changed their names, a Hans would always be a Hans. It usually took about 3 days for a rift to open, so for it to happen now, someone must have used Bjorn's method before him. He wondered if the person who did it was a player or just clever. He would only find out inside. Then Bjorn held Misha, telling her to hold on tight to him, and he jumped into the rift. The explorers who opened the rift saw the two and judged that the pair seemed trustworthy. The 3 explorers were Carlson, Afman, and Gentiana. They were calm. Bjorn introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Thor, and introduced Misha as Michelle. The girl, who didn't know how to lie, could barely hide her surprise at being called by another name. Gentiana was the guide of the group, and Carlson was their warrior. From Bjorn's observations, they were novice explorers. This would be a different situation from the first rift. Rifts usually opened every 5 to 6 months. Since it opened on the first floor, there wouldn't be any intermediate explorers there. If they opened it in the Beast Woodlands, it would make sense for the other explorers to be novices. Putting that aside, Bjorn asked the Beast Man what weapon he used. He just pointed to the crossbow he carried on his back, but Bjorn wanted to know more. Afman asked Bjorn to introduce himself. Bjorn stated that his level was 6, Misha's was 7, and Afman's own was 5. Considering Bjorn's level, Bjorn asked him what he was doing there, but the Beast Man simply returned the question. Bjorn lied, saying they had gotten separated from their group. Since the 2 of them didn't have a guide, they stayed on the first floor until they noticed the rift. Afman said the same thing had happened to him, though he'd left his group a while ago. Bjorn wasn't sure about a lone archer exploring, but the man seemed credible enough. It was also possible that both of them were lying, hiding their true identities. The answer Bjorn wanted was which of the 2 had opened the rift. It was ultimately decided that everyone would get a share of what they found, except for the 2 novices who would split one share between them. If the Guardian's essence appeared, it would belong to Misha. Then Afman told them to move forward. In the group's new formation, Bjorn stayed at the front, with Misha at the rear. Bjorn was used to the dark maps of the labyrinth, so being in a place filled with snow felt strange. Since the rift that opened was the one they had intended, they would be able to use the items they had purchased earlier. Half an hour later, they encountered a Yeti, an elite level 7 guardian monster. Gentiana was apprehensive about fighting the monster, but according to Afman, they needed to get past it to proceed. Carlson was also scared, but Bjorn reassured him that it would be all right. Afman was the first in the group to take a fighting stance. He landed a precise shot on the Yeti, but as expected, the monster managed to block the attack. Being a more experienced explorer, the Beastman wasn't bothered by this. Bjorn noticed the Yeti couldn't shake off the arrow, wondering if it was a hook arrow skill. Having done his part, Afman said the rest of the group should finish off the monster. So Bjorn took the lead, facing the monster with his shield. He pressed the Yeti into a corner with his mace, and called for Misha to finish the job. The girl leaped over the monster, landing precise blows with her daggers into both of the Yeti's eyes. Bjorn simply glanced at the group and said it was a skill he and his girl had. If they understood that they should never be caught off guard,